Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Kwang San told Su Yang at the beginning that she had never met other elves in the neighboring world. She only met two elves in the human world, but she didn't say which two they were. The only one she mentioned, Yui Miku, only said that she was an idol, but didn't say her name. Instead, Su Yang met her herself. As for the other one, she didn't mention it at all. Because the other party had reminded Kwang San that even other elf sisters should not tell her information before she agreed. Kwang San naturally abided by the agreement. Even after Kwang San met Su Yang, she met with the other party once and specifically asked her not to mention her to Su Yang. Didn't you say that the other party didn't want to see me? Su Yang was very depressed and couldn't figure out which elf it was. But now Su Yang had a guess in his mind. Because she said that once she mentioned some information about her to you, even a little bit, you would know who she was. Kwang San looked depressed because she saw that Su Yang had guessed who it was. Sure enough, she was right. As long as she is mentioned, you will know who she is. Is it really Arya? Su Yang was stunned, but then he said, I just know something about Arya's ability. After all, in a sense, her ability of angel whispering is omnipotent in obtaining information. In fact, when I got this incomplete chess piece, the first thing I thought of was to find Arya, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Su Yang smiled and did not expect that one of the two elves that Kwang San met was Arya. This is good news. So, you really know? Kwang San's eyes flashed with suspicion. I now doubt whether you know all of us elves, and it is even possible that we were born because of you. Although it is completely different from what you think, I admit that you are all my wings. Su Yang looked serious, but this made Kwang San want to hit him. 10 minutes later. 3-2-7. Looking at the gloomy room in front of him, the sink full of dishes and chopsticks, and the food packaging bags on the floor, Su Yang was silent for a while and suddenly spoke. So that's it, spiritual power can't remove odors. Kwang San's face turned red instantly. This time she wanted to kill someone. No, to kill the elves. Hanjo Naya, get out of here. Kwang San wanted to expel this guy who had disgraced the elves from the elf list. Who is it? The place full of garbage was squirming, and a head popped out. Hey, it's Xiao Kwang Kwang. Hanjo Naya, get up. Kwang San's eyes were burning with fire. This guy was simply a stain on their elves. Ahem, that. Su Yang coughed lightly and finally attracted the attention of Hanjo Naya. Oh my god, you actually brought this guy here. The moment she saw Su Yang, Hanjo Naya instantly jumped up like a puppet on a chain. Well, not bad. Looking at the bikini that suddenly appeared, Su Yang scanned it recklessly and immediately printed the scene in the depths of his mind, and then stored it. Hanjo Naya, can you be more decent? Kwang San's veins popped up and he couldn't bear it anymore. Naya suddenly sighed, as if she had accepted her fate and collapsed again. Forget it, come on, it's a matter of time anyway. Come on, I accept my fate, it must be a little painful for the first time. Let me get used to it first. Naya closed her eyes, looking like you can do whatever you want. Su Yang. No matter how hungry I am, I won't experience it in a pile of garbage, right? Even if Su Yang faced Hanjo Naya's operation, he was still shocked. She has always been like this? Su Yang looked at Kwang San, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Wait for me for a moment. Kwang San grabbed Arya expressionlessly and dragged him to the bedroom. Oh, this garbage dump still has a bedroom. Hey, wait, what do you want to do, little Kwang Kwang? Together? Don't pull me like that, it hurts. Wait, what do you want to do? Stop, I'm wrong, I'm sending. Su Yang heard it clearly, it was for, not swear. Headache. This is a problem child. No, it's a problem elf. After a while, Kwang San appeared in front of Su Yang with Arya, who was dressed neatly. However, this place was really unbearable, and the three of them went directly into the neighboring world. Tell me, what's the matter? You seem to know me from the beginning. Su Yang's eyes fell on Arya, who was a little uncomfortable and did not ask about the incomplete chess piece at the beginning. because Arya looked like he knew him just now, which made Su Yang very concerned. Well, not really. How should I put it? Arya paused. I know you exist, but I don't know what you look like, but when you appear, I know it's you. What a messy explanation. What about tongue twisters? But Su Yang understood what Arya meant. You mean, as long as I appear in front of you, you will know that I am Su Yang? No, not Su Yang. Arya's tone became serious. But once I appear, I am destined to be the one I belong to. Wait, you mean your ownership belongs to Su Yang? Hyusun looked at the woman in front of her in disbelief. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? You think I am. Arya was confused. I first contacted him just because he was the author of Hokage Ninja. I just think that the person who can draw such interesting comics must be a very interesting human being. God knows, how could I know that some time ago, the Whispering Pianji was like a madman, refreshing a series of abnormal data and information like crazy, and finally told me that my master was born. Oh my God, I am a pure and beautiful elf born naturally in the neighboring world. How could a master appear inexplicably? This is obviously a big problem. And even if there is a master, only the neighboring world is qualified to be my master, right? You say, how can a mere human who draws comics become my master? I can become his assistant, which is his blessing for 8 lifetimes. How dare he become my master? Fake, this is all fake. This world must be fictional. By the way, I must be dreaming. Xiao Kuang Kuang, remember to wake me up tomorrow morning, and everything will be back to normal when I wake up. With that, the mad Arya fell asleep. Su Yang. Kuang-san. Su Yang, is this kid crazy? Kuang-san, probably. I thought she was abnormal. Su Yang, was she hit on the head? Kuang-san, oh, it should be caught by the crack of the door. The two exchanged glances for a while, but at this moment, Arya, who had fallen to the ground, got up. Announcement. Arya whispered ruthlessly, and a huge book with a cross similar to the Bible appeared instantly. Clatter. After a while of flipping, a blank page appeared, and then a series of words appeared, which was the text description of the eye contact between Su Yang and Kuang-san just now. F***K, this thing has such ability? Su Yang was shocked for a moment. Kuang-san looked regretful. It was obvious that she knew the ability of whispering, but she just didn't remember it for a moment. If you have something to say, just say it to my face. If you say bad things about me in your heart at such a close distance, I can tell clearly even if I don't use whispering. Arya sneered. I thought you were asleep. Su Yang shrugged, but he quickly thought of something. Wait, you just said you would be my assistant? You are not my online assistant. The child's father is not at home, who has never appeared, right? Arya looked a little unnatural, because she was indeed the assistant Su Yang mentioned. When communicating with Su Yang, she was always a dirty uncle. She even communicated with Su Yang about the figure of the heroine of a certain action art film in great detail. And more than once. Originally thought that it was just online, and they didn't meet, so anything could be said. DJ Lee. F***K, I forgot about this. No. Arya didn't even think about it. I'm not that dirty uncle. I'm Kashiwagi Eri. Su Yang was silent. His eyes were a little weird. I've known Kashiwagi Eri since I was 7 years old, and I gave her the name Kashiwagi Eri. Huh? Arya was numb. Isn't this a public execution? I'm dying. Why didn't you tell me? Arya was instantly annoyed. You didn't ask. Forget it. I'm tired. This world can be destroyed. Arya felt that this world was hopeless and could not accommodate her. Have you two had enough of the trouble? Kuang-san finally couldn't stand it anymore. Now we are talking about business. If you want to talk nonsense, get out of here. What a mess. It really makes me angry. Ahem, Arya. You better explain it to me from beginning to end. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yang coughed lightly. What do you mean I talk nonsense? Arya wanted to question, but when he saw Kuang-san's glance, he shrank back and became much more honest. Well, okay. How should I say it? Arya paused, thought for a moment and said, You all know the ability of my Angel Whispering chapter, right? The Whispering chapter itself includes information retrieval pages and blank pages. Its ability is the omniscience of obtaining information. As long as it is things outside the future, things happening from now on, who is doing what, etc., the information you want can be obtained on the information retrieval page. Su Yang was not surprised, as this was similar to what he knew. He even knew that the whispering chapter could turn what was written on it into facts. It was just not that easy to do. But Arya's next words surprised him. Little Kwang Kwang, I should have told you that I came to the human world 30 years ago, right? 30 years ago? How old are you now? Su Yang suddenly interrupted. Get out of here. If you want to listen, just listen honestly and don't ask around. Arya was a little annoyed. Didn't she know that age is the biggest secret of women? Go on. To make a long story short, don't talk about family matters to me. Kwang San looked at Arya coldly, making Arya hold back all the words in his heart. In fact, the whispering chapter was subject to some restrictions after entering the human world. To put it bluntly, it is too strong and will interfere with my ability, but there is one thing that will never change, and it will not change even from the moment I was born. Equals. You looked very serious. From the moment I was born, I was destined to have 10 elf sisters, and we will all rely on the neighboring world to exist forever. But until 18 years ago, I found that everything had changed, and the number of my elf sisters became uncertain. Arya looked a little uneasy. A long time ago, the whisper told me that there were 10 elves, and the 8th was a twin sister, which added up to 11 people, but now it seems that something has changed. Especially since half a month ago, I don't know their names anymore. Little Kwang Kwang, before Shixino appeared, do you still remember her name? Kwang San's face changed instantly. It would have been better if Arya didn't say it. She suddenly remembered the situation when she heard it. When Miku appeared a few years ago, she knew Mika's name and even knew what she looked like. But when Shixino appeared this time, she didn't know her appearance and name. Even Arya reminded her now that she remembered this weird situation. The most important thing is that she can't remember the names of the other sisters at this moment. What is going on? Will our sisters become fewer? Will some unknown changes happen? Kwang San's face was very ugly. She has lived alone for a long time since the birth of the neighboring world. It can even be said that every elf is like this. After experiencing that kind of loneliness, they all longed for family, otherwise Shixino would not plan to reincarnate as a demon. Now hearing what Arya said, how could she not be anxious? And this matter is too weird. I don't know. Arya shook his head, and then his eyes fell on Su Yang, because the whisper told me that our master knows exactly how many sisters we have. Yes, Su Yang, you know us very well. How many people are there? Huzu also seemed to remember this. Su Yang pondered for a moment, then said, the information I know is actually the sequence from 1 to 10. Feng Dai Yawu is indeed the twin sisters Yawa Yakuya and Yawa Yui. And then what? Yatagami Toka and Yatagami Tenka should also be considered sisters, right? Su Yang was really unsure about this. After all, Yatagami Tenka only appeared after Toka's reversal. Before you spoke, I only knew the names of the 4 of us, but now. Aya did not speak, but directly turned to a certain page of the proclamation, and the names of 12 elves began to appear on it. Kyuzo also stared at these names, and at this moment, these 12 names also emerged in the depths of her memory, which she had known a long time ago. But just now, it seemed that Ping was completely forgotten. This situation made Kwang San a little silent. Sure enough, it became like this. I was not sure before, but after you said it, the 12 elves were confirmed. How about you tell me another name? Arya said tentatively. Su Yang hesitated and spoke again, but this time he said 3 names. Sanagami Rinne, Sanagami Rinso Mayuri. Soon, these 3 names appeared, but they were very vague and uncertain. Although it is outrageous, this phenomenon feels that the neighboring world is nurturing these 3 elves according to your requirements. Arya looked at Su Yang ruthlessly and smiled coldly. Hehe, you must have done something to the neighboring world, and the neighboring world satisfied your dirty desires. I can tell you what color and style of underwear Mika likes to wear the most. Su Yang suddenly said something, and Arya broke the ice instantly. Her eyes were bright. Really? That's great. Don't you know that I was so bad at telling you these little things? I really want to know what Xiao Kwang Kwang likes, but she hid it so well. 2. Suddenly, Arya felt something was wrong, and there was a chill on the back of her neck. Hee hee, my dear sister, I want to ask, what else did you do with your angel? Hiss. No, I was too excited and forgot about Xiao Kuang Kuang. Soon, Arya was dragged into a small room by Kuang San again. Su Yang was obviously thinking, there was a change 18 years ago? This shouldn't be the time when I was just born, right? As for more than 8 months? Well, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be when I awakened the cheat simulator, so it really has something to do with me? Su Yang was a little confused about what was going on. The only explanation is that he brought the simulator across and had some impact on this world of anime. Then, when he awakened, a series of things happened. Wait, maybe? Su Yang's eyes flashed. My appearance has had a certain impact on this world. Then, my strength improvement has had a greater impact on this world? What exactly is going on? Su Yang can only speculate now. While Su Yang was thinking, Kuang San and Arya looked at each other in the room. There was no torture. Why didn't you tell me this before? Kuang San asked. What's the use of telling me, and you are so stubborn that you might do something to find out the truth? Arya couldn't help but roll her eyes at Kuang San. Kuang San didn't refute, because with her personality, she might really do something. Then what's going on? I'm not God, how can I know? Arya complained, but I can be sure of one thing. The neighboring world where we were born has a master. When she said this, she was very melancholy. Kuang San was also silent, but still struggled to say, Su Yang is just a little special and can enter the neighboring world. How can he be the master of the neighboring world? She didn't believe it. They can also enter the neighboring world, so how can they not be the master of the neighboring world? I just returned to the neighboring world, and the Whispering chapter has already told me that a stranger has come to the neighboring world, but this stranger is not Su Yang. Arya looked straight at Kuang San. Then tell me, for so many years, even a cat can't be brought into the neighboring world, but after this guy appeared, other people can also come in? Obviously, Arya is talking about Kato Megumi. When she mentioned it, Kuang San finally came to her senses. Kato Megumi is special? Maybe. But no matter how special it is impossible to enter the neighboring world, right? The neighboring world belongs exclusively to the elves, which she and Arya confirmed a long time ago. But all this has completely changed after Su Yang appeared. There is also a most bizarre place. Why didn't you tell me before that you were Su Yang's assistant? Kuang San asked faintly. Huh, do I have to tell you about this? Arya was not happy. This is my privacy. Don't you have a private online friend? You didn't tell me either. Wait, could it be that your online friend is also Su Yang? Arya looked doubtful about life. After seeing Kuang San's silence, she pulled the corner of her mouth. This is all arranged. Arrangement? Our meeting with Su Yang was arranged. Kuang San's eyes flashed with a sharpness. Don't get me wrong. Aya touched the whispering article beside him. This is not an arrangement, but everything is destined. I told you before that we elves are not only the daughters of the neighboring world, but also the darlings of the world, right? So, you mean that it is because of the favor of the world that we met Su Yang? Why not? Aya was very calm. I don't believe that you didn't feel that guy's specialness. I don't know what secrets he has, but I can be sure that staying with him will bring unimaginable benefits to us. Do you really think that anyone can stay with such a person? Hyusin wanted to refute, but suddenly thought of Miku, and then thought of the elf sage art. 14. It seems to be the same as what this unreliable Arya said. And Arya's next sentence made her feel that it was the case. Hey, don't you feel it carefully? Our neighboring world seems to be evolving. Tokyo Airport. A beautiful girl with golden twin ponytails got off the plane. I'm back again. Finally, I've dealt with the troublesome things, and I can finally sleep with AI-chan again. I don't know what happened to that guy. Mom said he's been very busy recently. He's just a cartoonist. What's there to be busy about? Humph. The girl muttered softly, from happiness to excitement at the beginning, and finally became dissatisfied and then a little angry. Not enough. The next moment, after seeing a beautiful woman in kimono waving her right hand and greeting her, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Mom! The blonde girl pounced on the beautiful woman in kimono like a pigeon. Our Erori is so old, why is she still so spoiled? Although she said this, Sayuri Sawamura immediately hugged her baby daughter tightly with a smile on her face. This scene was seen by the people around, and many people stopped to look. It was impossible for such a mother and daughter not to attract attention, and many people even wanted to approach and chat with them. However, seeing the four big men in black behind the mother and daughter, those who were about to approach stopped their steps. If they get closer, there will be problems. Humph, I don't care, I haven't seen you for 3 months. Erori was throwing a tantrum, not caring about her image at all. Okay, there are people waiting for you. Sayuri Sawamura had no choice. Who? Erori looked up suddenly, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. DB. Sayuri Sawamura was slightly stunned, and wanted to say that he hadn't come. But in the end, she whispered, "You'll know when you get there." A dozen minutes later, when she walked out of the airport and saw a low-key business car, Erori's eyes lit up. Because she had seen that familiar face through the open window. Although it was mostly covered, Erori had seen it for 10 years, and she didn't think she would make a mistake. AI-chan. Erori flew over. Hey, Erori, watch out. Sawamura Sayuri shouted, but Erori had already rushed over. Hee Erori, long time no see. Hoshino AI caught Erori steadily, her face full of joy. Hoshino AI knew Erori, and they had known each other since they were very young. In fact, the orphanage where Su-young and Hoshino AI lived had always been funded by the Sawamura family. If it weren't for the financial support of Sawamura, the orphanage would have disappeared long ago. In this anime world, there is also a person like Aki Tomoya. Unfortunately, Su-yang knew Erori when he was 7 years old, so naturally there was no Aki Tomoya after that, and even now Erori doesn't know Aki Tomoya. However, Kasumigakaka Uchiha, like in the original work, met Aki Tomoya at a signing event, but just thought that Aki Tomoya was a fanatical fan. As for the incident of being dragged into vulgarity by Aki Tomoya, Kasumi Shiko, who became a pen pal with Su-young in junior high school, said that she would soar to the sky when she debuted. For publicity and promotion, please ask AI-chan. A super idol to post a tweet is better than anything else. She is even the female boss of Su-yang's publishing house. She writes books completely based on her mood, and every book is very popular. Kasumi Shiko is extremely talented, and with Su-yang's guidance, it goes without saying. Tisk, as expected, you golden-haired girl is just a child. A voice that made Erori very unhappy sounded, and Erori frowned, raised her head from AI-chan's arms, and her eyes fell on a seat at the back of the car. Kasumigakaka Shiyu, you black-bellied and poisonous girl, why are you here? I came to see how pitiful you are. After all, someone has always said that he is like being in prison abroad. Kasumigakaka Shiyu looked playful. Mom. Erori immediately turned around and looked at Sayuri Sawamura, who had covered her mouth and laughed softly. She had only complained about this to her mother. I didn't expect to be backstabbed. I suddenly remembered that there are still some things to deal with. Sayuri Sawamura looked like I had something urgent. AI-chan, Shiyu, and that beautiful lady, Erori, is in your hands. After that, she left in a hurry. This made Erori unhappy, but... A pretty lady? Erori looked at the car and saw that there was no one, and a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. TSK, don't look. There is only a pretty lady here. Yongjun is not here. Kasumigakaka Uchiha said in a blow. Who cares if he comes or not, humph. It's better if he doesn't come. The arrogant loser is online. But soon, she was attracted by the eyes of the beautiful lady mentioned by Kasumigakaka Uchiha, because the other party's eyes looking at her were really weird. Hello, you should be that Yui Miku, right? I know you. You and AI-chan have performed together several times. Hello, my name is Sawamura Spencer Erori. You can just call me Erori. Erori stretched out her tender little hand. Yui Mika shook it. I know you. You're assistant to Yongjun, your colleague of Nia Jia, that Kashiwagi Eri, right? Erori was stiff and couldn't speak clearly. Kashiwagi Eri? Who is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Kashiwagi Eri? Isn't it the pen name given to you by Yang? Hoshino AI, who didn't understand the situation for a while, directly gave Arari a 100% sure kill. In an instant, Arari turned gray. Wait, you are Kashiwagi Ari? The Super 18 plus H artist? Kasumiga Kakashiu was surprised, and then became playful. I heard from Young Jun before that he helped to name his assistant Kashiwagi Ari, but I didn't expect it to be you. TSK, I can't believe you actually have such a hobby. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Ari is crying without tears. This name is obviously kept secret. How could it be exposed? AI-chan, how can you expose me? I'm going to quit. Ari is about to cry. But they're not outsiders. They should know, right? Hoshino AI said subconsciously. It was not a surprise for Shiyu to be taken down by Su Yang, and it was even just a matter of time. Especially Shiyu's attitude that I will never share a man with any woman is a joke in Hoshino AI's eyes. Look, now she is taken down by Yang. It was Miku's situation that surprised Hoshino AI, but when she knew that Miku was an elf, she felt that Yang was so powerful. Even the elves fell for him. Well, I just learned it from Sister Naya, not from AI-chan. Miko looked embarrassed. I thought it was an open secret between you. How is it possible? How could I tell this black-bellied and poisonous girl this? Arari denied it repeatedly. Even if you don't say it, I have a way to know it. Teacher Kasumi Shiko looked at the golden-haired loser with contempt and disdain in her eyes, saying that at most she would agree to a few actions with someone, and she would not tell any secrets directly. Wait, who is Sister Naya you are talking about? Arari fell into confusion and puzzlement. Oh, you don't know Sister Naya's name yet. Mika then remembered. Sister Naya is my sister and also Yang Jun's assistant. Her pen name is something like not at home. The child's father is not at home? Ari looked up suddenly, looking incredulous. Yes, that's the name. Although I don't know what it means, it's the name of Sister Aria. Meijio nodded. No way? That dirty uncle who talked about AV with Su Yang until 3 or 4 in the morning was actually a woman. Ari felt that the world had become extremely strange. Could she have traveled through time? How could such a dirty uncle be a woman? But the next moment, a word from teacher Kasumi Shiko made her throw away this idea, and the whole person turned gray again. What I'm curious about is that they talked about AV until 3 or 4 in the morning. How did you know? You weren't peeking at the screen, were you? How is it possible? How could a lady like me do such a thing? Ari was stubborn, but the 3 women present were silent. You are totally confessing. Teacher Kasumi Shiko, who wanted to continue talking, gave up immediately when she saw Arari's eyes full of tears and pitiful expression, but she was so stubborn. Alas, I suddenly felt that bullying her was not fulfilling. Even seeing Arari at this moment, our teacher Kasumi Shiko felt guilty. Am I too much? Neighboring world. Su Yang, Kwang-san and Naya were still studying the incomplete chess piece. Not far away, Shishino, who was drinking milk tea, had been back from Rias for a while. Although she was not reincarnated as a demon, Shishino still kept in touch with Rias, mainly Himejima Akino. Go over to play from time to time. Oh, it is worth mentioning that Shishino has been registered under Rias Branch 970 and is considered a supernatural person in this area. Nominally under Rias jurisdiction. I won't study anymore. Finally, Aria couldn't stand it anymore and walked directly to Sixino, took the milk tea in her hand, and drank it all in 2 or 3 gulps. Wow, you evil sister. Why do you pick up Sixino's things? The puppet Sixino in Sixino's hand was angry. I'm your sister, listen to me. Aria looked arrogant. What's wrong with drinking some milk tea? You one-eyed rabbit, shut up. What one-eyed rabbit, my name is Sixino. You be asterisk 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 d-elf. Sixino was angry. Hee, come and hit me if you have the guts. Aria was completely a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Facing this scene, Sixino laughed. Because few people regard Sixino as an independent existence, those who chat with Sixino must be good people. Well, good sister. Although she drank my milk tea. You are so shameless, you even snatched your sister's milk tea. Su Yang looked disdainful, then waved his right hand lightly, and a cup of milk tea appeared. Wow, you can summon things out of thin air. Arya looked surprised. Saxino, who took the milk tea, was like seeing a god. His elder brother was really amazing. It was just sent in by the clone outside. What's the fuss? Kwang-san revealed the true face of this miracle. Tisk, it's like this? Arya looked disappointed, but Saxino's eyes were still bright. I didn't say anything, you just thought too much. Su Yang had a black line on his forehead. He is not reliable in business, but he complains a lot. What do you mean I am unreliable? It's obviously that the specifications of this incomplete chess piece are too high, and my complaint can't find very detailed information. Arya looked like it was not my problem. After several hours of research and using the Whispering chapter to investigate the incomplete chess piece, although the specific situation of the incomplete chess piece was not clarified, a lot of things were also clarified. The first is that the status of this incomplete chess piece is extremely high. Even if it is not incomplete, with Arya's current ability, even if he uses the Whispering chapter with all his strength, he cannot investigate any information. The second is that this chess piece is not a demon chess piece. In other words, it has the ability to create a pure-blooded demon, and the demon chess piece is made based on it. What Arya can confirm with the Whisper is that this chess piece has indeed evolved from the rules, but the real purpose is definitely not as simple as creating a pure-blooded demon. Even after learning from Su Yang that the god of the Bible has died, she doubted whether this thing would be a fragment of his godhead. Su Yang said this was too outrageous. He was more inclined to believe that this thing was a strange thing born from the collision of some world rule fragments during the fusion of this complex and intertwined world. Oh, it's not accurate to say it's strange. It should be more appropriate to say it's a miracle. Su Yang has a vague idea of how to use this thing. Although Su Yang named it a miracle, it was still incomplete. As for the repair method, it was not complicated. With the help of the accusation, Su Yang understood why the soul of Ryaman Sukuna could repair it. To be precise, it was not the soul of Ryaman Sukuna, but the identity. The identity of Ryaman Sukuna, the villain. In other words, it was actually luck. To put it more bluntly, it was the protagonist who could repair it. Su Yang did not understand and felt a little shocked. But Arya told Su Yang that if it was repaired in this way, they, the elves, could also do it. They had some kind of power that could not be explained. This power seemed useless to them, but after being absorbed, their strength would not change at all. But they could not get the favor of the world or even the neighboring world. It was because of what she said that Su Yang realized that this thing was simply the protagonist absorber. In the fantasy world, it would require great luck to repair it. Su Yang felt that his luck must be high. Of course, he really didn't want to use his own luck to repair this thing. But I have a simulator. I just need to bring it with me every time I simulate, isn't it? Even if I absorb luck, I absorb myself in the simulation. What does it have to do with me? Su Yang was very calm. He planned to try it out first. Su Yang did not plan to leave the neighboring world, but entered Meijio's room to simulate. It was already night, and it would refresh again in the early morning, and it was actually time to simulate. And Su Yang planned to wait until this simulation was over and let Arya check the incomplete chess piece. In that case, then this simulation is set to repair this incomplete chess piece? Su Yang said in a deep voice, but he was thinking in his heart, if he caught those protagonists in the simulation, could this thing forcibly extract the protagonist's luck for repair? If this was possible, then the next thing would be simple. However, when Su Yang started the simulation, a situation that surprised him appeared. Because you have obtained the SSS rating in 2 worlds, you can now specify to open the 3rd simulation world. Asterisk. Su Yang was very surprised. After a while, he completely figured out what was going on. Because his 1st and 2nd simulation worlds have reached the SSS rating, although the 1st Hokage Ninja simulation world is only SSS level, it also belongs to the SSS rating. At the same time, he has not yet opened the 3rd simulation world, which has given him a hidden reward. You can choose in the 3rd simulation world. So, if I get the SSS rating in the 3rd simulation world, can I also specify the 4th simulation world? Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. because this kind of designated simulation world will refresh 3 worlds as soon as it appears, and then choose from them. This is much better than just one. And the 3 worlds that appeared this time made Su-yang quite satisfied, because one of them is a world that is very beneficial to him. Simulated world, One Punch Man, Shinigami, reincarnation as a slime. All 3 worlds are good, so I don't have to choose. Su-yang's eyes fell on Shinigami. Originally, he was still thinking about how to improve his soul, and now Shinigami appeared directly. What else can he say? The Shinigami in the Shinigami world are all souls. Although they are also living beings in the Shinigami world, they are very unique. My body is made entirely of souls. Once I become a Shinigami, my soul will probably be upgraded to several levels. I need to practice for a while. So, there is no need to hesitate. In that case, let's not simulate the Hokage first. This time, the target of the simulation. Su-yang hesitated for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. This time, the simulation was done for the remaining chess. It was originally to repair this thing. Forget it, it's the first time anyway, just try it out. This time, I choose to simulate the target to refresh the golden talent. Can I still get the golden simulation target? Su-yang's mind moved, and he quickly made a decision. I choose to simulate the Shinigami world. The world is confirmed. Enter the Shinigami world for simulation. This simulation will definitely get a red talent, and there is a certain chance of generating a gold talent by consuming simulation points. Can I consume 100,000 simulation points to randomly generate a gold talent? Worm tip 1. Because the last simulation was a one-click SSS level perfect clearance simulation, you can arbitrarily specify a talent that has appeared in the simulation, and the chance of generating a gold talent is 30%. Every 1 million simulation points consumed can increase the success rate by 1%. Worm tip 2. If no gold talent is generated in this simulation, a talent with a minimum orange level can be randomly generated. Worm tip 3. If this simulation does not get an SSS level evaluation, the next simulation will not be able to open the gold talent. After the system prompt sounded, Su-yang directly selected the simulation target to refresh. Soon, the simulation officially began. Simulation starts. Currently available talents: Perfect Body, Special, 10 Strong, Red, Inspiration, Red, Reward Enhancement, Orange, Combat Power Amplification, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulation Target, Orange, Real Clone, Blue. This simulation has generated a red talent. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Dream Come True, Red, Simulation Target, Orange, Well-Developed Limbs, Green. Dream Come True, Red talent. You can make a wish once per simulation, and the success rate depends on the strength of the wish. Simulation Target, Orange talent, allows you to set a goal every time you simulate, and the simulation of Vice Admiral will be centered on the simulation target. Well-Developed Limbs, Green talent, allows you to have extra development of limbs, and your strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, but there are some minor shortcomings. For example, simple-minded. What a pity. This time, the gold talent is still not refreshed. It seems that the success rate of only 30% is still too low. Perhaps it will take 2 or 3 simulations with one button before there is a chance to refresh the golden talent. But when Su-yang saw the red talent refresh this time, he felt a little incredible. Dream come true? There is such a talent. Su-yang's mouth twitched, but what to say? It must be a good talent looking at the effect, but I don't know what this strength means. It is based on my strength. The stronger the strength, the stronger the wish. Su-yang was a little skeptical, but this is not the point. The point is that this talent is not triggered actively, but passively. The talent is triggered actively when the inspiration comes, and Su-yang can trigger it whenever he wants. But this dream come true is not possible. It will only be triggered when he performs a similar wishing behavior in the simulation. Then, Su-yang can choose to use or not use this talent. So, if there is no wish in the simulation, then this talent cannot be triggered? Su-yang felt annoyed when he thought of this. It's just that there is a talent, but it can't be used. But the talent generated this time did not give him the opportunity to choose at all. The failure to generate the golden talent of the simulation target is only the lowest orange. But he already has one and he can't even choose the existing talent. Forget it, it's at least a red talent, and what if it's an extremely strong talent? Su Yung shook his head slightly and directly chose this red talent. Simulation starts. You are born. To be precise, you died, but you appeared in a special place as a soul. At first you thought you died and your soul went to a certain place, but what puzzled you was that you had a lot of ninjutsu and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The most incredible thing was that you found that there were several tailed beasts chakras in your body, or more precisely, in your soul. This made you guess that you might be in the Pure Land among the Hokage, but you soon found that it was not the case. Because after a few hours, several figures wearing special black clothes and long swords on their waists flashed by quickly. You recognized that it was the death suit, so this is the Shinigami world. Appeared directly as a soul? Su Yung raised his eyebrows, and then he felt a little surprised. But he felt that this was not surprising, but normal. After all, this is the Shinigami world. But here comes the problem. If I appear as a soul, then do I have a body or not? If I don't have a body, then can I bring my perfect body in? Su Yung was a little confused when he thought of this. As long as it was his talent, he could bring it in every time. This simulation was a little special. Forget it. I am still very strong even without a perfect body. Just having a tailed beast in my soul body is not low. Su Yung touched his chin and thought, thinking that he had a good start even in the Shinigami world. 3 months later, after you carefully inquired, you confirmed that you were really in the Shinigami world. You are lucky. This start is Junrin in one area in West Rukongai Run, which is much better than other extremely poor areas with resources. But this is actually nothing to you, because you have confirmed that the tailed beast in your body can keep your soul body for a long time and will not be hungry. But you found that although the chakra of the tailed beast is very special and completely belongs to you, they have not merged with your soul, but only exist in a special sealed space in your soul. Is it like this? Su Yung frowned, and he saw it now. It seems that his perfect body really did not appear, and the tailed beast's although chakra exists, it is not integrated into his soul. No, it should be said that the perfect body is still there, and the tailed beast chakra is the best proof of that. Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly. Although the tailed beast had merged with himself, the special sealed space still existed in his body. At the same time, the sealed space only existed in his body, not in his soul. So, I just can't show the perfect body because of the current state of my soul? Su Yung thought it was possible. Although the specific reason is unclear, this prevents your soul from dying. A month later, you found that the spirit sage art in your memory can actually absorb the surrounding spirit particles for cultivation. After discovering this, you began to practice the spirit sage art to absorb spirit particles and strengthen your soul body. Because you found that your soul body is too weak, the chakra of the tailed beast can only keep you from disappearing. Although you can burst out a certain amount of power, compared with your ability, the power you can burst out is too weak. Therefore, you plan to make your soul body stronger before you can accomplish other things. Maybe this will take a lot of things, but it is necessary for you. Seeing this, Su Yung was not surprised. The soul body is too weak to do anything. He has a lot of the souls of Sage of Six Paths, which have survived for thousands of years, are far inferior in terms of soul. To be precise, there is no way to strengthen the soul in the Hokage ninja world, and the soul can't do anything. Just look at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. They had no ability to resist when their souls were extracted by Shinigami. Sage of Six Paths is different. Not only can the souls perform some ninjutsu, but they are also extremely powerful. This is why Su Yang was easily killed by Sage of Six Paths in a previous simulation. Therefore, Su Yang knew that even if he entered the Shinigami world, his initial soul body was not strong. I didn't expect that the spirit sage art could be cultivated in the soul state. Several years later, after a period of cultivation, your soul body finally became somewhat solid, without that illusory feeling. But you also found that although this spirit sage art can allow you to absorb spirit particles and strengthen your soul body, the spirit sage art itself is not for the cultivation of the soul, and this method of cultivation is not very ideal. After 3 or 4 years, after 10 years of cultivation, your soul body still has not improved much, which is very worrying. Because just 7 days ago, you heard that a hollow appeared in the 71st area of South Hokage, and more than 20 souls were devoured. The Shinigami does not care much about Hokage, and basically deals with it afterwards. Although with your strength, you are not afraid of these hollows, even if Minos Grande appears, it is not scary for you. What you are worried about is that you will expose your uniqueness, and then attract Aizen Sosuke's ideas. A year ago, you determined the approximate time of Shinigami because you saw Matsumoto Ranjaku. The other party is still very young, and you feel the special power in his body. You know that it is the fingertip of the Soul King, and you also know that Duo Fong has probably entered Aizen's sight, and at this time Aizen should be collecting the remains of the Soul King everywhere to create his collapsed jade. This is also the reason why you didn't contact Matsumoto Ranjaku, because you are worried that you will be targeted by Aizen. Now you haven't even completely condensed your soul body, and you can't be Aizen's opponent at all. I see, is it at this time? Su Yung understood, and at the same time felt wise about his behavior in the simulation. Okay, Zhao. If there is a physical body, maybe you can't try to use the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to fight against the 2 Kyoka Suijutsu. But without a physical body, it is impossible to exert the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. When Uchiha Madara was in pure world reincarnation, he couldn't use the power of Rinnegan, so the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is naturally impossible. Perhaps when the soul body is completely solidified and reaches the same level as the physical body, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can be used normally? Su Yung guessed secretly. As for why his soul body is so slow to cultivate, Su Yung also has a guess in his heart. Because he did not die normally, his soul was the same as his current soul strength without going through death. This is really weak. There is not even a physical body, not even as good as Hokage's most ordinary soul. So he is practicing from scratch, and the spirit sage art is not a soul cultivation method. This is naturally very slow. Because you are worried about being targeted by Aizen, you hide very carefully. Fortunately, the turmoil of the hollow only lasted for 3 or 4 months before it was completely quelled, and you can finally continue to practice with peace of mind. 3 years later, you once again lamented that your practice speed is too slow. You have already understood that the spirit sage art is not suitable for soul cultivation, which makes you very melancholy. At this moment, you really want to obtain a soul cultivation method. In the current state, the red talent dream has been triggered. Go to host. Do you want to use the red talent dream to fulfill your wish in the simulation? Warm reminder. This talent can only be used once in this simulation. Yes. Huh? This is triggered? Seeing this prompt, Yang was quite surprised. Originally, I thought this talent was difficult to trigger, and even only occasionally in a simulation would this task be triggered. But he didn't expect that this red talent dream would be triggered in just the first simulation. It actually triggered? Su Yung paused, very surprised. But this is also a good thing, because this is just right to try out the effect of this red talent. It's more or less a red talent, it can't be too bad, right? I just don't know how this way of wishing will be realized. With a thought in his mind, Li Yang chose to use it. You have used the red talent to make your dream come true. According to the current simulation status, your wish has been fulfilled. Your skill elf sage art has been upgraded and further improved. Note, the part of the current upgrade that chooses to bring out the red talent dream to come true can be brought out free of charge. It's not a reward for any ability, but a direct enhancement of the elf sage art? Oh, not enhancement, but improvement? Can the elf sage art continue to improve? Su Yang was surprised. His elf sage art has been upgraded and improved to ultimate, and even because of another enhancement, it finally reached the current god-level skill. In Su Yang's view, this has reached perfection. But now it seems that this is not the case. Because the elf sage art can continue to improve, this is unexpected. It's just that the specific situation is not clear now, and it will only be clear after it is taken out. You can see whether it can be reflected in the next simulation. Su Yang's eyes continued to look down. On this day, you suddenly found that the elf sage art you practiced seemed to be upgraded and became easier to absorb spirit particles. But soon you found that it was not that the elf sage art became easier to absorb spirit particles, but that it became more compatible with your soul. This discovery surprised you, just like the elf sage art suddenly became a soul practice method. If your previous practice speed is positioned as 1 unit, then the practice speed of the elf sage art after this upgrade has reached at least 10 units. This is not the limit, because you vaguely realize that as your soul body gradually solidifies, this practice speed will continue to increase. This surprised you very much, because at this speed, you think it will take at most 30 years to completely solidify your soul body. So that's it, such improvement just makes the elf sage art have the function of soul practice. Wait, could this new spirit sage art be able to cultivate both the body and the soul? When Su Yang thought of this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. If this is the case, this is a great surprise. Don't look at the spirits like Kwang San, who seem to be special life forms with a very long lifespan of 920. But this is only given to them by the neighboring world. And their souls themselves are not very strong, and even after the soul leaves the body, it will not take long for it to die. But as the spirits of the neighboring world, they have a special place. That is, even if they die completely, they can be reborn and resurrected in the neighboring world. But the time required is very long. The spirit sage art that has been upgraded after making a wish can make up for this weakness. In fact, there are not many with strong souls. Aren't you? It takes 30 years for the spirit sage art that has been upgraded after cultivation to completely condense the soul body. Seeing this, Su Yang was a little melancholy. Is it that his soul is too weak, or is the soul of Shinigami too strong? Su Yang thinks it is the former. Let's put it this way, after becoming a Shinigami, even if Kurosaki Ichigo's body is gone and he is completely dead, he can still appear as a Shinigami the next moment. He looks like he is still alive. And what about Su Yang? If he didn't have a physical body now, he could still use the chakra of the tailed beast to keep himself alive. But his combat power would drop significantly. So, as long as I have a soul entity, it's no big deal even if I don't have a physical body? When Su Yang thought of this, he suddenly realized that even if he could only bring out a soul entity this time, it would be quite good. It was already a great harvest. 3 years later, your training speed increased again. 5 years later, you found that your soul had completely escaped from the illusory state, and you could already use the pupil technique of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the power is not very strong, it can at least deal with some hollows. In the 30th year of your arrival in this world, you killed a hollow. This hollow appeared inexplicably, which gave you a bad feeling. A month later, you encountered hollows again. This time there were 2, but you easily solved them. But your face turned very ugly, because you knew that more and more hollows would appear next. Sure enough, even if you entered the most prosperous Rukongai area, hollows continued to appear in the next 3 months, which confirmed your guess. You were targeted by Aizen Sosuke. Damn. You were targeted now? I didn't do anything, did I? Seeing this scene, Su Yang had a headache. Aizen, this old coin, I didn't even provoke him, but he came? As for why this happened, Su Yang had some suspicions in his heart. Next, it depends on how you choose in the simulation. After being attacked by hollows for 6 months, as you expected, Aizen Sosuke appeared in front of you. He said that he had been paying attention to it a long time ago. After all, with that kind of soul state that was scattered at any time, it was obvious that you could only last for a few days at most, but you not only persisted, but your soul body was also slowly becoming stronger. What surprised Aizen Sosuke the most was that your soul body began to solidify at a weird speed more than 10 years ago. This irrational phenomenon is completely against the rules and order in Soul Society. I am even more curious about you than the slave master, said the Shinigami named Aizen Sosuke. Su Yang. Look, is this human talk? You are more curious about me than the Soul King? Is this really exaggerated? But it is the same as what Aizen Sosuke said. Once the soul in Soul Society begins to disperse, it cannot be recovered. Simply put, The soul has a lifespan, and when the lifespan is up, it is completely gone. And I in the simulation is completely heaven-defying, a completely paradoxical existence in soul society, and even an existence that should not exist. Nothing is more attractive to Aizen Sosuke than this. Thinking of this, Su-yang couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Forget it, anyway, the goal has been achieved this time. Faced with the words from Aizen Sosuke, you chose to run away. You know that your current Kamui strength is not enough for a being like Aizen. Flying Thunder God technique may help you escape, but there are also certain risks. Because you have used Kamui and Flying Thunder God technique more than once during this period of time, since Aizen has been paying attention to you, your two abilities must have been known to Aizen. So, you chose the dimensional space that you have awakened from the beginning, but have never used. But what makes you look ugly is that not long after you entered the dimensional space, Aizen also came in. Aizen said he was shocked. If he hadn't done something to you when he first thought you were a little strange, it would be impossible for him to enter this special space. Even in order to enter here, he also consumed half of his spiritual time. This made him more interested in you. Faced with such a situation, you chose to remain silent. In this regard, Aizen instead, Sosuke invited you to become his subordinate so that he could conduct some research at your convenience. You finally agreed. Well, this is a better choice, right? Su-young understood why he made such a choice, because the simulation goal he set this time was actually to live as long as possible. The real purpose was because of the broken chess piece in his body. And the fatal thing was that he couldn't escape at all. Although I did something, Aizen can enter my dimension, which is really amazing. Su-young sighed in his heart, and at the same time he was secretly alert. Since Aizen can do it, other ropers can do it too. It seems that if you want to do anything secret in the future, you still have to stay in the neighboring world. After all, the neighboring world will exclude any existence other than elves. Arya also told him that there was a god-level strongman who wanted to seize her life. After she entered the neighboring world, the other party couldn't get in at all. The god-level strongman in the Demon High School is the level of the main god Tianong and the Transcendent. So, the neighboring world is still safe. Although it is not as convenient as his dimension, it is safer. Next, under the leadership of Aizen, you did not enter Siri, but came to Hueco Mundo. Aizen did not choose to deceive you, but told you directly that he was afraid that your specialness would be known by other Shinigami, so it was most appropriate to place you in Hueco Mundo. In the next 3 years, Aizen started to study you. But after 3 years, he did not find anything special about you. He was not disappointed, but became more interested in you. However, he needs to be busy with some things next time, so he will rarely come over, so you should be careful. This is actually a good thing for you, because you can practice with peace of mind. In the next 10 years, Aizen rarely appeared, as he said, sometimes not even once a year. After these 10 years, you finally condensed your soul body completely, and you are no different from ordinary souls. In Aizen's words, you can become a Shinigami. But it seems that because he is worried about something, Aizen does not intend to let you become a Shinigami. But what Aizen didn't know was that after you had a real soul entity, you found that your body had undergone some special changes, as if it had evolved in an instant. Although there was no improvement, you discovered several hidden hands left by Aizen in your soul. 23 in total, which made you extremely terrified. This is Aizen Sosuke. However, what can reassure you is that this time the evolution of the soul entity has given you the ability to use hidden hands less. Damn, are you going to mark my entire body? 23? Su-yang was glad that he didn't really travel to the Shinigami world. If Aizen had targeted him, it would have been really difficult to deal with. However, the evolution that appeared after the soul entity was completely formed. This should be the ability of my perfect body, right? Su-yang thought it was probably like this, which was good news. But soon Su-yang found that he was too happy. You didn't erase these hidden hands of Aizen immediately, but chose to ignore them for the time being. Because you want to wipe out these hidden hands after making a careful plan and then leave directly. 7 days later, Aizen appeared again, and you thought it would be the same as usual. Aizen got the data of your current state and then left directly. Unfortunately, it was not the case this time. I thought I could study you all the time, because if I added your special situation, my Hogyoku would be more perfect. What a pity. Aizen looked at you with a look of pity, and you noticed that there was really pity in his eyes. But you know that it is not a pity for you, but a pity that he cannot study you alive. Because at this moment, you clearly feel Aizen's killing intention. You made a move without any hesitation, but at the moment you made a move, you also wiped out the hidden hands left by Aizen in your body. However, what surprised you was that when you attacked Aizen, you got a weird feedback. You noticed that your real clone was under attack, which puzzled you because your real clone had entered the world through a black cavity a long time ago. But now you feel that the attack on your real clone is your own attack. Kyoka Suijetsu. You suddenly wake up. It is obvious that Aizen has discovered your real clone a long time ago, and your real clone has not entered the real world at all. You even suddenly think that Aizen has not left during this period, but has been studying you. And you were in Kyoka Suijetsu but didn't notice it? When everything was broken, you finally found your situation. You were sealed on the test bench by a complex Kido, and the location was the room you had been staying in Rukongai. You were killed by Aizen. Aged 47 years old. Soul age. This simulation ends. The moment before, Suyang thought he was about to get rid of Aizen. The next moment, he discovered the truth. Tisk, it's Aizen Sosuke. Suyang shook his head with unusual emotion, and then looked at the last 47 years old, and wanted to laugh. This simulation is the longest one, but the evaluation is probably the lowest, right? When Suyang thought about this simulation, he didn't seem to do anything, and he felt that the evaluation was not high. But after seeing the evaluation level this time, Suyang was stunned. This simulation is rated S. This simulation, you can choose one of the following reward options as a reward. Get S-level evaluation, you can choose any one as an additional reward. Option 1. Talent Dream Come True, red, 3 million simulation points are required. Option 2. God Chakra LV46, 1 million simulation points are required. Option 3. The practice experience of this simulation, 100 city simulation points are required. Option 4. The soul realm of this simulation, 5 million simulation points are required. Choice 5. The Elf Sage Art full version. Simulated this time needs to consume 10 million simulation points. Fixed reward. A random orange talent can be generated in the next simulation. Note, if you choose to bring out the red talent, you can also bring out the full version of the Elf Sage Art. S-level evaluation? Unexpected, a big surprise. But when Suyang saw the last two option rewards, he had some enlightenment in his heart. It seems that nothing has been done, but in fact, just cultivating the soul entity this time is already a great achievement. In addition to improving the Elf Sage Art, the evaluation this time is actually not low. It's a pity that there is only one such opportunity. Suyang shook his head with some regret, because the next time he enters the Shinigami world for simulation, he will directly have a soul entity. As for this reward, it seems that only 2 can be brought out, but in fact, 3 can be brought out. The improvement of the Elf Sage Art is due to the talent this time, so by bringing out this talent, you can also bring out the improved Elf Sage Art. What a pity, the talent cannot be strengthened. Suyang's eyes flashed with regret, because the orange talent reward increased by 30% and could not work on the talent. This made Suyang unable to increase the Elf Sage Art by 30% this time. However, it is not bad to improve the soul realm. At least the soul is stronger, which is also of great benefit to me. Thinking of this, Suyang's mouth curled up slightly. This time, only one reward can be brought out for free, and Suyang can only choose the soul realm that requires 5 million simulation points. As for the talent, it can only be brought out by spending simulation points. 3 million simulation points are still a little short, but it's not a big problem. Suyang's heart moved, and the real clone in the outside world has begun to act with the help of Flying Thunder God technique. Looking for some ghosts and cursed spirits. By the way, we can deal with the Sanhu Valley god that Jianzi mentioned. Suyang's heart moved, and he thought of this. Suyang really forgot about the Sanhu Valley shrine, but Jianzi sent a message today saying that she saw a very scary evil spirit. At first, Jianzi thought that the other party was coming for her, but later she found out that it was coming for her classmate Yurikawa Hua. This surprised Su Yang. Although the illusion that affected Jianzi's vision was set by him before, as long as the strength is not Nine Tails level. In other words, as long as the power of the curse does not exceed the upper limit of the special grade curse spirit, it will still be affected by the illusion he set up and will not be seen by Miko. Special grade curse spirits look very powerful, but that is only for the sorcerer. In the words of Himejima Akino, cursed spirits with the strength of upper-level demons are very rare. Even if such a cursed spirit really appears, it may attract the attention of some demons in the underworld. Because this kind of cursed spirit is reincarnated as a demon, both its strength and potential are good, and there is a certain possibility that it can be called a top-level demon. As for the appearance after reincarnation, it may not be very beautiful, but it does not mean that it is not needed. But it does not all demons care about this. Even one of the followers of the grandchildren under Surzex, the demons reincarnated from the demon chess pieces he possessed were not in human form. Extremely powerful. The so-called grandchildren, when the reincarnated followers reach the upper level of demons, can also obtain demon chess pieces to transform their demon followers if one condition is met. The first generation of reincarnated followers is the child generation, and the descendants of the child generation are the grandchildren. This is too far-fetched. Originally, Su Yang promised to deal with the 3 Fox Valley gods, and now that he is lacking, it will naturally appear. However, before that, let's bring out the Soul Realm. Su Yang murmured to himself with a word. He chose to bring out the Soul Realm for free and use the orange talent reward to improve. Talent cannot be used, so it is naturally used on this Soul Realm reward. You consume this simulation reward and bring out the Soul Realm of this simulation. Your orange talent reward improvement ability is triggered, and your soul realm of this reward is improved by 30%. You gain a lot of soul energy, and your soul realm is improved. Buzz. Su Yang felt it at the first time. His soul was improved. And this improvement shocked him. Body and soul are fused? Su Yang was a little surprised. He clearly felt that he had received the soul realm reward. At the moment of encouragement, his soul materialized directly. However, before he could adapt, his perfect body directly played the role of its perfect characteristics and directly merged his soul entity with his body. In short, his body is now his soul. And this is the real perfect body. This thought inexplicably appeared in Su Yang's mind, and he was completely sure of one thing. My previous perfect body was not a real perfect body because my soul was too weak. Now my perfect body is the real perfect body. The body and soul are one, which is a must for any living body. But the body and soul are perfectly integrated. That is, the body is the soul, and the soul is the body. So now whether I improve the soul or the body, I actually raise them together. Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he was a little excited. At the same time, Su Yang also noticed that his God chakra seemed to be more obedient. Or in other words, his current body can fully use this God chakra. Swish! Su Yang raised his right hand gently, and the chakra surged for a moment, and a mini version of 9 tails appeared. Then it was 3 tails. Even 8 tails appeared in the end. At the moment when the soul entity merged with the body, Su Yang immediately noticed that with the help of this special fusion, the 8 tails disposable cup in his body had wiped out the spiritual intelligence and was completely refined by him. And at this moment, we finally understood. The chakra of the tailed beasts was truly fused with himself. With such a fusion, even a very weak soul body can possess the chakra of several tailed beasts. It can even burst out with enough powerful force. The gains from this simulation are too great. After trying it out, Yang sighed with an unusual tone. It's almost another reward. In a mountain forest, looking at the empty place in front of him, Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Ordinary people can't see anything here, and even some special-grade sorcerers may not be able to see that there is something wrong in front of them. Even if they can feel that something is wrong, it is difficult to see clearly. But in Su Yang's eyes, there is a shrine here. Sanhu Valley Shrine. Oh, did you find it? Su Yung raised his eyebrows, and then his eyes fell not far ahead. Swish! Those are two fox spirit witches. Su Yung was surprised. He originally thought that the two witches in Sanhu Valley Shrine were actually demon foxes. But now it seems that they are not, but special spirits. Humans leave. The two fox spirit witches stared at Su Yang with a bad face. Su Yung looked down at the two fox witches indifferently, with such a strong evil spirit. This obviously killed a lot of people. Of course, this is not the point for Su Yung. The point is that he wants to know what these two things are. How many simulation points can be obtained after killing them? At least 100,000 simulation points. After all, Su Yang felt their fluctuations, which are stronger than ordinary special-grade cursed spirits. Humans leave. Seeing that Su Yang did not respond, the two fox witches shouted again. So noisy. Su Yung shook his head slightly and just glanced at them. Tsukuyami. Swish! The next moment, something unexpected happened to Su Yang. The two fox witches were directly pulled into the Tsukuyami space. Is this a pure spirit? Su Yang was a little stunned, and at the same time, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, because he found that his Tsukuyami was more powerful. No, to be precise, it was because of the improvement of his soul that Tsukuyami became more powerful. Even now, the target's soul can be directly pulled into the Tsukuyami space. Compared with the previous spiritual consciousness, it is much stronger. Tsukuyami does not actually have any power, but uses its special ability to give the target a momentary burst of negative emotions. In this way, the target's spirit is traumatized. Now it attacks the soul directly, which is obviously a great improvement. But in this way, kill low-level God Servant Witch, simulation points plus 500,000. Kill low-level God Servant Witch, simulation points plus 500,000. Well, I can't stop it. And it's normal to be a little unfamiliar for the first time. Is the name of this thing called God Servant Witch? Su Yang's eyes flashed with a glimmer of enlightenment and a glimmer of light. TSK, 500,000 simulation points. It's 5 times that of a special grade cursed spirit. So what about this thing? Su Yang looked up at a beautiful woman with fox ears who suddenly appeared not far away, very gorgeous. Great body. However, in Su Yang's eyes, it was not the case at all. The truth is that this thing is only 3 meters tall, not only has a hideous face, but also has an extremely strange body. There are more than a dozen arms on the abdomen, a lot of bells, and several tails full of barbed teeth. Human, I have made an agreement with you Yin-Yang Masters that I will not attack humans at will. You should also abide by the agreement and not step into my spiritual realm. Why did you kill my divine servant witch? The voice was like a monster, harsh and unpleasant. Heh, shouldn't you be the one who has targeted my people? Su Yung chuckled, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Is it the girl from the daytime? The heart of the 3 Fox Valley god sank, and he immediately said, I admit that I am very moved by that girl, but I did not attack. You can't break the agreement. It was scared. Originally, with its personality, it would never let go of any human who entered this area. But the human in front of it was different. It faintly felt the breath of the other party, although it was only a little bit. But the 3 Fox Valley god had a feeling in his heart that the human in front of him was very scary and could even threaten his life. Now he just wanted the human in front of him to leave quickly. Even though the other party killed its 2 divine servant witches. But it seemed that it had not figured out one thing. Yang had no intention of letting it go. Promise? Su Yung raised a trace of extraordinary at the corner of his mouth. What does your agreement with others have to do with me? As soon as the voice fell, Su Yung took action. Tsukuyami. Swish! The next moment, the 3 Fox Valley god disappeared instantly. Seeing the scene, Su Yung showed a smile as expected. The 3 Fox Valley god is also a spirit, and it is a very special spirit. Then it's simple. His Tsukuyami is simply the absolute nemesis of these special spirits. At the same time, in the Tsukuyami space, the 3 Fox Valley god was pulled in and was suppressed by Su Yung at the first time. Then, round after round of death torture broke out. Although the spirit can be pulled into the Tsukuyami space, The spirit of the Three Fox Valley God is too powerful, and just killing it a few times cannot completely wipe out its soul. If you have keto, maybe it will be easier to kill these spirits? Su-young thought, and didn't seem to care about the Three Fox Valley God who was roaring because of anger. In the outside world, after only 1 second, Su-yang received a prompt. Kill the low-level god Three Fox Valley God, simulation points plus 8 million. 8 million simulation points? Su-young was surprised. However, his eyes were attracted by this prompt. Low-level god? No way, this thing is really a god. This really surprised Su-yang. However, the focus is not on this now. 10,000 World Simulator. Host, Su-yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer. Talent, Perfect Body, Special, 10 Strike, Red, Inspiration, Red, Reward Enhancement, Orange, Combat Power Increase, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulated Target, Orange, Real Clone, Blue, 0. Skills, Elf Sage Art, God Level, Dimensional Space, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Ninjutsu, God Chakra, LV45. Simulation Points, 11,675,000. Number of simulations, 0, once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS level perfect pass. With over 10 million simulation points, you can bring out the talent and the complete version of Elf Sage Art. Su-yang's heart moved, and after the simulation points decreased by 300 points, a prompt sounded instantly. You consume 3 million simulation points to bring out the talent for this simulation. You get the red talent, Dream Come True. Because you simulated triggering the red talent Dream Come True this time, you can directly bring out the complete version of the Elf Sage Art. Your god-level skill, the Spirit Sage Art, has been upgraded. Suddenly, Su-yang felt that there was a special memory in his memory about the Spirit Sage Art. Compared with the previous one, the Spirit Sage Art this time was more perfect. Su-yang even felt that the current Spirit Sage Art was more in line with him. With a thought in his mind, Sage Mode was turned on, and then the Spirit Suit Mode. There was not much difference. But Su-young could feel that he could burst out with more powerful power in these two modes. At this moment, the barrier of the Three Fox Valley Shrine began to slowly dissipate. Obviously, this barrier was the work of the Three Fox Valley God. Now that it died, it would continue here. The reason why Su-young did not leave immediately was because he felt that there were still many spirits in the Three Fox Valley Shrine. These were all simulation points, and Su-young would naturally not let them go. Oh. After a while, watching the simulation points recover to over 10 million data again, Su-yang nodded with satisfaction, and then left with the Flying Thunder God technique. Soon after, two figures emerged from the darkness. It seems that it is correct. The induction just now was correct. The Three Fox Valley gods were wiped out, and there is no mistake about this breath. It was humans who did it. Humph, this stupid guy. I have reminded it long ago that it is not desirable to become a god in today's society, but it still insists on doing it. What's the point of saying this now? The point is that it was killed. We have already made an agreement with humans. It was they who violated Tsukuyomi. What are you going to do? Have a real 100 Demons Night parade here? No, according to the information I investigated, the demon director of the Extraordinary Administration Bureau in this area is a pure-blooded demon. Pure-blooded demon? Are you serious? How could such a being become a member of the Extraordinary Administration Bureau? And the director of a branch? Not sure. It should be some agreement between the human high level, the Extraordinary Administration Bureau high level, and the demon high level. So we just let it go? Forget it? How's that possible? This time it's the humans who broke the contract. They must give us an explanation. Neighboring world. God. Arya looked at Su-yang with a puzzled look on his face. You just practiced in seclusion for an hour or two, and you came to ask me what a god is? Please, can you please concentrate a little bit? That thing has merged with me, and I took this opportunity to befriend the elf sage art. Su-young shrugged. So, the goal of seclusion has been achieved. Su-yang was also very surprised about this. Because the incomplete chess piece actually completely merged with his soul in this simulation. Even after he cultivated the soul entity, the incomplete chess piece was almost repaired. After Su Yang brought out the soul realm and his body and soul entity were completely integrated, the incomplete chess piece was completely integrated with himself. Now even if he wanted to take it out, Su Yang couldn't do it. Although Su Yang was not very clear about this situation, but he felt that this was a good thing. Huh? You've done it. Arya was surprised, but seeing that Su Yang didn't seem to want to talk about it, she didn't ask any more questions. Okay, since you said so, let's do it. As for the gods you just asked about, let's put it this way. Arya thought for a while and explained, first of all, gods and gods are two different things. Gods are almost the gods in mythology, while gods are a special way of cultivation. Gods are a special way of cultivation? Su Yang was surprised. I can't explain it clearly. Simply put, when gods cultivate to a certain level, they can become real gods. Arya said, and then added. But this doesn't mean that gods are weak. Some special gods, even if they are only low-level gods, have extremely strong destructive power. Among the gods, I can easily deal with some high-level gods, but some low-level gods are even stronger than me. Arya's words made Su Yang more interested. So that's how it is. The strength of a god is not determined by its level. The level is just the realm of the god they cultivate, not their strength. I have to say this is really different. Neighboring world. It was already early morning, but Su Yang did not go to simulate, because he was looking at Arya in front of him with a strange look. I didn't expect that this elf sage art is really good. Arya laughed wildly. At this moment, 2 books of the Whispering Pianji appeared in front of her. After getting the complete version of the elf sage art, Su Yang naturally taught it to Kwang San and the others, and Arya also began to practice. But this guy completely relied on the Whispering Pianji to cheat in practice. She directly recorded the elf sage art on the Whispering Pianji, and then wrote down the text that she had successfully practiced the elf sage art, and used the power of the Whispering Pianji to make it a reality. When Kwang San practiced the elf sage art, she had already told Su Yang that this elf sage art was not difficult to practice. The reason why she has not entered the second mode of the elf sage art, that is, the spirit suit mode, is actually because she has a spirit suit. The most important thing is that her own experience is too special. There is another point, which is what she thought at the beginning. Su Yang does not need to practice the elf sage art to use the power of the elf sage art, all because he has a perfect body. But their elf bodies are not perfect, so they need to practice. Exerting sage mode is actually the initial perfection, and entering the second spirit suit mode is to take another step on the road to a perfect body. In fact, Kwang San did not tell Su Yang that there is a shortcut for them to practice. This shortcut is him, Su Yang. The best proof of this is that Mei Jiao, who has not practiced much, can directly enter sage mode and is not far from the second spirit suit mode. But Kwang San did not expect that in addition to shortcuts, a certain elf can cheat. Although Arya's cheating method is very enviable, Arya's current spirit suit mode finally made Kwang San understand that their elves practiced the elf sage art. What is the spirit suit mode after art? I didn't expect that our spirit suit mode can actually copy the angel 190 ? Kwang San was surprised. Well, it's not a copy. Arya shook his head, then waved his hand lightly, and the 2 books of the Whispering chapter were instantly overlapped. I see. Su Yang was also curious, Tito for the angel? Yes. Arya nodded, then looked at Kwang San. Little Kwang, after I entered the spirit suit mode, it was actually equivalent to doubling the overall Whispering chapter. However, this is just the spirit suit mode that suits me best. Best suit? Kwang San's eyes flashed slightly, so that's it. This spirit suit mode is actually based on the form formed by our angels? That's right. Arya also sighed. In fact, although we elves have surpassed many races, this does not mean that we are perfect. And this spirit sage art is actually to perfect us. The first stage of sage mode is the best and perfect state of our current state. Then, this spirit suit mode is actually to let us upgrade the angel to the most perfect state at present. Is it like this? Su Yang was also surprised. Then your previous angels were not perfect? Isn't this nonsense? Arya rolled her eyes at Su Yang. Don't talk about me. When the little Kwang Kwang's angel is used, it has great side effects. Do you think this is perfect? Su Yang's face paused slightly. When Kwang San's angel Kukudi was used, whether it was the first bullet or the 12th bullet, it wanted to consume the time value. To put it nicely, it is the time value, which is actually the lifespan. So, you mean that after Kwang San enters the spirit suit mode, she doesn't need the time value to use Kukudi? Almost. Arya was not 100% sure, but she thought it should be like this. After I entered the spirit suit mode, the whispering chapter not only doubled the overall improvement, but also gained some small abilities. For example, I tried to calculate the situation of the little Kwang Kwang spirit suit mode, and I got this news. Can you calculate my Kukudi now? Kwang San was surprised. You know, she asked Arya to use the whispering chapter to find a way to use Kukudi other than the time value. The result was that it could not be calculated. The level of Kukudi could not be calculated by the whispering chapter. But now it can be calculated. Now it's barely okay. Arya looked very proud. Then can you figure out the origin of the incomplete chess piece? Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but ask. I just figured it out, it's very vague. Arya shook his head. A trace of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Actually, I tell you, in the neighboring world, I can enter the spirit suit mode and use the whispering chapter without any consumption. I can even use the neighboring world to maximize the ability of the whispering chapter, but even in this case, I only got some vague information. There is no consumption when the neighboring world enters the spirit suit mode? How come I still consume it? I forgot, I don't seem to be an elf. What vague information? Kwang Sanin couldn't help asking. After all, her Kukudi couldn't have any effect on the incomplete chess piece, and she was more curious than Su Yang about what it was. There are only a few words, and they are not connected. Arya was also puzzled. What is multi-dimensional collision? And then what is the fusion of will? And finally, what is the great unity? Anyway, this is something that was born by chance. Oh, by the way, Su Yang, you named it really accurately. This thing is called the miracle thing. Arya added a sentence at the end, as if he remembered something. Su Yang was obviously thinking. Although Arya's words were not clear, a line of words had already appeared in Su Yang's mind. Multidimensional, collision, will, fusion, great unity. That's probably it. Then is it equivalent to the collision of multiverses of different dimensions, and then the fusion of all world wills, and finally becoming the will of one world? And is this the origin of this comprehensive world? Su Yang can only guess this way, but he is not sure about this. The only thing that is certain is the incomplete chess piece that has been integrated into his body. This is really a miracle. This thing must be extraordinary. Wait, isn't it because of this that the protagonist or important character needs to recover? Su Yang suddenly thought of this and felt that there was such a possibility. Right? Suddenly, Sonia interrupted Su Yang's contemplation again. She smiled and turned over her own confession book. Then, under the horrified eyes of Su Yang and Kwang San, she directly tore off 2 pages. Hey, these 2 pages are for you. You can integrate them into your body and summon them at any time, or write them silently in your mind, and we can communicate like this. Huh? It can be like this? Su Yang was stunned. The confession book has such ability? Isn't this also a small function of your spirit suit mode? Kwang San was speechless. Can you still take out a part of your angel? Even though it is only a small part. Haha, in fact, only you can do it. Arya explained. This is indeed the ability of the whispering announcement, but it actually requires people who practice the spirit sage art to maintain it. Others can't do it. Su Yang understood. In the final analysis, it's because of the spirit sage art. And Su Yang is sure that if it was the previous spirit sage art, it would not be able to do this, but the current spirit sage art can do this. Su Yang and Kwang San both integrated that page of the whispering announcement into their bodies, and then found that this thing is just like sending text messages. It seems to have little effect, but this thing is very important. Let's put it this way. As far as Arya knows about the means of contact, none of them can allow them to contact the neighboring world and the human world. But with this page of whispering announcement, they can do this. Of course, there are still limitations. For example, You can only send messages one-on-one. Like making a phone call, you need the other party's consent before the text can appear. The most important thing is that you need your own spiritual power to maintain it. Once you fail to maintain it, the spiritual power of this page will be exhausted, and it will disappear completely. You can only tear a page from Arya again. However, according to Arya, she is now using the ability of the Whispering Chapter to enter the spiritual suit mode, and when she really cultivates to this level, then these abilities will still be improved to a certain extent. At the same time, she will also update this ability later. It's just a chat and contact ability. Do you have to do this? Su Yang felt very speechless. After doing all this, Yang returned to his villa. Oh, Jianzi and Haimeng are both there. Although it was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, Su Yang felt that it didn't have any effect. Pulled Hayasaka AI over, and then launched a desperate fight of 1 against 3. Needless to say, the winner is naturally Su Yang. That is, Hayasaka AI is still a little bit good, but Sitsi and Haimeng are not. Especially Jianzi, she is simply a fighter among the parallel imports. She started begging for mercy when she didn't know. But she didn't know that the look of wanting to cry but not daring to cry was what Su Yang wanted to see the most. After the battle, it was already dawn. Su Yang was still energetic and didn't have any fatigue. Alas, the perfect body is really too strong, but it's not perfect. Su Yang sighed, looking like he deserved a beating. Then, Su Yang opened his personal system and fell into deep thought. 10,000 Worlds Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer. Talents, Perfect Body, Special, Dream Come True, Red, 10 consecutive times, Red, Inspiration, Red, Reward Boost, Orange, Combat Power Amplification, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulated Target, Orange, Real Clone, Blue. Skills, Elf Sage Art, God Level, Dimensional Space, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Ninjutsu, God Chakra, LV45. Simulation Points, 10, 235, 000. Number of simulations, 1 once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS Level Perfect Pass. 10,230,000 simulation points. Not a small amount. So, should we have a real simulation? In fact, the reason why Su Yang had such a plan was because of the miracle thing that was integrated into his body. This thing was not fully understood, and it was inexplicably integrated with his soul, and now it is completely integrated with him. Neither Arya's confession nor Su Yang himself could find the remaining chess piece. Even if there was a trace, it would not work. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Su Yang finally decided to wait until he had more simulation points. 10 million simulation points seemed a lot, but it was only a little more than 3 times that of a red talent. Although it cannot be measured in this way. But Su Yang felt that the more simulation points he consumed, the better it would be. Su Yang always had a feeling in his heart that the miracle thing he obtained this time must be very special to him. This time, the real simulation would naturally be kept first. The real simulation cannot be moved, so what about the ordinary simulation? Su Yang fell into deep thought. Under normal circumstances, he should now simulate with 1 click, and then increase the chance of refreshing the golden talent once. But when he thought of the result of the last simulation, Su Yang had the idea of entering the Shinigami world for simulation again. However, in the end, the expectation of the golden talent still defeated Su Yang's thoughts at the moment. He still planned to perform a 1-click simulation and wait for the refresh tonight in the early morning to perform another simulation. Maybe the golden talent will be available tonight? In fact, Su Yang can also try and simulate Hokage directly. Maybe he can pass the level. But after thinking about it, Su Yang gave up. After all, he wanted to get the golden talent. The world is confirmed. Enter the world of Demon Slayer to simulate. This simulation is a 1-click simulation, and the result is the result of the previous Demon Slayer world simulation. This simulation is over. This simulation is rated SSS. Therefore, the simulation world has been perfectly passed, and you get the following rewards. Clearance reward. A certain skill of your own is improved accordingly, or a golden talent is generated by the specified talent that has appeared in the next simulation. Fixed reward. The next simulation will generate a red talent 100% randomly, and the probability of generating a golden talent is plus 10%. The probability of generating a golden talent next time should be 40%. I hope it will be available tonight. Looking at the information after the one-click simulation, Su Yang muttered to himself. Then he got up. Rias came to him. This is also the reason why he didn't continue the simulation, because he happened to have something to find Rias. Her brother Surzex also got the miracle object, and Su Yang wanted to get some more detailed information from him. Branch building. Can you go through the main door? Looking at Su Yang, who suddenly appeared, Rias gritted her teeth and said angrily. The extremely vigilant Himejima Akino put away the shining lightning in her hand. She swore that if she had been a little faster, the attack would have been launched. Didn't you say it was urgent? So, I rushed here as soon as possible. Su Yang, on the contrary, had an attitude of questioning. If you hadn't said that, would I have been able to rush here in this way? Rias was immediately furious, but after thinking about it, she didn't dwell on it. Forget it. I came here just to ask you, do you know the name of the Sankadani shrine? This. 3.8 Su Yang seemed to understand something and nodded directly. Don't ask, I killed him. Asterisk 0444. Himejima Akino. I knew it. Rias rubbed her head and said helplessly, then do you know that it was a god? God? Really? That level of evil spirit, no matter how you look at it, it must be a super evil spirit. Su Yang pretended to be shocked. Your expression is too fake. Himejima Akino exposed it directly. Are you as shocked as you are? It couldn't be more fake. Tisk, that's right, I took the initiative to find him. Su Yang revealed his cards. Who told that guy to be so reckless as to target my woman? Although the other party targeted Yuriko Hana, Su Yang's words seemed to be correct. Give me money. After Su Yang said this, Himejima Akino immediately reached out her hand to Rias. Rias sighed and took out a 10,000 yen bill and handed it over. Wait, what are you doing? Su Yang was stunned. Then I bet. That's right. Himejima Akino happily took the banknotes and put them in her pocket and said to Su Yang proudly, I bet with Rias that it must be you who killed the 3 Fox Valley god, and it must be because of a woman. So, I won the bet. You bet with me? Su Yang sneered, but Himejima Akino didn't care at all and just said, I'll give you half. Deal. Su Yang's eyes lit up and he went forward to take his half. Then he whispered, remember to tell me in advance if there is such a good thing. I will cooperate with you, understand? Got it. Himejima Akino's eyes lit up. Just cheat Rias. This is good. Then we will each have half. Good, on the right track. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. Next time, bet a little bigger. She is the eldest lady of Gremory, the next lord of the real clan, and a super rich woman. If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten. It's a pity that I only bet 10,000 yen this time. Himejima Akino looked regretful. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He patted Himejima Akino's shoulder to comfort her, and his heart skipped a beat. Hiss. Big. Just a pat on the shoulder can cause such a trembling reaction. This woman is really evil. We can't let her go. She seems to be an evil picture? Then we can't let her go. You two have enough. With a bang, Rias slapped the desk in front of her and left a slender palm print. It was not until then that Su Yang realized that the desk looked like wood, but it was actually solid metal. TSK, I was prepared for it. Rias is angry. Himejima Akino didn't care at all, and it was obvious that she had experienced this situation many times. TSK, a female Tyrannosaurus. Su Yang was shocked. You are the female Tyrannosaurus. Rias instantly became furious, and even waves of magic with destructive power flowed out of her body. Instantly, the whole room was filled with the breath of destruction. It seemed that it would explode completely in the next moment. Okay, Rias, you can't be angry like this. Himejima Akino smiled. Aren't we going to discuss business with Su Yangjun? Yes, let's talk about business quickly. I'm very busy. Su Young looked completely indifferent, which made Rias immediately discouraged. Who is not discussing business? It's obviously you two. And, Rias said angrily, how can you plot against me in front of me like this? I see. Su Young looked dazed, and then said to Himejima Aquino, next time, let's find a quiet place to talk in detail. $789. Himejima Aquino smiled and nodded, very straightforward. Key. Rias's face was angry, but soon she was discouraged. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's talk about the main issue now. Because you attacked the gods and completely wiped out the other party, some members of the Monster Alliance wanted to convict you. Wait, wasn't the one I killed a god? What does it have to do with this Monster Alliance? Su Yang was a little confused. 26, it seems that our Su Yang Jun doesn't know yet? Himejima Aquino laughed, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. The so-called gods, in fact, can not only be transformed into spirits, but also monsters and even humans. So that's it, Su Yang understood. It seems that you understand. Although the name is intimidating, gods are actually a kind of monster in a sense. The 3 Fox Valley god you wiped out is a member of the Monster Alliance. Li Yixi looked at Su Yang indifferently. So, now the Monster Alliance is targeting you. Wait, I clearly said that it was the 3 Fox Valley god who targeted my woman, so I took action. Su Yang said, is this still my fault? This is just your one-sided statement. Li Yixi's tone was very helpless. We believe you, and the facts are the same as you said, but the Monster Alliance doesn't think so. Su Yangjun, you may not know that although this Monster Alliance represents many monsters, how to say it. At this time, Himejima Aquino also spoke, and after a slight pause, she explained one more sentence. This only represents a part of the monsters. At least there are still many monsters who choose to coexist peacefully with humans. After all, there is no shortage of restless, ambitious people in any era, whether human or monster. There are also demons, right? Su Yang added one, and Rias and Himejima Aquino's expressions froze slightly, but they did not refute. Because this is also a fact. So, in fact, this incident was just an excuse for the so-called Monster Alliance? Su Yang understood a little. Yes. Rias admitted this and said, it doesn't matter whether it was you who did it, as long as they believe it was done by humans. To be honest, if this matter had not happened in the area under my jurisdiction, I would not have intervened. After all, this kind of thing is too troublesome. Oh, so that's the case. I said, although I didn't hide it deliberately, it wouldn't be exposed like this. Su Yang looked enlightened. Then, he looked at Rias and asked, so, what is your plan? Not me but you. Rias looked at Su Yang seriously. They gave me 2 days, which means they will send representatives here tomorrow. Got it. Before Rias finished speaking, Su Yang nodded. Just get rid of them before they enter this branch building, right? That's easy, leave it to me. As soon as the voice fell, Su Yang disappeared directly with a flying thunder god technique. At this moment, Rias and Himejima Aquino were silent. Is that what I meant? After a long time, Rias looked at Himejima Aquino in confusion. She obviously didn't finish her words. She meant to have some discussions tomorrow to make things clear. Although it was a bit troublesome, as long as she revealed that she was a pure-blooded demon, the Monster Alliance would naturally be afraid and would not continue to entangle. She obviously meant this. When did she say that those monsters were solved? No, that's not what you meant. Himejima Aquino shook her head slightly. That's what he meant. What he meant? Rias looked helpless, so tired. Forget it, it's just a Monster Alliance. I really don't want to bring up my brother's name. Did you notice it just now? Himejima Aquino suddenly asked a strange question, but Rias understood what she meant. I didn't notice it. Rias looked serious. I just deliberately burst out the power of destruction, and I didn't notice any space mark in this room. Could it be that Su Yang didn't use the space ability? Himejima Aquino hesitated. Do you think that Rias will be angry and can't suppress her magic power and even burst out the power of destruction? How is this possible? Including Himejima Aquino deliberately made Rias angry, just to find an excuse for her. The two have been together for so long, they only need a glance to understand each other's meaning. Su Yang suddenly appeared in this office, which immediately aroused the vigilance of the two women, so they tried it. Impossible. It is indeed some kind of space transmission ability. Rias denied, but soon she frowned. But what's strange is that the moment he teleported here, he did use this place as the coordinates. I can also confirm these 10 points. Is it a special talent? Himejima Aquino analyzed, because only this kind of destructive power similar to yours probably has such a special space teleportation ability. I don't know. Rias chose to give up. Don't think about it. Instead of thinking about these, you might as well get rid of him quickly. Didn't you see that when he patted your shoulder, he was staring at your 2 lumps? Pa, yours are 2 lumps. Himejima Aquino blushed slightly. How could she not notice? This man is really shameless. Or, does he think he has already taken them both? Neighboring world. Bang, 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 bang. Looking at Kwang Sen firing one shot after another, it was like wasting unlimited bullets. Su Yang raised his eyebrows and asked Arya beside him, "How long has she been like this?" "When I notified you, she had already started, and she was having fun," Arya said. The reason why Su Yang hurriedly left Rias was because Arya told him that Kwang San was crazy and then came over. This made him not ask Rias about the news of the miracle object. Although he did not believe what Arya said, thinking that Kwang San was crazy. But in this situation, what do you want him to say? Has she been holding it in for too long? Finally, at a certain moment, the fluorescence of Kwang San's spiritual outfit banged and dissipated, and she stopped such a crazy decision. "Are you satisfied?" Su Yang walked over at this time. "Yeah." Kwang San still hasn't recovered from the excitement. It's just great. After a night of practice, stimulated by Arya, Kwang San finally entered the spiritual outfit mode. Although her spiritual outfit mode did not make any changes to her spiritual outfit and angel, at most, there was a 10 king fluorescence on her spiritual outfit and angel. Except for this one, there is no change. But in the spiritual outfit mode, Kwang San's angel can be activated without time value, as long as the spiritual power is consumed. Didn't you say that the spirit's spiritual outfit mode is always maintained? Why don't you? Su Yang looked at Kwang San in surprise. Unlike him, although the elves need to practice the elf sage art step by step, once they practice it, they can maintain it in the current mode. Even if Arya cheated with the help of the Whispering Chapter to open the spirit suit mode, it is still maintained now. Even if the spiritual clothes are removed, they are still in the spirit suit mode. Kwang San was a little embarrassed. She was so excited that she directly consumed all her spiritual power. Arya laughed and then explained to Su Yang. "We can indeed maintain these modes all the time, which will not cause any burden to us and will not consume spiritual power, but the premise is that we cannot consume all the spiritual power at once. Although the practice mode of the elf sage art does not consume our spiritual power, it relies on spiritual power to exist. When the spiritual power is exhausted, it will naturally disappear." Arya looked at Kwang San with some amusement. "I didn't expect that little Kwang would be so crazy." "Hee, you dare to say that to me. I don't know who was holding his angel and grinning all night last night." Kwang San was not to be outdone. "Let's reveal the truth." "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Unfortunately, she found the wrong person. What's the big deal? "My angel has become stronger, so I'm naturally happy." Arya looked proud. "What's there to be ashamed of?" Kwang San was silent. She suddenly remembered that the scum elf in front of her was called Hanzhou Arya. Feeling that her spiritual power had recovered a little, Kwang San went directly into the shadow space to turn a blind eye. "Hey, why did you leave?" Okay." Su Yang held Arya helplessly and said, "I have something serious to ask you. I want to ask you how much you know about the Monster Alliance." "Monster Alliance? Why do you provoke those disgusting things?" Arya looked at Su Yang in surprise. "This mouth is not stinky. Why does what he said sound wrong? Did they provoke you too?" This was Su Yang's first reaction, and Arya's reaction was faster. "No." Arya shook his head quickly. "Then what are you doing?" Su Yang was a little confused. "Those disgusting things provoked my friend, their princess." Arya said. So, the disgusting things provoked the disgusting things? Wait. 44. Monster princess? Yes. Could it be a human girl named Iwakuni Kotoko? You even know her? Arya was astonished. Kotoko's identity is super confidential. I also searched it out using the Whispering Pianji when I was bored. Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang wanted to ask this little elf, how many things did you do with the Whispering Pianji when you were bored? 3 hours later, the daytime shop. Well, it's not an antique coffee shop. You can drink coffee. Su Yang ordered a cup of coffee and waited slowly. On the other hand, Arya was staring at the laptop in her hand, which was actually transformed by her Whispering Pianji. Who knows, she might be searching for the privacy of someone. After a while, a petite girl with a decent figure, a beret on her head and a cane walked into the coffee shop. Arya seemed to know that the other party would come in, and she stood up and waved at the first time. After seeing Arya, the girl smiled slightly and walked over. After coming here, the girl saluted Su Yang very politely. Nice to meet you, Lord Su Yang. 640. Oh, don't be so polite to Su Yang, sit down. Before Su Yang spoke, Arya stood up and pulled the girl to sit down. Excuse me, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Iwakuni Kotoko. I am a monster princess. Iwakuni Kotoko smiled, still generous and decent with Arya beside her. It is simply a textbook of positive and negative comparison. It seems that you don't just know me. So polite, obviously know something. Su Yang suspected that there is a traitor around him. Oh, no doubt, it must be Urshian. Hey, although you concealed your thoughts and disturbed my confession, I still know if you secretly say bad things about me in your heart. Arya seemed to have noticed something and immediately complained with dissatisfaction. Then, she pointed at Iwakuni Kotoko beside her and said, don't look at this guy as a big family lady, although this is indeed true. But her ability to peek is even more exaggerated than mine. Iwakuni Kotoko, who was originally smiling, suddenly froze. You can keep silent. If you don't keep quiet, I think Lord Su Yang should be very interested in your certain group feelings at some time. Huh? Do you think he doesn't know that I watch AV? Arya sneered, to tell you the truth, at the beginning. Swish! Suddenly, Arya disappeared. This scared Iwakuni Kotoko. Seeing this, Su Yang coughed lightly. Ahem, I'll send her back. It was a bit difficult to send her back to the neighboring world. Su Yang just sent Arya into his dimensional space. However, his dimensional space is now connected to the neighboring world, which can be regarded as sending her back to the neighboring world. But Iwakuni Kotoko's reaction made Su Yang a little unexpected. Just send her back? Didn't tie her up? Iwakuni Kotoko looked regretful. You should give her a profound lesson. This elf is locked in a black box and then sink her into the sea. Su Yang. Have you known her for a long time? Su Yang guessed something. She appeared when I was 3 years old. Iwakuni Kotoko's tone was extremely resentful. Well, okay. A victim who has been tortured by Arya for more than 10 years. Su Yang understood. Although at critical moments, Arya, this scumbag elf, is still very reliable. But the problem is that when she appears at critical moments, she is not really sincere. And he himself is also one of the victims. I knew her when I was 11 years old. At first, she was a reliable uncle. After I was 13 years old, I knew her true face was a dirty uncle. Su Yang was very speechless, but I only recently discovered that she is a scumbag elf. Scumbag elf? Very appropriate. Iwakuni Kotoko nodded in agreement, and then suddenly developed a kind of sympathy with Yang as a victim. Swish! A kind of scumbag elf appeared again. Su Yang, that's enough. If you throw me into the neighboring world again, I will turn against you. Arya shouted. But after she finished yelling, she saw Su Yang looking at her mercilessly, and she did it immediately. Hey, who's calling me? Jianzi, I have something to do, so I'll leave first and chat later. The person who got in the way is gone, so we can get down to business. Su Yang smiled slightly, as if nothing had happened just now. Iwakuni Kotoko didn't care, and even thought it was best if Arya wasn't here. Then I'll get straight to the point. Iwakuni Kotoko looked at Su Yang and asked, Did you kill the 3-Fox Valley god? Yes. Su Yang nodded, but this time he didn't explain anything. He wanted to see what Iwahisa Kotoko's reaction was. But the reaction of this monster princess was completely beyond Su Yang's expectations. She stood up and bowed deeply to Su Yang. Who are you? Su Yang was a little confused. I know someone who accidentally broke into the 3-Fox Valley Shrine and was swallowed by that thing. Iwahisa Kotoko's eyes showed a trace of hatred, but it turned into helplessness immediately. Since you know me, you should know that although I am worshipped as the god of wisdom by the monsters, I don't have any strong power, and many monsters will not obey my orders. So, your princess identity is just an identity. Su Yang was speechless. Well, not completely. Iwakyu Kotoko shook her head slightly. My words still have certain constraints on monsters. You can regard them as words. Monsters will obey my orders. Even if they don't obey them, they will not disobey them. Because disobedience requires a certain price, but once monsters turn to gods, they are not complete monsters. Oh, I see. That Fox Valley god is not subject to your constraints, right? Su Yang understood. Yes, but this is often the helpless place. Iwakyu Kotoko's tone was quite angry. They are obviously no longer monsters, but they created a monster alliance with the name of monsters, allowing many uninformed monsters to join. After the death of the previous generation of the God of Wisdom, some monsters who turned to gods took the opportunity to create such a monster alliance, and even signed some contracts with humans. When I became the God of Wisdom, the Monster Alliance had become a trend, and even I couldn't intervene too much. It's even difficult for me to punish a monster, because my identity destined me to stand on the fair side of the monsters. Then the contract signed by the Lord of Song, Fox Valley God, and humans allows people who enter its domain. Iwakyu Kotoko felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke. So, you want me to help you get rid of this Monster Alliance? Kill them all. Su Yang said. Such a murderous aura. Iwakyu Kotoko trembled all over. She was born with a special psychic sense. After becoming a monster princess, this feeling became even better. Even those big monsters could distinguish between good intentions and bad intentions towards her. So, she knew clearly that Yang was serious. No, the other party was not serious at all. This feeling was just like killing a few chickens and ducks. Sure enough, these powerful beings are super difficult to deal with. It's time for you to appear, Area. Iwahisa Kotoko missed Area a little, but unfortunately some kind of scumbag elves did not appear. That young Tianren misunderstood my meaning. Iwahisa Kotoko hurriedly said, killing them all is too scary. What I mean is that I can mediate in the middle and let them retreat. At the same time, with the help of your power, let those stupid monsters with simple minds withdraw from this messy monster alliance. What if I want to get rid of them all? Su Yang looked playful. Iwahisa Kotoko was a little dumbfounded. Your Highness's meaning is already very clear. Why is your Excellency so aggressive? A cold voice sounded, and a woman in a black kimono with frost-white hair suddenly appeared behind Iwahisa Kotoko, as if she had been standing there all the time. In fact, it was true. As expected of a great monster, although you have suppressed your power has barely reached the highest level. Su Yang smiled lightly, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Is this a snow girl? And her appearance is exactly the enlarged version of Akawa Bingley. Su Yang sighed softly in his heart. He was 99.9% sure that the person in front of him should be Xueli. Very good. There is another world, and it is still a world dominated by monsters. Sister Xueli? Didn't I tell you not to follow me? After seeing Xueli, Iwahisa Kotoko was surprised, then turned to Su Yang and hurriedly explained, I'm very sorry. Sister Xueli didn't mean it. She just fulfilled the duties of their clan. Duty? Su Yang was a little surprised. The duty of the Snow Girl clan is to protect you, a monster. That's right. Xueli's eyes flashed, so you'd better be careful about what you say in front of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Huh? Threatening me? I like this. What if I don't want to? Then don't blame me for being rude. Xueli said coldly, and the frost began to spread. Your courage is commendable. Su Yang just glanced at the other party lightly and read. Humph. The next moment, Xueli made a dull sound, and her body retreated repeatedly, and the coldness on her body dissipated a lot at the same time. When she looked up at Su Yang again, her eyes were full of disbelief. Sister Xueli? Iwahiza Kotoko noticed that Xueli was not in a good condition, and she was obviously injured. This time, for the sake of your Royal Highness the Princess, I just taught you a lesson. Su Yang said lightly, there will be no next time. After saying that, Su Yang's eyes fell on Iwahiza Kotoko, dear best to save the monsters of the Monster Alliance. Of course, if they behave themselves, I can pretend they don't exist. When he said this, Su Yang's figure began to become illusory. After saying this, the consciousness disappeared completely. I screwed up. Seeing Su Yang leave, Iwahiza Kotoko held her head with some regret. Princess, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Xueli bowed her head. Don't blame you, it's not your fault. Iwahiza Kotoko sat up, biting her thumbnail and said, according to my understanding, this person is not easy to get along with, and the old woman area even deliberately told me. But I think the other party is more or less reasonable. He is already very reasonable. Xueli suddenly spoke up. Under Iwakuni Kotoko's puzzled gaze, she explained, he is very powerful. I am not bragging. With my strength, even if I face the Demon King, I can't be defeated by a glance. Just now, this person just glanced at me, and I felt that my soul was pulled away for a moment. My life and death were under the control of the other party. The other party did not exaggerate. He really taught me a lesson. Although this lesson will take me several months to recover. Xueli smiled bitterly in her heart. This feeling is too terrible. It is very reasonable for such a strong man to sit down and meet with you, Your Highness. If he didn't make sense, he would have killed him directly. However, this sentence was not said. Is he really strong? Iwahiza Kotoko looked at Xueli hesitantly. She knew that the beautiful woman in front of her who looked like a super queen was actually a big monster who had lived for hundreds of years. In the monster world, only those monsters with strong strength, second only to the Monster King, are called big monsters. This is the representative of the strong. It's not as simple as being very strong. Xueli paused and wanted to explain, but when she thought of her own princess's lack of a clear understanding of the concept of strength, she simply gave an example. Stronger than the Monster King of the Nura group. Huh? Stronger than that old man? That shouldn't be too outrageous. Iwahiza Kotoko said so. Although the weird old man is the Demon King, he feels just like that. Xueli. Sure enough, I shouldn't tell her this. However, I still find a chance to persuade Her Royal Highness the Princess not to care about the Demon Alliance. And I must increase the protection of Iwahiza Kotoko. I originally thought that my strength as a great demon could protect Her Royal Highness the Princess, but now it seems that it is not enough. Perhaps I need to let that adult come to protect Her Royal Highness the Princess. After leaving Iwahiza Kotoko, Su Yang returned to his villa. Today is quite lively. Because Eruri came back, Hoshino AI also came back once and held a welcoming party for Eruri. But a certain golden hair was a little depressed. The person who was nagging didn't see it, but a lot of new people were seen. Umi, Miko, Kagaya, Hayasaka AI, Kato Megumi, Naya, Kwang-san, Shiseno, Miku. Good guy, I was away for 3 months, and here comes a perfect person? Eruri gnashed her teeth a little, especially when she thought of someone who proudly announced the opening of a harem when he was 7 years old. She was even more angry. I want to bite him to death. Hey, isn't this our Miss Sawamura? Why is your face so dark? Did someone make you angry? Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Eruri's eyes lit up instantly, and her angry little face instantly became extremely surprised. However, when she looked up and saw that familiar face, she reacted immediately. No, I'm angry now. Huh. When she thought of this, Eruri snorted coldly and turned her head away from someone. It turns out that Eruri is interesting like this. Seeing Eruri like this, I feel happy. I have to say that Eruri has a weird personality. Even after 10 years of training by him, she is still this kind of loser like Tsundere. However, I like this personality. Even if Hoshino AI faces this kind of error, she wants to bully her from time to time. Okay. Not to mention him and AI, even Erori's mother is like this, and even bullies her in daily life. Isn't this kind of Erori fun? Well, this is what the lady said. I heard from your mother that you actually went to study for the past 3 months? Su Young said, his eyes were a little weird. Before entering the extraordinary realm, he didn't know that the Tsundra golden hair in front of him was actually a witch. Huh? She even told you such a thing. Erori was instantly furious, but she reacted quickly. Oh, yes, you seem to have awakened some ability. Sawamura Sayuri naturally paid attention to Su Yang, and when Su Young showed his extraordinary ability, she deliberately asked him about it. When her mother told her these things, Erori was quite shocked, and she didn't believe it until now. Do you really have extraordinary power? You're a witch, so why is it strange that I have extraordinary power? Su Young said with a smile. Then, thinking of something he couldn't help but ask, I remember you drew several books about witch-type humiliation. Shut up, don't say it. Ing Lily was a little angry. Didn't we agree that I can show you and talk to you, but only online? We can't talk about these things in person. She is a girl. Do you really have the nerve to do this to me in front of me? Ing Lily was a little confused. This man did it on purpose, right? It must be intentional. Okay, let's not talk about this. Then tell me about your witch situation. Su Young shrugged. He was very curious about Ing Lily becoming a witch. It's nothing. It's just that my father's family is the blood of witches, and I woke up by coincidence. It's that simple. Ing Lily didn't care at all. What about the ability? Su Young asked. It's nothing big, just awaken some fire abilities. Eri's tone was very nonchalant. Actually, can you please take some of the pride and complacency off your face? Su Yang was speechless. It was still the same Eri. Then let me see it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang took Eri into the dimensional space. Huh? Is this space teleportation? Ing Lily was surprised to find that they had changed places. I guess so. Su Young nodded. Come on, let me see your ability. After a few minutes, looking at Ing Lily with a smug look on her face, Su Young fell silent. See, that's my power. Ing Lily looked proud. I warn you, don't think about bullying me in the future, or I will burn you. Su Young looked at Ing Lily strangely, with a complicated heart. Originally, I thought that Ing Lily would become a witch with some high-end abilities. But in fact, you're still that golden hair. You put a few small fire snakes, throw a few watermelon-sized fireballs, and draw a few fire lines around you. At this level, you also come to warn me? Su Young didn't say anything, but under Ing Lily's proud eyes, he casually threw a great fireball technique. With a bang, a fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared across the sky. From this moment until Su Young brought Eroli back to the villa, she was in a state of being extremely shocked. Did you bully Eroli again? When AI saw that Eroli's face was not right, she knew it was Su Yang's masterpiece. No, Su Young roughly told the story, and AI was silent. Recently, she has been staying with Mijio, and even sleeping together at night. As an elf, I am fully qualified to be AI-chan's bodyguard. I can only protect her at all times, Su Young-jun, you can rest assured. Well, hello, King Qian, this is what Mijio said. But in fact, you and Su Young are the same kind of people, plotting against AI-chan. Aya exposed Mijio's true face, and then he looked regretful. None of them is a good thing. However, it is precisely because of this reason that AI learned a lot about the extraordinary field from Mijio. Then I felt that Erori was so pitiful. Why did you have to show off in front of Su Yang when you could show off in front of someone else? In the end, AI still had a way to make Erori regain her vitality. There were a lot of people at the welcome party tonight, and except for Su Yang, they were all beautiful girls. When everything was over, Kwang-san and the others returned to the neighboring world, and Haimeng, Jianzi, and Kato, we also went home. There were still quite a few people. Teacher Kasumi Shiko found a room openly, and Hayasaka AI ordered other servants to start cleaning up. Well, a certain golden retriever stayed. It was not the first time for her to spend the night here, and she even had her own room and was very accustomed to it. Aren't you? At night, Su-young entered Hoshino AI's room and got in skillfully, and then grabbed it. Good guy, why did it shrink? Well, when did this golden retriever come here? Did you change rooms with AI? After a moment of silence, Su-young suddenly said this, but his hand did not loosen. At this time, you still ask this? Are you a man? F***K. How can you bear this? Su-young decided to teach this golden retriever a profound lesson. Hey, wait, no, why is it so big? It's different from what I drew. Nonsense. Can the drawing be compared with the real thing? No, this is too much. AI-chan didn't explain the rain to me clearly. Huh? This needs to be explained clearly. Su-yang was immediately amused, especially when he saw the resistance of Erori. Heck, give up. Su-yang, you be ***************** D. I can be more of a b************ D. Wait, why don't you go find AI-chan or that black-bellied woman in Kasumigakaka? IG. It turns out that Erori, this arrogant girl, is really a weakling. Su-young was also drunk. It was too bad. She didn't even have the qualifications to warm up. Su-young could only rush into Kasumi Shiko's room and then called Hayasaka AI halfway. Then, he found AI sleeping in his bedroom. Oh, in the end, a certain elf sneaked into AI's bed and was caught by Su-yang. Severe punishment. When the day began to get slightly brighter, Su-young let Mika go. After lying down, Su-young didn't rest. For him, there was no need to rest at all. After integrating into the soul entity, his body became stronger. Let's put it this way. Originally, after a night of hard work, even if the body could recover, the spirit was still more or less tired. But now his body is the soul, and the recovery ability of the perfect body can be directly restored. Su-yang is not tired at all. So, he opened the system interface. The number of simulations today has been refreshed at midnight. Su-yang has been busy until now, and he is planning to simulate now. This time, Su-yang still plans to enter the Shinigami world for simulation. Although he now has a powerful soul, the last simulation of the Shinigami world was too low for Su-yang. Since neither Zanpakuto nor Kido was obtained, Su-yang naturally planned to simulate in the Shinigami world this time. At least after having some means to deal with souls, the group will choose to enter the Hokage for simulation. Otherwise, it will be a bit difficult to deal with the Sage of Six Paths. The world is confirmed. Enter the Shinigami world for simulation. This simulation will definitely get a red talent, and at the same time, there is a certain probability of generating a gold talent by consuming simulation points. May I ask if you consume 100,000 simulation points to randomly generate one gold talent? Warm Tips 1. Because the last simulation was a one-click SSS level perfect clearance simulation, you can arbitrarily specify a talent that has appeared in this simulation, and the probability of generating a gold talent is 40%. Every 1 million simulation points consumed can increase the success rate by 1%. Warm Tip 2. If no gold talent is generated in this simulation, a talent with the lowest orange level will be randomly generated. Warm Tip 3. If this simulation does not receive an SSS level evaluation, the next simulation will not be able to open the gold talent. After the system prompt sounded, Su-yang still chose the simulation target to refresh this time. As for the simulation target, wait and see the talent generated this time. Soon, the talent was generated this time. Simulation starts. Currently available talents: Perfect Body, Special, Dream Come True, Red, 10 Consecutives, Red, Inspiration, Red, Reward Enhancement, Orange, Combat Power Amplification, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulation Target, Orange, Real Clone Blue, 207. This simulation has generated a red talent. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Magic Genius, Red, Simulation Target, Orange, Two-Mindedness, White. Magic Genius, Red talent, which allows you to have extremely high talent and understanding in practicing magic skills. Simulation Target, Orange talent, allows you to set a target every time you simulate, and the simulation of Vice Admiral will be centered on the simulation target. Multitasking, white talent, allows you to draw circles with your left hand and circles with your right hand, and fight with both hands. No gold again. Isn't 40% chance enough? Su Yung shook his head involuntarily. Not only that, this time choosing to refresh the simulation target is a complete waste. Forget it, next time, I'll upgrade the blue talent of the real clone first. After upgrading it to the orange talent, I can split 2 clones anyway. Now Su Yang's real clone has been practicing in the neighboring world, and the reason for this is safety. After all, if there is any accident, Su Yung can replace his real clone in an instant and appear in the neighboring world. As for the red talent that was refreshed this time, Tisk, fortunately there is no premise to set the simulation target this time. The red talent that was refreshed this time was born completely for Kido. Of course, this is not entirely true. Su Yung learned about it and found that this magic genius red talent can be used on Kido and can also have the same effect on ninjutsu. The last double-tasking talent is actually not bad. Su Yung plans to find an opportunity to refresh it once to see if it can be refreshed into a gold talent. If it doesn't work, even the orange level is definitely good. You are born. You feel that you are dead, but it seems that the advantages of death are not right. Because you find that there are souls around you, some are phantoms, and some have soul entities. But you already know that you seem to have a complete body. You are a little uncertain. Your state seems to be both a soul and a body. Just when you were still half aware of your state, many memories suddenly appeared in your mind, one of which told you that you had a special perfect body, and your soul was your body. Not only a perfect body, you found that you knew a lot of ninjutsu, and even opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The most incredible thing was that you found that there were several tailed beasts' chakras in your body. This made you guess that you might be in the Pure Land among Hokage, but you soon found that it was not the case. Because after a few hours, several figures wearing special black clothes and wearing long swords on their waists flashed by quickly. You recognized that it was the Death Hegemony suit, so this is the Shinigami world. A month later, you finally confirmed that this is really the Shinigami world. Although you don't know why you are special, but you quickly accepted this reality. And your luck is very good. The place where you appear at the beginning is the Junranin 1 area of West Rukongai Run. Compared with other extremely poor areas with scarce resources, this area is much better. Very good. Seeing this, Su Yung was quite satisfied. As he predicted, the current perfect body already has a soul entity, so it will not take a lot of time to cultivate the soul entity like last time. And it will not be targeted by Aizen Sosuke's cheating thing. Next, should I enter the Spiritual Arts Academy? This time, Su Yang set himself the simulation goal of concentrating on practicing Kido. With the red talent of the magic genius, plus the red talent of the 10 consecutive, and the accumulation of orange talent, as long as he concentrates on practicing Kido. Then after this simulation, I am afraid that I can become Grandmaster Kido? Su Yung thinks this is very likely. After staying in Junranin District 1 for more than a year, you finally waited for the day when Spiritual Arts Academy recruited new students. After you came to the West Street District and reached the White Road Gate, you walked south for 100 meters through the Sidan Fong, turned right and arrived at your destination. During this year or so, you did not do nothing. You practiced with the spirit sage art for a while. Then, you developed a special sealing technique to seal all your power. In this way, you successfully passed the entrance examination of Spiritual Arts Academy. Your grades were ordinary and did not attract any attention. Despite this, you still did not unlock your seal. Although you did not have any strong strength for the time being, your safety was guaranteed after entering Spiritual Arts Academy. In the first year of enrollment, you behaved very ordinary, communicating normally, studying normally, and were completely one of the ordinary students. In the second year of enrollment, you officially began to practice Kido. In Kido, you have shown some talent, but you are only slightly better than the average student. Students of the same grade have learned the first 3 Kido in 3 months. You have learned the first 5, and the outstanding genius has learned the first Baseyan or even the first 8. But in fact, you have secretly mastered the top 10 Kido. You find that you have a unique talent in practicing Kido, and you practice very quickly. In 3 months, I learned the top 10 keto. Is this fast or not? Yang is not sure about this. However, judging from the simulation, it should be a level beyond the average genius. But this is the top 10 keto, and the more you learn keto, the harder it is. Some Shinigami may not release the top 50 or even the top 40 keto after hundreds of years of being Shinigami. But Su Yang has absolute confidence in himself in the simulation. And this simulation is just for keto. As long as you don't attract Aizen's attention, you may be able to survive until after the 1,000-year blood battle. In the 3rd year of school, you have been recognized as a keto genius among your grade because your keto has been cultivated to the top 40. But in fact, 3 days ago you have mastered Hado's 54th waist flame. But you were cautious and did not reveal this, and even until now you have not unlocked your seal and gained full strength. You think it is better not to reveal your true strength before you have absolute strength, at least the strength to defeat Aizen Sosuke. Although you cannot use all your strength, you already have the combat power of a seat officer with your keto strength, but it is not that advanced. But you don't care, because you have only practiced for 2 or 3 years and have achieved such success, which actually makes you very satisfied. You still practice in a low-key manner. In the 4th year of school, although you slowed down the speed of Keto's practice, it was only on the surface. You practiced keto at a very good speed in secret, and it seemed that there was no obstacle to your Keto's practice. But after the 60th keto, the difficulty of practice, whether it is breaking or not, is increased. Although this is no longer difficult for you, it has affected your practice speed. But in fact, your Keto's practice speed is still amazing. However, there are many discussions around you, all directed at you. The reason is very simple. Although your Keto's practice is good, the progress of Zanpakuto's practice is very slow, or even no progress at all. This makes many people think that you can only practice keto and cannot have the real Zanpakuto. You are not surprised by this, because you did it on purpose. Because at the moment of attaining the sealed state, you put a seal on yourself and the sealed state, making it impossible for you to come into contact with the sealed state. This means that it is almost impossible for you to awaken Zanpakuto. Wait, what is going on? Su Yang was a little dumbfounded. Unable to awaken Zanpakuto? And on purpose? Could it be that you are worried that Ichibai Hayasu will know the name of Zanpakuto and cause unnecessary things, so you deliberately don't awaken Zanpakuto? Su Yang guessed in his heart, and even thought that this was probably the reason. But this gave him a headache. Because if he has Zanpakuto, a few slashes at Sage of Six Paths would probably cause considerable damage to the opponent, right? But this time, it might be difficult to obtain Zanpakuto. In the 5th year of school, you are still standing still in your Zanpakuto training. But your training in keto is amazing, and you have shown a top 50 keto. This makes many people feel sorry. Such keto talent cannot awaken Zanpakuto. Can you become a Shinigami? Many people think that you can't become a Shinigami. After all, there is no Shinigami who has always held the sealed state. You were indifferent to this and secretly began to practice keto after the 60th. This year, something happened that made you completely sure of the time period you were in the Shinigami world. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you did not take the initiative to find out some information. After all, for you, no matter what happened in the outside world, it would not affect you much. What happened this time was one of the most important events in the history of Soul Society. The current captain of the 12th Division, Kiryu Hikifune, was promoted to the 0 Division. It was also because of this incident that you realized that you appeared 110 years ago in the original work. So it was this time point. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a flash of enlightenment. At this time point, Aizen seemed to be about the same, or he should start the plan to build Hogyoku. At least he should start collecting materials for building Hogyoku. After a few years, the Soul King fingertips in Matsumoto Ranjiku's body will be taken away by him. Then, Ichi Jinmaru launched his so-called revenge plan. A little later, it was a series of events that led to the birth of the Masked Corps. If I were to enter, I could do a lot of things. Maybe Aizen Sosuke is very powerful, but I can still do some tricks based on the innate advantage of what happened. Although Su Yang thought so, he didn't think that the simulated self would have the same idea as himself. He might even keep dying. Facts have proved that the one who knows oneself best is oneself. After knowing the time point, Chin breathed a sigh of relief. It has been more than 100 years since Aizen defected from Soul Society. This makes you feel that you have enough time to slowly cultivate your Kido. Soon, the 6th year of Spiritual Arts Academy came. You graduated early. The reason is simple. You did not join Godiai 13, but were specially recruited by the Kido group. This situation is not unexpected to you. The only thing that surprised you is that the new captain of the 12th Division, Urahara Kasuk, actually came to recruit you to join the 12th Division, on the grounds that the 12th Division did not need to fight, and as a Kido genius, you were very suitable to join. At first you thought you were exposed, and even Urahara Kasuk saw something, but after some understanding, you discovered the truth of the matter. The truth is that you were not exposed, but it was not as Urahara Kasuk said, but he thought your situation was very special, with such an outstanding Kido talent, but no progress in Zanpakuto practice. This obviously aroused his interest. You know this guy wants to study you. After understanding this, you refused on the spot and said that it was not that you could not practice Zanpakuto, but that your progress was limited and your lifetime achievement might only be Shirkai. You even took out the Zanpakuto in public, letting everyone see that the Zanpakuto in your hand was still in a sealed state, but it had obviously evolved a little compared to the beginning. Urahara Kasuk studied it carefully and found that it was exactly as you said, and then you left disappointed. This made you secretly relieved, and at the same time secretly glad that you had kept a hand in advance. It turns out that you had already unlocked the seal on Zanpakuto a year ago, and then practiced a little on Zanpakuto. This is just a way for you to deal with the outside world. The facts prove that you have done a lot. Huh. Seeing this, Su-yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the self in the simulation did not really practice Zanpakuto at all, but just put it off a little. Fortunately, I really thought that I didn't practice Zanpakuto at all. In this case, it would be a bit inappropriate. How can you not get a Zanpakuto in Shinigami? It is totally unreasonable. In Su-yang's opinion, if you practice Zanpakuto to a certain level, or even open Bankai, you can get a good evaluation. The lowest evaluation is probably S level. It shouldn't be difficult for me in the simulation to reach Bankai in 100 years, right? Su-yang pondered. The only thing he was worried about now was when he would really start practicing Zanpakuto in the simulation. It couldn't be that he really reached an extremely strong level, right? No way. In the 7th year of coming to the Shinigami world, you joined the Kido. In just 3 days, you have a general understanding of the Kido. Although the Kido is engaged in tasks such as opening channels, stretching barriers, and sealing, it seems very complicated and arduous. But its organization is strict and the division of labor is clear. The tasks that each Kido is responsible for are actually very easy. And as a newcomer, your job is the easiest, because the Kido has always had a newcomer promotion period, which means that newcomers are allowed to concentrate on practicing during this period and don't need to worry about anything. You think the person who made this rule must be an extremely wise leader. Because of your outstanding talent, Tessai Tsukabashi has high expectations for you and gave you 30 years to practice, which means that you can practice with peace of mind in the next 30 years. You think Tessai Tsukabashi is a good person. Su-yang. You may have forgotten that it doesn't take 10 years, but 9 years to get to the Shinigami Hollow incident. Then, the masked core was born, right? When Su-yang thought of this, he shook his head. Although he didn't know who the leader of the Kido group was after Tessai Tsukabashi in the original work, Su-yang knew very well that the new leader of the Kido group would definitely not agree with these 30 years. Of course, if you are lucky you can. 3 years later, you practiced peacefully and finally mastered the 72nd Heido Twin Lotus Fire Pendant. You think this is not a good thing. In fact, you started practicing Twin Lotus Blue Fire Pendant 3 months ago. So, it took you 3 months to successfully practice Twin Lotus Blue Fire Pendant. Su-yang didn't want to say anything anymore. It's only been 10 years since you came into contact with Kido, right? This time is already very short, okay? Do you really think you can practice a powerful Kido casually? This is nonsense. In the original work, the highest Kido that Rukia has ever used is this Twin Lotus Blue Fire Pendant. Looking at the entire Shinigami world, there are really not many Shinigami who can release more than 70 Kido. The lowest are the top few officers, and most of them are vice captains and above. Which Shinigami's lifespan is not measured in hundreds of years. You don't really think that Shinigami only practice Zanpakuto and not Kido, do you? They are not the group of reckless men in the 11th division. It is actually quite exaggerated to successfully practice Hado 73, Twin Lotus Blue Fire Drop in 3 months. Su-young felt that he was a little inflated in the simulation. After successfully practicing Twin Lotus Blue Fire Drop, you found that your speed was even slower when you practiced Bakuto 73, Inverted Mountain Crystal. You feel a little puzzled about this. You have already understood all these Kido, so why can't you practice them successfully? Promise to give it a try and be vigilant, you approached Tessai Tsukabashi to ask. However, you lowered your training progress by 10, and the 73 Bakuto Mountain Crystal became the 63 Bakuto Locking Bar. However, even so, this also shocked Tessai Tsukabashi, who thought you were a Kido genius who was even more terrifying than him. After being shocked, Tessai Tsukabashi still understood your situation responsibly, and he understood your problem. Your body is too weak. Although we Shinigami have been transformed from souls into special spiritual life forms, we are still subject to many thoughts. Whether it is Zanpakuto or Kido, the higher the level of power, the stronger the body is needed to bear it. Tessai Tsukabashi said so. You understand. You even think of Hitsugaya Toshiro 100 years later. That kid couldn't maintain Bankai for a long time because of physical problems. After understanding where the problem lies, you also have a solution. In fact, the problem is easy to solve. If the body is not strong enough, then the power is strong. So, you start to practice the Spirit Sage art to improve your own body. Su-young. To be honest, Su-young wanted to complain for a while. What kind of life form is the Shinigami in the Shinigami world? But now it seems that it is actually the same as he thought before, that is, a life form like humans, but a different race. Well, it seems that they can have children together. Therefore, in the end, I still have to continue to practice the Spirit Sage art. However, this is actually a good thing for me. Whether I practice the Spirit Sage art or Kido, I can improve my strength. Su-young didn't care about this point. Both can improve strength, it's the same. And it's also good to bring out Kido and the Soul Realm this time. Although you began to focus on practicing the Spirit Sage art, you still didn't give up the practice of Kido. So, you plan to start using multiple shadow clone techniques in the dimensional space, using a large number of shadow clone to speed up your practice. Faced with such a situation, you can only choose to unlock part of your seal and have enough chakra to maintain a large number of shadow clone. Wait a minute. Seeing this, Su-young's eyes were wide open. It seems that the previous practice was just relying on himself, and at most adding a real clone to practice Kido? Su-young finally understood. Why is the speed of his own Kido practice so slow in the simulation? Obviously, he has the red talent of the magic genius, and the training speed is 10 times faster, plus the talent of accumulation. In fact, according to the previous speed, Su-young also thinks it is not bad. Well, after all, he is not practicing by himself. Just take a look in the simulation. But seriously, with the blessing of many talents, the speed can actually be improved a lot. The reason why it did not improve is that the simulator is too cowardly. The seal is not even unlocked. What are you worried about? Drunk. But then again, if there is really no seal, Aizen may target you again. There are good and bad. 7 days later, you successfully practiced the first 73 mountain falling crystals. This also made you thoroughly understand how fast you practiced at full speed. However, you are still very cautious and did not release too much chakra because you understood one thing from Tessai Tsukabashi. The Shinigami who cannot release high-level Kido does not necessarily have a poor soul entity. But the Shinigami who can release high-level Kido has a terrifying physique. When you think of Aizen Sosuke who can abandon the chant and release Hado Black Coffin number 90, you know one thing very well, you are far inferior to him. Perhaps you have the confidence to fight Aizen in the case of completely unlocking the seal, but you are not sure. Without much confidence, you do not intend to fight Aizen Sosuke. Besides, you don't seem to have any reason to fight him. After a year, you feel that your physique has only improved by 10%, but the effect of the increase is already very good for you. In terms of keto training, you have almost completed the first 80 keto. 3 years later, you successfully practiced Hato 78 Zanwalin. It's not the complete Zanwalin, but the Zanwalin without chanting. Although the power is only 1/3 of the full chant, you have tried it. Even the power of the Zanwalin without chanting is not much different from the Zanwalin of other Shinigami's full chanting. For this situation, you think it's just because your body is special and the spiritual power you have is because of the integration of chakra. However, this is the end. Because so far, Hato 78 Zanwalin is the highest level of keto you can contact. Keto above that need to have a sufficient status and place to contact. In fact, the Zanwalin was taught to you by Tezai Tsukabashi because of your outstanding keto talent. No way. That's it? Suyang frowned. He remembered at this time that not everyone can contact high-level keto. Moreover, the self in the simulation also showed the talent of keto, which made Tezai Tsukabashi teach the keto after the 70th, but there are probably only a few. The other party even believed that it would take many years for him to practice successfully. Now it's troublesome. Suyang frowned, but this was a simulation, so he could only watch. You didn't stop practicing without a new keto. You're still practicing keto. You plan to practice keto to the level where you can give full play to the keto even if you give up the chant. And you have been waiting for an opportunity to obtain advanced keto. 3 years later, your physique has been improved again, and you find that your chakra has been integrated with spiritual power, and the power seems to have been improved. After 3 years of keto practice, you have made some progress in the research and practice of giving up the chant. At least the keto of the first 20 will only lose 10% of its power after giving up the chant. You are very satisfied with such a successful practice. However, you did not intend to focus on training this year, because you knew what would happen this year. Sure enough, 4 months later, the soul disappeared in Rukongai. At first, not many disappeared, but later, more and more souls disappeared. You learned from Tezai Tsukabashi that this matter had alarmed the Captain General Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni, who sent the captain of the 5th Division Hirako Shinji to investigate. The Shinigami Hollow time has begun, and you are very clear about this. Fortunately, you did not stay with Tezai Tsukabashi a month ago, using the excuse of a breakthrough, otherwise you might have been captured as a soldier. Because that night, Tezai Tsukabashi once contacted you as keto, but you knew what would happen next, so you ignored it and pretended to be breaking through. After noticing that Tezai Tsukabashi had left, you finally implemented the plan you had prepared several years ago. You sneaked into Tezai Tsukabashi's room. This time your target was the high-level keto. Well, this is one of the ways to obtain the high-level keto. Seeing this, Suyang had to say that he was really smart. If he could really get it, the reward would be unimaginable. I remember that Tezai Tsukabashi seemed to have created a special keto, which should be the second based on Bakudo-S. Suyang remembered that keto seemed to only have Bakudo, and the second was created by Tezai Tsukabashi himself. Suyang was not sure whether it was created by him. Who cares, as long as you can get it. You successfully sneaked into Tezai Tsukabashi's room. With your understanding of Tezai Tsukabashi, you found some keto records. You recorded it immediately. You didn't think of taking it away, because after this time, Tezai Tsukabashi would defect to Soul Society, and he would definitely be subject to the most serious investigation. So, you know that Tezai Tsukabashi's things are not so easy to get. But with your photographic memory, you easily recorded keto, wrote it down, but just as you were leaving, you were discovered. You never thought you would be discovered, and the person who discovered you is someone you found very difficult, Tosen Kaname. You don't know why Tosen Kaname came here, and he is not someone you find troublesome. The person behind him who really gives you a headache is Aizen Sosuke. You have no choice but to kill Tosen Kaname. Although Tosen Kaname is very powerful, it's a pity that as long as he is not an opponent of the level of the captain and Aizen Sosuke, it's the same for you now. After cleaning up the scene, you quickly returned to your room. Nothing happened to you that night. Although there was a lot of noise, it had nothing to do with you. The next day, the news of Hirako Shinji and others' defection spread throughout the Soul Society, and then Tezai Tsukabashi and Urahara Kasuke were convicted of serious crimes. That night, Shihoin Yoruchi broke in and rescued Urahara Kasuke and Tezai Tsukabashi, but after they left, the entire Kido group was controlled. Then, without explanation, all the Kido people were arrested and thrown into prison, including you. You still carefully hid and had no intention of exposing yourself, but soon you found out that you were wrong. You completely underestimated Aizen Sosuke's madness. He actually slaughtered the Kido people in the dungeon, and you had no choice but to expose yourself. But when you first exposed yourself, Aizen Sosuke just smiled at you and disappeared directly. You knew you were fooled. Sure enough, the next moment, a terrifying hot breath blasted into the cell. It was the strongest captain of Soul Society, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni. Seeing the slaughtered Kido disciples, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni had no intention of talking to you. In fact, because you were exposed and the seal was unlocked, the aura far exceeded that of an ordinary captain, which was already a serious crime in his eyes. The war broke out, and you went all out. Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni Bankai killed you with the Zenka Tachi, East Rising Sun Blade. You died. At the age of 17. Soul Age. This simulation is over. F***K. Another 17 years old. Su Yang's eyes twitched, and he was a little speechless. Even for the result this time, he was speechless. Who knew that Tosen Kaname would appear in the Kido group at that time and sneak into the bedroom of Tezai? What is he looking for? No, should I say what is there in Tezai Tsukabashi that attracts Aizen Sosuke? Su-yang doesn't know, but he knows Aizen Sosuke is really decisive. Su-yang is sure that he may have entered Aizen Sosuke's sight in the simulation, but the other party did not take a fancy to him and thought he was special. This time it was just because he killed Tosen Kaname. This is completely out of Aizen Sosuke's control, and with his personality, he must figure it out. The first to bear the brunt are the Kido people. As for the massacre of those people in the Kido people, it is just a test for Aizen Sosuke. Even if Su Yang is not among them, Aizen Sosuke will kill everyone. Because in that case, those people in the Kido people are just the value of making him confirm the zone hand in Aizen Sosuke's eyes. Then he exposed himself and Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni appeared. All this is in his plan. However, this made Su Yang clear about his position in the Shinigami world. Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni finally opened a bankai, so my strength should have surpassed the average captain, and it is even possible that Godai 13, except Aizen Sosuke, has no one else who can be my opponent? Su Yang pondered, and felt that this possibility was very high. But even with such strength, it is still not enough after Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni bankai. So what level of strength does Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni have in this world of Soman? Su Yang is quite curious about this. The strength of Zenka Tachi is also at the main god level, right? Referring to the main god level destructive power of the Devil High School, Su Yang felt that the Captain Bankai might have surpassed this level. After all, once Zenka Tachi Bankai came out, he could burn mountains and boil seas just by standing there. Should he be able to reach the sub-dragon god level? Maybe he can compete with the dragon god level? Forget it, for me. Thinking about these things is meaningless. Su Yang shook his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the evaluation level this time, which was a bit strange. The evaluation of this simulation is SS-. You can choose one of the following reward options as a reward for this simulation. Get SS level evaluation. You can choose any two as additional rewards. The first time you get SS level evaluation, you can strengthen the reward you get once. Option 1. Talented Magic Genius. Red. 3 million simulation points are required. Option 2. God Chakra. LV48. 2 million simulation points are required. Option 3. All Kido in the simulation. 2 million simulation points are required. Choice 4. The simulated Kido realm requires 3 million simulation points. Choice 5. The simulated Soul realm requires 5 million simulation points. Fixed reward. The next simulation can randomly generate a red talent with a plus 30% chance. SS level? Is the evaluation so high this time? Although it is also SS level, which is much higher than S level. It should be because he joined the Kido group, then showed a certain talent, and finally fought with the captain. Su-young felt that the latter accounted for a large part of the reason. Although there was no detailed description in the simulation, the captain used Bankai, so the battle scene must not be a small fight. It's a pity. Su-young shook his head helplessly, because this time not only did he not trigger the dream come true, but he didn't even use the inspiration. 530. I knew I should have used the inspiration in the last year. Su-young sighed, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't expect that the final result would be like this. This time, 3 rewards can be brought out, and one of the rewards can be strengthened. So the question is, choose Kido or Kido Realm? Su-young has already chosen the rewards that can be brought out this time. Talent is definitely not to be mentioned, and chakra is not a big deal. It would be a waste to bring this out if there are too few places. Of all the Kido rewards, Su-young actually values the most that he found high-level Kido in Tezai Tsukabashi's room in the simulation. Although Su-young doesn't know how many he found, just looking at the 2 million simulation points, it can be seen that there must be a lot of high-level Kido. For this reward, Su-young is still a little hesitant. There is no need to hesitate about the 4th Kido realm, which will definitely be brought out. As for the Soul Realm reward, the value of 5 million simulation points is the same as the last simulation in the Shinigami world. But it should not be a big improvement. Su-young has this feeling in his heart. After all, he has not practiced for a long time. So he is a little entangled, choosing Kido or Soul Realm. In fact, both rewards can be obtained again in the Shinigami world, and the Soul Realm is easier. So, let's choose Kido? Su-young had an idea in his mind. He should wait until the next time to practice the Soul Realm. And after getting Kido this time, he can practice Kido before entering Seirei, and next time he enters the Shinigami World simulation. You consume 2 million simulation points and bring out all the Kido in this simulation. You get a special spell, Kido. After this system prompt, Su-young had a lot of Kido in his mind. But at least the memory has no progress in practice, and even at this moment, Yongbu can't cast any Kido. Of course, as long as Su-young gives a little time, I dare not say more, it will be no problem to master the top 3 Kido in a few days. You consume the reward of this simulation and bring out the talent of this simulation. You get the red talent, the genius of magic. Getting a red talent again is already a habit for Su-young. But this time is different. That is what Su-young discovered. With this magical genius red talent, it became easier to obtain Kido. Let alone a few, if he is given an hour or 2, he can get the top 3 Kido. However, now that he can bring out the Kido, Su-young will naturally not force himself to practice. Not only bring out, for the Kido realm obtained this time, Su-young plans to use the orange talent reward to improve it by 30%. Then, add the enhancement of this first SS level evaluation to strengthen it. The Kido obtained in this way should be somewhat unique, right? Su-young had some expectations in his heart and chose to bring it out directly. You consume this simulation reward and bring out the Kido realm simulated this time. Your orange talent reward enhancement ability is triggered, and the Kido realm you obtained this time is improved by 30%. You gain a lot of Kido practice experience, and your Dongdao realm is improved. You use the first SS level evaluation reward, and your Kido realm is strengthened once. Strengthening. Strengthening is successful, your Kido realm is improved, and you gain the ability to abandon chanting. A series of prompts appeared, and Su-young gained a lot of Kido practice experience in an instant, and his realm was rapidly improved at this moment. The Kido that was originally unable to perform was mastered in an instant, as if he had completed countless Kido training in an instant. Especially Shua. Su-young's heart moved, and he entered the dimensional space directly. Hado 4, White Thunder. Su-young lightly tapped his fingertips, and a shockwave like blue light and lightning instantly blasted out. Bang! A small hole was blasted out on the ground in front. Well, very good, the power has not faded. Su-young understood at the first time that the ability of abandoning chanting obtained by this enhancement is that any Kido will not be weakened when abandoning the chanting. Even the power of Kido under full chanting can be improved. I have to say that this ability is really powerful. What are you doing again? Seemingly noticing the movement here, Kwang-san appeared. Because Su Yang has fixed the dimensional space in the neighboring world, and because no outsiders enter the neighboring world, there are no restrictions. Kwang-san and the others can come in at will. I didn't do anything, I just made some little things. Su Yang smiled slightly, but Kwang-san was silent. If I'm not mistaken, you were busy with women all night. Don't tell me that you figured out these moves while you were doing that. Kwang-san looked mocking. Unfortunately, this didn't work on Su Yang. Why not? Su Yang said seriously, I'm really telling you, I got all these abilities like this. I don't want to talk, I'm tired. Kwang-san was silent again, and then wanted to leave. Su Yang seemed to see Kwang-san's intention, and suddenly he became playful. Bakudo 61, 6 Staff Light Prison. Su Yang lightly tapped, and 6 paths light pieces suddenly appeared around Kwang-san, as if inserted into her body, blocking her. What do you want to do? Kwang-san was a little annoyed. She knew that Su Yang was testing her. At the same time, Kwang-san was secretly surprised, because although the 6 paths light piece did not cause any harm to her, it blocked her actions. Ahem, try it and see the effect. Su Yang coughed lightly and asked, how? Humph. Kwang-san snorted coldly, and the next moment the 6 paths light piece instantly shattered and broke free directly. Not bad. Although she was a little angry, Kwang-san still honestly analyzed it to Su Yang. I am now in the spirit suit mode, and it can trap me for at most 1 second. If it had been the previous one, I'm afraid it would have been trapped for several seconds, and I would have had no choice but to use my clone to escape. Really? Su Yang was quite satisfied. After all, Kwang-san, who had entered the spirit suit mode by practicing the spirit sage art, was quite powerful. It was already very good that she could be trapped for 1 second. Even though it was only 1 second, even 0.1 second could do a lot for Su Yang. Then, with the cooperation of Kwang-san, Su Yang tried other Kido. Giving up the chant really won't weaken it, and the power of Kido under full chanting can be increased by at least 30%. In fact, the stronger the Kido, the more it will be improved. Hado 78, Slashing Flower will can increase its power by 60% when it is fully chanted. But such a full chant will take a certain amount of time and consume a lot of energy. Many World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer, Shinigami. Talent, Perfect Body, Special, Dream Come True, Red, 10 consecutive times, Red, Magical Genius, Red, Inspiration, Red, Reward Enhancement, Orange, Combat Power Amplification, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulated Target, Orange, Real Clone, Blue. Skills, Spirit Sage Art, God Level, Dimensional Space, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kido, Ninjutsu, God Chakra, LV45. Simulation Points, 8, 135, 000. Number of simulations, 0, once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS level perfect pass. The Shinigami profession appears in the profession column. The third profession. 1 world, 1 profession. But Su Yang still doesn't understand this profession. There is no bonus and no other benefits. It seems to be a simple profession name. Su Yang chose to ignore it. Never mind this. You should have noticed it, right? Kwang-san looked at Su Yang. Yeah. Su Yang nodded, his eyes showing a hint of coldness. Kwang-san said this because the clone she arranged in Su Yang's villa noticed the enemy invasion. Su Yang naturally sensed it at the first time, and it made him very angry. Originally, he planned to give Arya a face, not to give Iwakuni Kotoko a face. After all, Arya stepped on himself at the latest to beg for mercy. Although Su Yang was a little disgusted with Arya's dirty uncle behavior, Li Young said that Arya's figure was first class. The law of true fragrance never goes out of date. Even Arya himself is just a theoretical strongman, and finally put it into practice, and the degree of release is full of stars. For a time, Su Yang was in doubt. Who was playing who? Because of Arya, Su Yang did not plan to directly attack the Monster Alliance, which was considered to be a chance for Iwakuni Kotoko. What a pity. She didn't seem to cherish this opportunity. Outside Su Yang's villa. At this moment, there were 3 black shadows more than 10 meters away from the villa courtyard, constantly attacking. Damn, what kind of power is this barrier? Why is it so hard? It seems that this man called Su Yang is quite capable. Stop talking nonsense. It's estimated that the situation over there won't last long. When the pure-blooded demon reacts, we won't have a chance. After this voice, the 3 voices' attacks became stronger. If they were worried about being discovered before, it would cause unnecessary trouble. But now the 3 figures are no longer worried about that. Are you monsters from the Monster Alliance? Suddenly a voice sounded, causing the faces of the 3 figures to change instantly, and Tutu turned around. Only then did they realize that there was a human behind them. You didn't even send a monster of the big monster level. You, the Monster Alliance, underestimated me too much, right? Su Yang's eyes flashed with disappointment, and then he completely lost his patience. Amaterasu. Without waiting for the 3 monsters to react, Yang attacked directly. Swish! Amaterasu's black flames instantly erupted, burning the bodies of the 3 monsters directly. Very quickly. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 monsters turned into ashes amid screams. Don't you want to ask about their origins? Qingsen emerged from Su Yang's shadow. With Su Yang's permission, she left a clone in Su Yang's shadow. The original body or other clones can come out of Su Yang's shadow at any time. Su Yang's original intention was to give our sister Qingsen a chance to attack at night. What a pity. Our sister Qingsen is useless and doesn't even have the courage. This makes Su Yang quite disappointed. That is, Qingsen doesn't know what Su Yang is really thinking. Otherwise, even if she can't beat him, she will fight with Su Yang. No need. Su Yang showed a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. These are all the effects brought about by killing these 3 monsters. Kill an intermediate demon soldier, get plus 10,000 points. Kill a high-level demon general, get plus 100,000 simulation points. Kill a high-level demon general, get plus 100,000 simulation points. 3 demons. 1 has an aura equivalent to a level 2 cursed spirit, but is a demon that is good at barrier type. 2 are demon general level demons, with an aura equivalent to a level 1 cursed spirit, but if they really explode, their strength far exceeds that of a level 1 cursed spirit. It can be said that it is the combat power of a special level cursed spirit. Of course, it is not worth mentioning to Su Yang. However, what Su Yang did not expect was that after killing these demons, he could actually get so many simulation points. Well, I have already given area face. Now they take the initiative, so I can't let go of these simulation points. Tokyo's Supernormal Administration, Branch Building. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Rias still exposed her identity as a pure-blooded demon in advance. This made the monsters and gods of the Monster Alliance a little nervous. Pure-blooded demons. Those who can be released to train are at least high-level demons, and this one is the director of the Tokyo branch of the Supernatural Administration. At least he is a top-level demon, right? In this monster world, he is at least a top-level monster. And with the special abilities of pure-blooded demons, this combat power is probably able to fight against ordinary demon kings. This is not the point is, there is someone behind the other party. This is what gives the Monster Alliance a headache. However, the Monster Alliance also played a trick and planned to secretly send 2 extremely powerful high-level demon generals to get rid of Su Yang, a human first. The news about Su Yang killing the 3 Fox Valley god has been exposed. Well, it was actually Su Yang who took the initiative. After learning about the Monster Alliance from Rias yesterday, he contacted Zai Yuji to spread the news. It was all for the sake of making trouble. But later, the appearance of Iwakuni Kotoko calmed him down for a while. Now it can't be calmed down. So, because of the reasons, your people targeted the family members of my subordinates. It's not our fault. Rias's attitude was very tough. The 2 people sitting opposite her at the moment were considered high-level members of the Monster Alliance. They were both monsters who turned to cultivate gods. One was a snake demon and the other was a tree demon. The tree demon turned to cultivate gods, but it could use the body of the gods to leave the main body and walk freely. That's what I said, but even if the fault lies with the three foxes, there's no need to kill it, right? The snake demon looked cold. Although Rias's special identity made them very wary. But this doesn't mean that they will back down directly on this matter. Otherwise, their monster alliance will become a joke. That's right, in this matter, we didn't violate the agreement. The old-looking tree demon looked like we were the victims. We have an agreement with the Monster Alliance and humans, and even your supernatural administration. We can deal with humans who appear in our territory freely. Don't say that the three foxes can attack at will, and the most important thing is that it was killed by your people before it attacked. You must give us an explanation for this. Indeed. The snake demon's spirit held on. The agreement between us, even if the three foxes really attacked, it was within the scope of the agreement, and we did nothing wrong. In this matter, it was your people who made a mistake, and you must give us an explanation. Explanation? What explanation? Are you worthy? Suddenly, a disdainful voice interrupted the discussion of the three people, and Su Yang appeared at some point. Who? Su Yang's sudden appearance made the two monster spirits' faces change instantly. But after seeing that it was Su Yang, they were relieved. Humph, Su Yang, you dare to show up? Su Yang, you are so bold. You must give us an explanation today. The two monsters, the strange spirits, did not show any good looks to Su Yang, and even had a questioning attitude. But they were furious in their hearts. What on earth were those three idiots doing? How did they let Su Yang come here alive? Wouldn't this allow him to survive? The two demon spirits exchanged glances and immediately became aware. If they don't want to kill him, then they won't. They took this opportunity to gain some benefits from this pure-blooded demon, since they were right in this matter anyway. But they seemed to have forgotten that some things were not about winning just because they were right. Su Yang ignored their opinions. Thinking, just looking at Liyasi, said calmly, "Prepare to finish it." I know it. Liyasi had a headache, but this time, she did not persuade Su Yang. And she was also very annoyed with the two things in front of her. That is, she is the director of the branch of the Supernatural Administration Bureau. If she didn't have this identity, with her personality, she would have directly destroyed these two things with a destructive energy bomb. Seemingly aware of something wrong, the snake demon spirit couldn't help but ask, "Finish it? What do you want to finish?" "What we want is an explanation." Hee, what else can we finish? Of course, it's some small problems after destroying your monster alliance. Su Yang sneered and said something that made the two monsters and gods change their faces. Not good. With the years they have experienced, they naturally sensed something was wrong at the first time, and their first reaction was to escape. Unfortunately, Su Yang was simply a natural nemesis when dealing with these messy gods. Tsukuyami. With a light shout in his heart, Su Yang brought the two monsters and gods into the Tsukuyami's face. Sure enough, the two monsters turned to cultivate gods and abandoned their physical bodies. Su Yang's heart moved, and he immediately Tsukuyami's face began to interrogate the two. Kill the low-level god Black Snake Spirit God, simulation points plus 8 million. Kill the low-level god Blood Tree Spirit God, simulation points plus 6 million. After a while, two prompts appeared, and Su Yang's mouth slightly raised. Very good, another 14 million simulation points. The total simulation points exceeded 20 million. In Liyasi's eyes, Su Yang just looked at the two monster gods and made them disappear. Then, in less than 1 second, she sensed the breath of the two monster gods falling. Really killed? Headache. You will be caught by the Monster Alliance if you do this. Rias sighed. Monster Alliance? Su Yang looked at Rias in surprise. What kind of Monster Alliance is this? Wait, you don't want to destroy the entire Monster Alliance, do you? Rias stood up in surprise. You don't think that just killing these two things is what I mean by the end, right? Su Yang looked at Rias with a strange look in his eyes. What kind of end do these two things need? If I don't attack the Monster Alliance, what do I need you to do? Su Yang looked at Rias with disdain, and then disappeared in a flash. Su Yang. Rias was angry. Disdain. He just disdained me, right? Wait for me, UB asterisk 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 D. I will never let you off easily. But when she thought that Su Yang was going to destroy the entire Monster Alliance, Rias became a little worried. Because according to the information she knew, the Monster Alliance was not that simple. Forget it, with his spatial ability, he can easily leave even if he can't beat him. Rias no longer worried about Su Yang's safety, but began to worry about the group's future. No, I have to contact the Monster Princess about this. In a forest, Iwahiza Kotoko, who was on her way, suddenly exclaimed. What? Did he really say that? He wants to destroy the entire Monster Alliance. Damn it, what on earth is he thinking? I know, I'll try my best. Sorry to bother you over there. After hanging up the phone, Iwahiza Kotoko stamped her feet fiercely. What on earth is this hateful man thinking? What's wrong with the princess? Shueli asked when she saw this. Wait a minute, let me ask what's going on first. Iwahiza Kotoko ignored Shueli and sent a text message to Arya. After a moment, Iwahiza Kotoko put down the phone with a gloomy face. These disgusting things are simply looking for death. Iwahiza Kotoko was furious. She just got a good news from Arya. That is, after her Arya's dedicated efforts, she bought some time to deal with the Monster Alliance. But then Arya told her another bad news. The Monster Alliance sent the main sister monster to assassinate Su Yang. Iwahiza Kotoko was numb. What is it called? You will suffer for your own sins. It's talking about those stupid and disgusting things in the Monster Alliance. After understanding the situation, Shueli also fell silent. Alas, I said at the beginning that Your Highness Princess should invite that adult to deal with the affairs of the Monster Alliance, but you are worried that after that adult knew about the Monster Alliance, he would carry out a bloody cleanup of the Monster Alliance. Now I'm afraid there is no chance for a bloody cleanup. Iwahiza Kotoko looked mad. Okay, I know, but I can't regret it now. She really regretted it. Although the Monster Alliance will definitely be bloodily cleaned up after inviting that person out. But Iwahiza Kotoko is sure that Young will definitely be 100 times more excessive than using that person. No, I'll hurry over. Iwahiza Kotoko stomped her feet again. Can you, lazy guy, be faster? Your Highness Princess, I'm already the fastest speed. A flying monster that looked like a manta ray under Iwahiza Kotoko's feet said with a wronged look on her face. Although it can fly and its speed is good. But it is really at full speed. On a tall building in Kyoto, Su Yang's figure flashed over. During this period, he kept sending out some shadow clone and constantly marked some places with Flying Thunder God ritual. It was for emergencies, so that he could arrive quickly. From the mouths of the two monster gods, Su Yang knew that their Monster Alliance headquarters was in a mountain more than 100 kilometers away from Kyoto. It's not that they don't want to build their headquarters in Kyoto, but Kyoto is a gathering place for monsters. There are a lot of big monsters, and there are many monster kings. If their Monster Alliance is really an organization of monsters, then Kyoto can still accommodate them. Unfortunately, it is not. After identifying the direction, Su Yang started to rush directly. When Su Yang just appeared, some beings in the whole Kyoto sensed something at the first time and cast their eyes towards the tall building. Nura Group Headquarters. A little old man with a weird head shape looked in the direction of the building, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Tisk, young people nowadays are really arrogant, and they don't hide their breath at all. Although he said this, the old man was shocked. This aura is too strong. Even when I was victorious, I couldn't compare to it. Is there such a strong man in the new generation? This aura is too strange. Huh? That direction is. As if he had noticed something, the old man's eyes flashed with a trace of gloating. That stupid organization might have offended someone again, and this time it's going to be in trouble. On the other side, a luxurious room. Who is this kind of person? It's so scary. An extremely tempting voice came from a curtain, and a beautiful figure was faintly revealed. Sir, the other party seems to be rushing to the Monster Alliance. Do we need to intervene? Outside the curtain, a beautiful fox demon bowed his head and asked for instructions. Why should we intervene? The Monster Alliance is doing evil on its own. What does it have to do with us? Okay. A helpless voice came from the curtain. Rias-chan just sent a message telling me not to intervene. People will die. Oh, it will kill monsters. Is it that prince? The fox demon's face changed slightly, and he stopped talking immediately. Inside the curtain, a stunning beauty waved several tails behind her, with a hint of curiosity flashing across her face. To make Rias so cautious, Su-young must be at least a top-level demon king, right? Well, even if it's just a waste, it's not bad. I hope the Demon Alliance can test Su-young's strength so that I can report to Rias. However, if it's really a top-level demon king, this is a genuine demon king-level strongman. Can Rias reincarnate him as a follower? A nine-tails fox expressed disapproval. Although there was no Flying Thunder God technique marked, and it was impossible to travel with the Flying Thunder God technique, Li Yang's speed was still very fast. He felt the destination in just a few minutes. Looking at the forest valley that was no different from the one next to it, Su-young just played Aikido, and the entire barrier was broken, revealing the real scene inside. This is a huge valley, and it has even been expanded with special space power, so the space is not that small. This is the real base camp of the Monster Alliance. Enemy attack. A piercing scream instantly spread throughout the base camp. Who dares to trespass into my Monster Alliance? A black bear monster appeared in front of Su-young, with a face full of anger. Well, this monster is more decent. Su-young nodded with satisfaction, but when he looked back, he had already opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan state. A.R. Tsukuyami. Su-young didn't waste time talking to him, and directly Tsukuyami pulled the other party's soul into Tsukuyami's space. After a moment, Su-young got the information he wanted and directly wiped out the other party's soul. A prompt sounded. Kill the top monster, simulation points plus 3 million. Very good. A top monster is close to the strength of the Monster King, and it is a high-end combat force in many forces. But in Su-young's eyes, this is just 3 million simulation points. Su-young Eagle. A voice came from afar, and Su-young knew it was Iwakyu Kotoko without looking back. When Su-young came here, he noticed Iwakyu Kotoko more than 20 kilometers away. At this moment, she was still more than 10 kilometers away from here. The reason why the sound can be transmitted is nothing more than Xue Li's transmission with demonic power. Not only that, Su-young also felt that some of the surrounding eyes fell on him. At the same time, there were two powerful auras in the depths of the Monster Alliance in front of him, as if they were awakening. In this case, Su-young's mouth curled up slightly and his heart moved. Swish! Sage mode is turned on. Then, Yang Shuangma. Sage art, with style, true several thousand hands. Boom! Amidst the shaking of the earth and the trembling of the mountains, a huge Senju Buddha statue appeared behind Su-young under the gazes of countless horrified people. Stop! As if sensing something, a breath that had not awakened before in the depths of the Monster Alliance suddenly erupted. It was too late. Su-young smiled coldly in his heart, and his voice spread over dozens of kilometers like a god. Buddha on the top. Boom! The huge Senju Buddha statue began to attack, and the several Senju arms carried unimaginable terrible power and blasted directly towards the Monster Alliance headquarters. Monster? What a rubbish! At this moment, even the big monsters couldn't stand it a few times, and a large number of system prompts appeared in front of Su-young. Killing a low-level monster, simulation points plus 100. Killing a low-level monster with points plus 5001000. Killing a mid-level monster soldier, simulation points plus 10,000. Killing a high-level monster general, simulation points plus 100,000. Killing a big monster, simulation points plus 1 million. Killing a top big monster, simulation points plus 3 million. Well, that's it. Killing monsters of various levels can get so many simulation points, and are there top monsters above the big monsters? What about the other three? Su-young's eyes fell on the center of the battlefield, where there were three huge monsters. One was a centipede monster with a body length of more than 100 meters. But under the attack of the Senju Buddha statue, it was already covered with wounds. The second one was a big snake, with a body length almost the same as that of the centipede, and the breath was similar. It should be the Monster King. Su Yang's heart moved, but he didn't know how many simulation points he could get after killing it. The answer soon appeared. Kill the Monster King with plus 500 points. Kill the Monster King, simulation points plus 5 million. 5 million simulation points? Well, not bad. Su Yang was secretly satisfied in his heart. Until now, there was only one Monster King left in the entire Monster Alliance. No, maybe it should be called a god. It was a monster that was over 100 meters long and made of bones. Its appearance was so strange that Su Yang people could not come. The aura on the other party was somewhat similar to that of the 3 Fox Valley god. It was obviously a spiritual cultivation. Finally, the attack of the Senju Buddha statue stopped. The entire ground was broken, and there was only a huge deep pit left at the scene, and nothing else. Not even the remains of the body were left. Iwakuni Kotoko had already sensed the vicinity, but at this moment, looking at the scene in front of her, she was completely stunned. Mom, what is this? Am I dreaming? Xiueli on the side was trembling all over. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the world was so beautiful, and she was blessed by God to be alive. When she thought about expressing her dissatisfaction with such a strong man, and even planning to take action, this was probably not because of Iwakuni Kotoko, no, to be precise, it was because of that unreliable woman Area, and she was afraid that she would be gone. From knowing Area until now, Xiueli finally felt that the other party was a good person. As for the princess being led astray, she had already ignored it. Damn human. Although the monster spirit survived, it was seriously injured and dying. It was extremely furious at this moment. In its opinion, it was practicing well, but was attacked by an inexplicable strong man. This is simply unjust. It is obvious that it knows nothing about what happened. But when it saw Iwahisa Kotoko, it immediately felt that it had found the truth. What a monster, princess. Even if you can't stand us, you wouldn't be so cruel, right? Iwahisa Kotoko? No, what does this have to do with me? You old fool, are you stupid from practicing? Or are you old and blurry? Do you need me to buy you a pair of glasses? Just when Iwanaga Kotoko was about to explain something, the demon spirit moved. Very well, I won't let you two have it easy even if I die. With a roar, the demon spirit exploded instantly. However, it did not explode after the explosion, but concentrated the power of the explosion in one place, and finally blasted into a place not far away. There was a well there. Ordinary and ancient. But when it was bombarded by the power of the explosion, a terrifying and strange power broke out. This power instantly blasted out and split into two, falling on Su Yang and Iwanaga Kotoko, and then the space-time twisted and exploded, taking the two people completely disappeared. Your Highness. Xiueli's face changed suddenly. Swish! A light golden light flashed by, and a woman who was extremely beautiful appeared. 9. Lady Tamamanomi. Xiueli's face changed slightly, and she lowered her head in a hurry. Tamamanomi responded, but she didn't look at Xiueli. Instead, she stared at the place where Su Yang and Iwanaga Kotoko disappeared. Little old man, did you figure out anything? Tamamanomi suddenly asked. Xiueli looked up and found that there was another person here. Sir Nura. After seeing Nura Sakura appear, Xiueli breathed a sigh of relief. She knew him and even followed him for a while, until the previous generation of monster princess appeared. She became the princess's guard and left Nura group. And Nura Sakura is also one of the few monster organizations close to Her Highness the Princess, and they will definitely rescue Her Highness the Princess. Don't worry. There's no point in worrying now. Nurarahayan shook his head slightly at Xiueli, and then said, if I'm not mistaken, that thing should be the bone-eating well. Huh? Bone-eating well? Tamamanomi had an exaggerated expression. Does this thing really exist? Lord Tamamanomi, your original body has been in the underworld for many years, and you don't know about things here. This bone-eating well really exists. Looking at the nine-tails fox in front of him, Nurarahayan was speechless. With your identity and status, you should know about this thing if you know a little bit. Hehe, so this thing really has the ability to travel through time and space? Tamamanomi recalled the information about the bone-eating well. Travel through time and space? Xueli was a little dumbfounded. Her Highness went back to the past? I told you not to worry. As if seeing Xueli's thoughts, Nureyeon said, Her Highness is with that person, and the other party should not put Her Highness in danger. It seems that it is also because of the relationship with Arya. When she thought of this, Xuel let go. Swish! Swish! Several figures flew over again. One of them saw the scene, and when he saw Tamamanomi, he subconsciously said, Tamamanomi, you are crazy again. This idiot. Nureyeon couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Boom! With a loud bang, Tamamanomi waved his hand and shot out a golden rainbow and blasted the person who spoke out. The corner of his mouth twitched with the companion who came with that person. I don't want to know this guy. Soon, more and more people came here. There was no way, the movement was too exaggerated. Hundreds of monsters and the headquarters of the Monster Alliance who turned to gods were completely destroyed in just 1 or 2 minutes. Especially when the 3 monster kings were present, this was too scary. Who is so strong? Soon after, Rias brought Himejima Akino over. Seeing this scene in front of her, her face was very gloomy. She didn't expect this to happen. As for whether he traveled through time and space or was taken to a certain place, she naturally couldn't be sure. Not to mention her, even Tamamanomi couldn't be sure. Just when Rias was considering whether to let her brother go, Kwang-san appeared. Then, after communicating with Kwang-san, Rias looked at Kwang-san with a shocked face because the content of their communication was too shocking to her. But at the moment when Su Yang was taken away by the Demon King's self-explosion, he had actually returned to the neighboring world. Well, he directly replaced his real clone. It was just because of Iwanaga Kotoko that Su Yang did not disperse the real clone and was still transported away by some kind of space-time power. After realizing that the real clone was not in danger, and that his ability to replace with the real clone still existed and could be used normally, Su Yang directly replaced it again. At the same time, he also told Kwang-san not to let Arya worry. After all, Arya really cares about Iwanaga Kotoko. After replacing again, Su Yang found himself in a valley, and then he sensed the Flying Thunder God technique on Iwanaga Kotoko, and the Flying Thunder God technique was activated instantly. Dozens of kilometers away, Iwanaga Kotoko looked at the scene in front of her helplessly. What the hell is this place? I'm so hungry and thirsty now, I want to eat something. Although she was complaining, Iwanaga Kotoko's voice was very low. Suddenly appearing in an unfamiliar place, she naturally couldn't do anything rash. But she was relieved, because as a monster princess and with the special marks she left with Xueli and other monsters, they would soon find her. Now all she had to do was wait patiently. Although she had been waiting for more than a day, Iwanaga Kotoko still gritted her teeth and persisted. Swish! Suddenly a figure flashed, and Iwanaga Kotoko couldn't help but scream. Stop shouting. The familiar voice sounded, and Iwanaga Kotoko finally couldn't help but scream. Live. Su Yang. You finally showed up. Do you know how I spent this day? Looking at Iwanaga Kotoko crying on him, Su Yang was speechless. But, how to say it? It is really difficult for such a powerless girl to stay in this place where there is forest at a glance. Yes, more than a day. Only 1 hour has passed in the outside world, but 30 hours have passed in this place. The speed of time here is different from that in the outside world, which is 30 times that of the real world. But this is not the point. The point is that Su Yang got a hint just after he exchanged with his real clone. Detection host is currently entering the Inuyasha world. Should I use up one simulation in advance and simulate this world? Inuyasha world? Su Yang was stunned. Before the replacement, he learned from Kwang-san about the existence of the food map and the legend of its time travel. Originally, Su Yang thought he was really sent to the past. The bone-eating well is in Inuyasha. Will this be teleported to the Sengoku period? Now the truth is out. This is not teleported to the Sengoku period, but directly teleported to a world? Aren't you? Is this a simulated world? Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Su Yang frowned. In the end, he chose to refuse. If it was a world of Shinigami level, he would choose to simulate. But at least in the case of Inuyasha world, it is not that Yang looked down on this world. The problem is that the big monsters are scum in front of him. Even the Demon King is only slightly powerful to him and can struggle a few times. The strongest combat power displayed by Inuyasha is probably Inuyasha. Admiral Doga. Although Sesshomaru surpassed Doga in the later period, he could not surpass him by much. At most, he was just a top Demon King, right? Su Yang felt a little sorry. The last top Demon King died by self-explosion. The other parties seemed to be a mid-level god, and the simulation points were at least tens of millions. What a waste. Wait, it seems that there are many demons in this world. Su Yang suddenly remembered this, so could he take the opportunity to gain some wealth? The starting point of a Demon King is 5 million simulation points, right? If there were more in this world, it would be great. However, now we should deal with this crying demon princess first. Is it okay? Haven't you cried enough? Su Yang's voice immediately made Iwanaga Kotoko react, and she got up. It's too embarrassing. Hey, what is that? Suddenly seeing Su Yang take out the hot food, Iwanaga Kotoko's eyes lit up instantly. Where did you get these things? I brought them with me. Su Yang shrugged. In fact, he used the ability of the real clone to replace them in an instant. But it is impossible to carry too many things in this way, especially now that there is a world or several worlds between them. In fact, Su Yang can use the dimensional space to bring the things he brought. The only problem is that the current dimensional space has been integrated into the neighboring world, which is equivalent to being located in the neighboring world. If Su Yang wants to open the dimensional space here now, the coordinates will be erased, and the dimensional space will leave the neighboring world in the first place. Although it can be integrated again, Su Yang does not want to. Because the dimensional space has been integrated into the neighboring world for a period of time, it seems to have been strengthened and improved to a certain extent because of the neighboring world. If it is separated now, it will be considered a waste of all previous efforts. In addition, Su Yang can still perform the pupil technique Kamui under such circumstances, so it's fine. After eating and drinking, Iwanaga Kotoko's face was not good. Because when eating, Su Yang had told him that they were teleported to a strange world. This is bad news. The good news is that 30 days here is only 1 day in the real world, so there is no need to worry about being away for too long. What kind of good news is this? Iwanaga Kotoko was a little crazy. Okay, let's see how powerful the monsters in this world are. Su Yang stood up, which made Iwanaga Kotoko a little confused. But the next moment, 2 monsters suddenly emerged from the jungle in the distance, and Iwanaga Kotoko understood what Su Yang meant. 2 low-level monsters. However, Iwanaga Kotoko soon saw that Su Yang just tapped lightly and blocked the 2 low-level monsters from moving. She was not surprised. Su Yang, who destroyed the Monster Alliance in such an exaggerated way, had such strength. Isn't it natural? Hut. Su Yang turned his head and looked at Iwanaga Kotoko. Iwanaga Kotoko understood what the other party meant. She stepped forward and stretched out her right hand. Buzz. With a slight shake, a ray of light flashed in Iwanaga Kotoko's right hand. This is her special ability as a monster princess. Can restrain monsters by force. However, this kind of restraint will be limited by the strength of the monsters, and the stronger the monsters are, the harder it is to restrain them. There is not much hope for big monsters. Even if they can be restrained, it will only take more than 10 seconds at most. What can be done in this time? After a while, Iwanaga Kotoko opened her eyes and frowned slightly. I can't restrain these 2 low-level monsters. At most, I can only make a contract with them, but the contract must be made with the other party's willingness. Iwanaga Kotoko said. Is it because the world is different? Su Yang was a little curious. I don't know, maybe it should be. Iwanaga Kotoko was a little hesitant. After all, this was the first time she encountered this. Luckily, when Iwanaga Kotoko was confused, Su Yang killed the 2 low-level monsters. Kill low-level monsters. Simulation points plus 1,000. Kill low-level monsters. Points plus 1,000. These 2 prompts made him secretly relieved. Although the world is different, it seems that the monsters are also different. But the simulation points are the same. In fact, there is another reason why Su Yang simulated, That is, he was worried that after simulating the Inuyasha world, this world would be transformed into a simulation world. How could he get simulation points? Do you have a way to leave? Ignoring the two low-level monsters that died, Iwanaga Kotoko stared at Su Yang closely. No. Su Yang shrugged. He was telling the truth. Well, it was half the truth. After all, he could leave with the power of the real clone, but Iwanaga Kotoko couldn't take him with him. Is that so? Iwanaga Kotoko pondered, and finally seemed to have made up her mind. In that case, I'll take you away from here. What? Wait, you just said you would take me away? Su Yang was surprised. Where did you get this confidence from? Yes, just wait, I will show you the strength of my monster princess. Iwanaga Kotoko was very proud. Wait, don't be impatient. Su Yang stopped her, but it seemed a little too late. Because at this moment, Iwanaga Kotoko's artificial limbs and artificial eyes were instantly broken, and at the same time a special force gathered on her broken left leg and right eye. In just 1 or 2 breaths, Iwanaga Kotoko's lost left leg and right eye were completely restored. Su Yang's eyes were strange because at this moment, Iwanaga Kotoko's breath soared. From the original ordinary weak woman directly soared to the level of a superior demon. This G rocket is not as fast as her. Okay. It turns out that it is most comfortable to have a complete body. The recovery of the lost left leg and right eye made Iwanaga Kotoko feel very satisfied. By the way, what did you just say? Alas. Can't this woman wait for someone to finish talking? Su Yang was helpless. Actually, I want to say that I still have a way to go back by myself, but I don't know if I can bring you back now. But I think I can do some research and I should be able to bring you back. Iwanaga Kotoko. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Iwanaga Kotoko was a little upset. Oh my god, do you know how much damage I would suffer if I took my left leg and right eye in advance? It's obvious that I only need to wait for King Zhao's 2 or 3 more years, and then I can take my left leg and right eye to be perfect, which is the realm of the top demon king. What a loss. Su Yang, you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Wanjie was about to cry. Although she looked very relaxed just now, it takes courage to make such a decision. And you said that I might have done it in vain? This is 10,000 times more painful than killing someone. I told you to wait, but who knew you would start right away? Su Yung shrugged. It was obviously you who were too impatient. Don't I want to leave here early? Woo. Okay. This time, she couldn't stand the blow and really cried. Well, it's okay. After all, you're equivalent to the realm of the Great Monster. What? The realm of the General Great Monster is very different from the top Monster King, okay? Well, that's true. For the General Great Monster, I can kill a large number of them in 1 second. For the top requirements, I have to hit them several times to kill them. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Jianzi stopped crying and looked up at Su Yang with extremely resentful eyes. If you can't comfort people, don't comfort them, okay? If you can't comfort people, it will become a blow. Duh. You are still telling the truth. Jianzi felt even more sad. It seems that in front of this man, the difference between the realm of the Great Monster and the realm of the Monster King is not that big. Sadness flows like a river. Tail. Above the clouds, a palace floated slowly. Being able to float on the clouds is enough to show that this palace is not simple. In fact, this is a treasure passed down from generation to generation by the Dog Demon clan, and it has always been controlled by the most noble clan of the Dog Demon clan. Now the owner of the palace is Lingwei Fairy. There is some strange aura, and the palace seems to have some reaction to that place. Lingwei Fairy's eyes seemed to look through the palace to somewhere on the ground, but she couldn't see anything at all. It was too far away. And it seemed that some special power blocked the palace's detection. Just when Fairy Lingwei wanted to investigate further, a dog demon suddenly ran in. Palace Master, the Dog Admiral has sent someone again. Let him go. Fairy Lingwei's eyes flashed with a cold light, and her tone was extremely cold. Is this Dia King still not giving up? Does he really think that with the title of Dog Admiral, he will make me surrender? What a joke. Palace Master, you must not do that. An old voice sounded, and it was an old dog demon who walked out. Why not? Fairy Lingua had a cold face, without any concern that the other party was her elder. Alas, I know what you think, Palace Master, but Duya King's bloodline is the purest in my dog demon clan, and it is also the closest to you. The old dog demon sighed. Only in this way can the strongest bloodline of our clan be passed on. No need, the dog demon clan has me enough. Fairy Lingua had an arrogant look on her face, and she had no such idea at all. Palace Master, you can't go on like this, because those members of the clan will not allow you to pursue me like this. The old dog demon tried to persuade her again. Oh, can they still destroy me? Fairy Lingua's eyes flashed with disdain. What kind of identity did she have to care about those old immortals in the clan? Alas. The old dog demon shook his head slightly. They really don't dare to do anything to you, but they will open the ancestral land, take out the bodies of the ancestors of all generations, and directly extract blood from them. 1. They dare. Fairy Lingwei was instantly furious, and the terrifying aura instantly erupted, suppressing the dog demon who was kneeling on the ground and lying on the ground. On the contrary, the old dog demon just shook his body slightly, but he stood firm. He looked at Fairy Lingwei again, shook his head again and walked out, but a very helpless word came. Of course they dare, because this is the rule set by the ancestors. How could Fairy Lingua not know this? As the most precious existence of the dog demon clan, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a royal family. Even the entire dog demon clan is able to produce generations of strong people because of the royal bloodline. In order to prevent the royal bloodline from being cut off, once each royal member dies, the body will be sent to the ancestral land and preserved with secret methods. When the royal bloodline is cut off, the elders of the dog demon clan will open the ancestral land to extract enough royal bloodline power from the remains of the royal ancestors of all generations, and choose a dog demon clan with the strongest bloodline and strength to make him a new royal family. In fact, Fairy Lingwei knew Doya Wang's plan very well. The reason why the other party forced her to marry him was actually because she refused. Because with Doya Wang's strength, this is already the strongest in the history of the dog demon clan, but he is not of royal blood. Once he is royal bloodline, his strength will naturally go further. Once she marries King Duya, he can use the secret method of the dog demon tribe to cultivate with the royal blood in her body and improve his own strength. No matter which one, it is the same for King Duya. Both can improve strength. Therefore, for King Duya, Lingua Fairy's choice is actually not important at all. This is also the real reason why Lingua Fairy resists him. Unfortunately, the Western country needs King Duya now, and many elders in the dog demon tribe also support King Duya, especially the eldest elder is King Duya's grandfather. Alas! A helpless sigh came from the throne of the palace, and Lingua Fairy fell into a difficult choice. Heido 33, Kangguozu. With Su Yang's light shout, a terrifying explosion of flames broke out in his hand, directly engulfing a group of monsters in front of him. Kill low-level monsters. Simulation points plus 1,000. Kill intermediate monster soldiers. Simulation points plus 10,000. Kill low-level monsters. Simulation points plus 1,000. Kill intermediate monster soldiers. Simulation points plus 10,000. A series of killing prompts sounded, and Su Yang turned to look at Iwanaga Kotoko, who was still very depressed. I say, is there something wrong with your identity as a monster princess? How should I know? Iwanaga Kotoko also looked extremely helpless. Who knows? I will become like this after I recover my complete body. My master didn't tell me at all. Looking at Iwanaga Kotoko, who was going crazy again, Yang's eyes pierced. Obviously, Iwanaga Kotoko is a little different from the Iwanaga Kotoko he knew. The monster princess is born with this, as if she is a divine position bestowed by heaven. Well, the monster princess is indeed the god of wisdom among monsters. She is not a monster, but she is not a god either. She is a real god. But how can a mortal body ascend to godhood in one step? Therefore, when inheriting the position of the monster princess, Iwanaga Kotoko will lose one eye and one foot. But it is not permanent. In the words of the monster princess, it is a state of deification, which can be taken out at any time. But the later it is taken out, the better it is for her. At the same time, after taking it out, it can also be practiced and have a stronger restraint on monsters and even forcibly command monsters. In addition, it has some magical abilities. For example, a certain generation of monster princess signed a contract with the wind and snow in nature, so that the wind and snow had an incarnation and the Snow Woman clan was born. This is also the reason why the Snow Woman clan will protect the monster princess from generation to generation, and even many snow women join different monster forces, essentially for the monster princess. However, this Iwanaga Kotoko seems to be a little impatient and took back her one eye and 1 foot in advance. Now she is going crazy. For this monster princess who goes crazy at every turn, he no longer wants to provoke her. As a monster princess, let alone restraining the monsters here, she can't even have a conversation. That's fine. But what does your physique that attracts monsters mean? After Iwanaga Kotoko got back her lost heel and eyes, Yang discovered that the monsters were extremely eager for Iwanaga Kotoko. Here comes another one. Haha, I finally found it. With such an alluring smell, I will definitely become a great monster if I eat this human. A giant wolf monster suddenly appeared, with madness in his eyes. Finally, a wise one came. Tsukuyami. Seeing this monster wolf, Su Yang directly absorbed its soul with Tsukuyami. After a while, a system prompt sounded. Kill a high-level monster general, simulation points plus 500,000. So that's it. Is this a monster general close to the great monster level? 500,000 simulation points. This is very good. Looking at Iwanaga Kotoko with a numb face, Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Those who know this will know that this is a monster princess, while those who don't will think that you are a human-shaped 4 souls jade. A high-level monster general does know some things, and Su Yang has obtained a lot of information from that high-level monster general. For example, now there is a powerful monster king in the west. Even the other party fought with the monster king Kirinmaru of the east not long ago and won. Based on this, Su Yang knew that this is indeed the world of Inuyasha, but the difference is that Inuyasha was hundreds of years ago. Not to mention Inuyasha, even Sesshomaru was not born yet. And the place where they are now belongs to the territory of the east. Hey Yang, when are you going to leave? Iwanaga Kotoko looked depressed. Although she was a little surprised and helpless, she could only accept it now. And she has already noticed that she seems to be targeted in this world. The identity of the monster princess not only has no effect, but has even become a huge sweet bun. You have to know that in the original world, her identity as a monster princess can prevent all monsters from attacking her. In fact, monsters cannot attack her. Even those monsters who specialize in gods can attack her, but the cost is too high. How long can you hold on? Su Yang asked with a slight change in his expression. I can only hold on for 1 day at most. After 1 day, my divine power will bring it back. Iwanaga Kotoko said. This is the confidence that she has to bring Su Yang back with her. Her divine power is given by the world. Once she gets back the lost eyes and feet, she will be a real monster. Now she is just a parallel import. With the power of divine power, she can naturally go back. 1 day? Su Yang pondered for a moment. This time is too tight. Hey, wait. Suddenly thinking of something, Su Yang asked, do you mean 1 day here or 1 day in our world? It is inevitable that the priesthood will return to its position. I will naturally delay it for 1 day. This day is naturally 1 day in our world. After saying this, Iwanaga Kotoko seemed to think of something and asked with a strange look on her face, you don't want to stay here for a month, do you? Is it not possible? Su Yang smiled slightly, and when he saw that Iwanaga Kotoko was about to cry, he said, there is a special thing in this world that I am very interested in. Don't worry, you will not be in any danger. With a thought in his mind, Su Yang raised his right hand lightly, and a truth-seeking ball appeared. This is what Su Yang has been able to do recently, and he can make a truth-seeking ball before entering the spirit suit mode. But now the limit is only 2. What is this? Siege BD. Iwanaga Kotoko was confused, and the black one was really ugly. But the next moment, She saw one of the black balls surrounding her. Then, the other fell to Su Yang's feet and turned directly into a black barrier with a diameter of more than 3 meters. "Come up," Su Yang said softly, and Iwanaga Kotoko stepped on it subconsciously. Then, under her surprised eyes, the barrier formed by the black ball actually flew up. And the speed was extremely fast. "Hey, wait, why is there no wind?" Iwanaga Kotoko finally seemed to notice something was wrong. That is, the two of them were flying so fast in the sky, but there was no wind. A closer look showed that they were completely blocked outside. "What on earth is this thing of yours?" Iwanaga Kotoko finally couldn't help it. "Truth-seeking ball." Su Yang's answer was very concise, but considering what was going to happen next, he still said one more sentence. "This truth-seeking ball with you will instantly turn into a barrier to protect you when you are attacked. Even the Demon King can't break it. You can rest assured now." However, it would have been better if he didn't explain it this way. This explanation made Iwanaga Kotoko want to cry even more. Even the Demon King can't break it? So, you plan to go and cause trouble for the Demon King next? 3 hours later, the guess in the heart of Iwanaga Kotoko was confirmed. Looking at a huge dragon monster with an ominous face on its forehead and a mouth that could spray scorching flames, Iwanaga Kotoko trembled. "Demon King. And it is a requirement of extremely strong strength. I am afraid that he has reached the realm of the top Demon King. Stupid human. You are looking for death by trespassing into my territory." The dragon bone spirit roared, extremely angry. As a Demon King with extremely strong strength, who doesn't know its territory? Now a human has actually broken in? Is this a provocation to him? "Hey, what is that?" Suddenly, the dragon bone spirit saw Yanyong Jianzi, and an indescribable desire suddenly burst out in his heart. It seems that if it devours that human, it can evolve into an invincible Demon King. "Human, give me the girl next to you, so that I can let you die more happily." Why are these Demon Kings all brainless? Faced with such a dragon bone spirit, Su Yang also shook his head secretly. The information obtained from the high-level demon general before included the information of this dragon bone spirit. It seems that the dragon bone spirit at this time has not fought with the Doya King. However, this breath is not weak. At this time, the dragon bone spirit can no longer wait and rushed up directly. "Foolish human, you dare to ignore my order, then you die." Facing the dragon bone spirit rushing up, Iwanaga Kotoko felt suffocated because the opponent's demon history was too powerful. However, Su Yang gently extended his index finger and tapped lightly. Bakudo 61, 6 Paths Light Prison. Su Yang finally had a suitable target, so he naturally tried Kido's power. In an instant, the dragon bone spirit was blocked by the 6 Paths Light sheet, which made the dragon bone spirit furious. "A mere blockade. Do you think you can trap me?" As soon as the voice fell, the dragon bone spirit broke free instantly. "Half a second?" Su Yang muttered quietly, but his hands did not slow down. Bakudo number 63, Chains and Binding. The next moment, the dragon bone spirit was entangled by several bright lights. Iwanaga Kotoko? After watching for a while, Iwanaga Kotoko understood. Good guy. This man actually tried a top Demon King? However, what kind of special technique is this Bakudo? One moment it was chained, and the next moment it was some 5-pillar iron piercing and 9-star binding. This Demon King is really miserable. Looking at the dragon bone spirit that was constantly blocked and entangled, Iwanaga Kotoko couldn't help but feel a little pity in her heart. The top Demon King was actually toyed with like this. Wait, it was going to eat me just now, right? When I thought of this, Iwanaga Kotoko said directly to Su Yang, "Do those moves a few more times, this guy is too arrogant." Su Yang. "Miss, I am testing the moves, not torturing." But it seems to be about the same? After a Kido bombardment, Su Yang stopped. Now he only controls the Kido before the 80th, and the strongest Bakudo can only seal the dragon bone spirit for 1 minute. The strongest Kido is Heido number 78, Zanholin, which can cause certain damage to the dragon bone spirit. But if you want to kill the dragon bone spirit with this, you may have to bombard it directly 20 or 30 times. Then try to chant it completely. Su Yang's heart moved, waiting to chant. The king. the mask of flesh and blood. The one who has the name of the man and the wings of all things. Carve the double lotus on the wall of blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. Heido number 73, double lotus blue fire falling. Boom. With a loud noise, the dragon bone spirit, who was already injured, was finally freed. Kill the top demon king. Simulation points plus 15 million. Oh wow! 15 million simulation points? Yang was quite satisfied with this. Since the dragon bone spirit has been killed, its subordinates should follow it, right? But they're all simulation points, so Yang doesn't want to let them go. Multiple shadow clone technique. The next moment, a large number of shadow clone appeared and then killed in all directions. Iwanaga Jianzi was already numb. But at the same time, she was curious in her heart. If it was before, it could still be a test. But for those weak monsters, Su Yang didn't seem to let them go. Is this a hobby of killing monsters? A few days later, the palace of the Demon King of the East. Master Demon King, there are humans slaughtering monsters in our east. A demon general knelt on one knee to report to Korinmaru. Huh? Humans slaughtering monsters? Korinmaru frowned, because this was too unusual. Normally, it should be the monsters that slaughter humans, right? Yes, Lord Monster King. The monster general said respectfully that human has very strong power. Even the dragon bone spirit was killed by him. It's interesting that he can kill the dragon bone spirit, so this human must be quite powerful. Hearing this news, Korinmaru was not afraid, but instead felt a little interested in his heart, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Such an opponent should be good, right? How many more days do you have to stay? Iwanaga Kotoko was a little crazy. 7 days. For 7 days, this dog man has been killing monsters. And he doesn't seem to want to sleep. He kills monsters when he is asleep and when he wakes up. What is he trying to do? Is mental illness so scary? How many more days? I haven't found what I'm looking for yet. Su Yang shook his head slightly. What he was looking for was naturally the Four Souls Jade. Before killing the Dragon Bone Spirit, he learned from the other party that the Four Souls Jade still appeared frequently at this time and did not appear in the monster-killing village. Interestingly, Xiaoyang asked the Dragon Bone Spirit why he didn't take the Four Souls Jade. With its strength, it should be easy to take the Four Souls Jade. However, the Dragon Bone Spirit was very disdainful of the Four Souls Jade, saying that although that thing could enhance and strengthen the demon power, it had no effect on big demons like them, especially the Demon King. It would even pollute their demon power. That is, those half-demons who don't care about it, and those monsters with insufficient potential will fight for it. And to reach the level of Demon King, you must keep the demon power pure. It is almost impossible for a half-demon to reach the level of Demon King, let alone the Great Demon King. The Four Souls Jade can at most allow those with insufficient potential and half-demons to reach the level of Demon King. Su Yang was also very surprised about this situation. However, even so, he still got the Four Souls Jade. Since the Four Souls Jade is not pure, then purify it. This is not a difficult task for him. Su Yang even has a special plan in his mind. If it succeeds, it may be a great thing. How many days will it take? Iwanaga Kotoko looked helpless. She wanted to leave. But Su Yang asked her to help bring some things, so she didn't leave. Su Yang was also surprised. He could bring some small things from the world of Zhongman, but he couldn't bring the things here back. Because the difference in the flow of time is too great. In simple terms, he brought things with the ability of clone replacement. That is, 1 moment becomes 30 moments, and the time is extended, so it is brought across the world. But from this side, 1 moment becomes 1/30th of a moment, which is difficult. Although this analogy is not very appropriate, it is basically the case. Now that he is not using Iwanaga Kotoko, the monster princess level courier, Su Yang will naturally not waste it. Make the best use of it. As for the next stop, he plans to go directly to the East Country. However, to his surprise, when he went to the East Country, he encountered a well-prepared army of monsters from the East Country. The leader was Korinmaru. "Human, you passed." This was the first sentence Korinmaru said when he saw Su Yang. To be honest, Su Yang's actions during this period made him very cautious. Because after the Dragon Bone Spirit, 2 more Monster Kings were killed by this human. Although one of them was not a great Monster King, he had been famous for a long time and was not far from being a great Monster King. If the Dragon Bone Spirit was killed, it might be because the other party was careless, or this human used some means. But the so-called other party's behavior made Korinmaru understand that the other party was a real strong man. Under caution, he brought the elite troops of the East Country. This time, it was not the last time he competed with a strong man like Dia King. From the number of monsters killed by this human in front of him, this has already involved the major events of the human and monster races. Even if Korinmaru is very confident in his own strength, he can't afford to gamble. He dare not gamble. As for Korinmaru and the monster army in front of him, Su-yang didn't care too much, even though Korinmaru's aura was stronger than that of the Dragon Bone Spirit. Without the intention of dialogue, Su-yang directly entered Sage Mode and clapped his hands, and a Senju Buddha was slapped out. Then it was the top of the transformation. When she saw the Senju Buddha appear, Iwanaga Kotoko's pupils shrank sharply, and her lips felt a little thirsty. Sure enough, the goal that happened next was exactly the same as what happened to the Monster Alliance. Boom! The terrifying attack from the Senju Buddha statues directly crushed the Eastern Kingdom's monster army. Well, true several thousand hands with style is really the strongest move for group attack. Su-yang was also full of emotion. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in Su-yang's eyes. I saw that the place attacked by the Senju Buddha statue suddenly burst out like a black energy bomb, and the explosion instantly destroyed 1/3 of the arm of the Senju Buddha statue. It's Korinmaru. Human. Korinmaru was extremely angry because this human was too terrifying. But seeing the people he brought were slaughtered like this, he was furious and burst out a very terrifying attack. Die! Korinmaru seemed to have done everything and slashed out a hundreds-meter-long black slash, breaking the Senju Buddha statue and bombarding Su-yang at the same time. Interesting, not bad. Su-yang was only slightly surprised by such a move. But that's all. Kamui. He just took a faint look, and the next moment the terrifying slash twisted and exploded in an instant, completely shattered into nothingness. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, a trace of despair flashed in Korinmaru's eyes. This move was a desperate one. After the attack, he exhausted his energy and spirit. His originally red hair turned black and white, like an old man in his twilight years. With such a cost, even if Dia King came, he would surely die. Korinmaru was very sure of this. But it was precisely because of this that he was so easily broken by the human in front of him. It was a great blow to him. You are very good. You are the first monster I have met that can burst out a Demon King level attack. Su-yang suddenly appeared in front of Korinmaru. Although he didn't know what the Demon King level in the mouth of the human in front of him meant, the other party's words made Korinmaru feel a little honored. It was ridiculous. But this was his truest thought at his last moments. Haha, that's how it is. Korinmaru understood that the power of this human in front of him was far beyond his expectations. Can I know your name? Su-yang. Su-yang. Korinmaru murmured, and his body fell down completely. Kill the top Demon King. Simulation points plus 20 million. TSK, 20 million simulation points? This Dragon Bone Spirit is stronger. Very good. Then, Su-yang felt that killing small monsters was too slow. He has killed tens of thousands of monsters in the past few days, but in fact, most of them are low-level monsters, with only 100 simulation points for each. 10,000 is only 1,000,000 simulation points. And killing a Qilin Wan is 20 million. The gap is obvious. Then, Su-yang took a look at the current simulation points. Simulation points, 180,328,500. 180 million simulation points. This is Su-yang's current simulation points. It's almost done, so let's go there first. After all, we have to let the other party give an explanation for being stared at like this all the time, right? Su-yang's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful sneer, and then looked up at the sky. Cloud Palace. Your Highness Lingwei, you are responsible for the important task of my demon clan, and you can't be so willful. The second elder of the Dog Demon Clan said to the impatient Lingwei fairy. Several of our elders and those clan elders agree with this matter, and only Dia King is worthy of your bloodline. Although a little impatient, this time Lingwei fairy did not ignore the second elder. It's not about the other party's identity, but if she continues to refuse, the ancestral land will be forcibly opened and the remains of her ancestors will be taken out. I'll consider it. Finally, Fairy Lingwei compromised. She said she would consider it, but in fact, given her personality, she had already agreed. The second elder's eyes lit up slightly after getting the answer. He naturally knew Fairy Lingwei, after all, he was her uncle. Suddenly, at this moment, a demon general ran in with a panicked look on his face. Palace Master, something bad has happened. King Duya has forcibly opened the ancestral land to take the blood of our ancestors. What? Fairy Lingwei stood up instantly, her face full of shock and anger. Who gave King Duya such courage to be so bold and presumptuous? The second elder was also confused. How did he forcefully open the ancestral land? I have already persuaded people, but you, King Duya, actually did this? Second elder, are you deliberately attracting my attention? Fairy Lingwei seemed to remember something, staring at the second elder coldly. How is it possible? The second elder was also angry. That was also my ancestor. I personally sent your great-grandfather in. Do you think I am so unfilial? Ling Yuexianji didn't say anything, but her eyes looking at the second elder didn't change, because she knew that he could do this. After all, in order to purify the blood and compete for the ownership of the Cloud Palace, her second grandfather extracted all the blood of his descendants, purified it, and added it to his grandson's body, so that his grandson would have the most noble blood. Unfortunately, all this was completely in vain after her blood suddenly returned to its ancestral state. Oh, it seems that I came at the right time and encountered something more interesting. Suddenly, a voice appeared and interrupted the conversation between the two. Who is it? The second elder's face changed, and then he saw that he didn't know when two humans appeared behind him. It was him. After seeing Su Yang, Ling Yuexianji's face changed slightly, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Human. The second elder's eyes were filled with disbelief, and then his face became silent, and his demonic power burst out instantly. A mere human dared to set foot in the sacred cloud palace of my dog demon clan, and it is not a pity to die. As soon as the voice fell, the second elder took action. In his opinion, this move could easily kill the two humans in front of him. However, what shocked him was that in the face of his attack, the human man just glanced at him lightly, and his attack was wiped out. At the same time, that glance pulled him into a place that seemed like hell. Releasing Kamui and Tsukuyami at the same time at one time is barely possible for Su Yang now. Kill the Demon King, simulation points plus 5 million. TSK, he is worthy of being the second elder of the Dog Demon Clan, and he is actually a Demon King. ******. Although due to old age and physical weakness, his strength is at most the top level of the big demon, but the system obviously only recognizes the level. Who are you? Seeing the second elder being killed so easily by the other party, Lingwei Fairy was not surprised at all, but asked calmly, although she was very uneasy in her heart. Me? Su Yang smiled faintly. You have been watching for several days, and you still don't know who I am? Huh? Watched for several days? Yan Yang Kinsey on the side was confused. What's going on? Sure enough, he noticed it. Lingwei Fairy's face changed slightly, but her momentum did not weaken. Humph, why do I, Lingwei Fairy, need to explain to you, a human, what I do? Su Yang was silent. Good guy, if you don't know, you would think you are Qin Beixian. I give you two choices. Su Yang looked at Lingwei Fairy calmly. I choose the third one. Lingwei Fairy said, and was about to attack Su Yang. But right after that, Su Yang waved his hand lightly, and the truth-seeking ball behind him instantly flew out. The black long rope tied up Ling Yong Xianji in 10 very humiliating ways. Then, under Su Yang's control, it flew in front of him. I'm just saying it once. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. The first one is to surrender, and the second one is to be controlled by me. The difference is that the second one is to lose yourself. Don't think about committing suicide. As long as you don't die in an instant, even if your heart is gone, I can make you alive. Su Yang smiled and said this, which seemed like a devil to Lingyu Xianji. Iwanaga Jianzi behind him made up her mind that she would never, ever, ever offend this dog man. It's so damn scary. 0. Lingyu Xianji's face was very ugly because she could sense that the man in front of her was not talking nonsense. I choose the first one. After saying this with gritted teeth, Lingyu Xianji relaxed her whole body and was no longer under any pressure. Very good, look into my eyes. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. Lingyu Xianji subconsciously raised her head and then saw a pair of special eyes with a light curtain. Distinguished heavenly gods. Su Yang whispered secretly. This was the first time he used this ability. He did not give Linghui Fairy any special orders, nor were they very complicated. There was only one: never betray him. After a while, Su Yang sat on the throne of the Cloud Palace and said to Linghui Fairy, who was kneeling below, "Let's go to the Dog Demon Clan." Yes, district. Linghui Fairy looked at Su Yang with a complicated expression and immediately controlled the Cloud Palace. She could feel what Su Yang did to her, but she did not notice the slightest difference. There was only one more thing that could not violate the other party's cognition. However, this was much better than being controlled. The Dog Demon Clan's clan land was their ancestral land as a sacred place. Only dog demons who had made contributions throughout the ages and reached the realm of demon kings were qualified to be buried in the ancestral land after death. But at this moment, the ancestral land had changed greatly. Even the clan land of the entire Dog Demon Clan had changed. A humanoid dog demon over 300 meters tall destroyed everything. The Dog Demon Clan also suffered heavy casualties because of the other party. When Linghui Fairy saw the scene, her face was horrified. How is it possible? TSK, this should be Do-Yawan? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Why is his aura wrong? He turned into a beast. Lingyu Fairy shook her head slightly. He absorbed too much of the royal blood of the Dog Demon Clan, causing himself to be unable to bear it, and finally turned into a beast. But with his strength, it shouldn't be like this. Lingyu Fairy looked puzzled. On the way here, she finally understood why Do-Yawan would forcefully open the ancestral land to absorb the royal blood. This is all because of her newly recognized master Su Yang. Su Yang's killing of Qilin Wan made a big noise, and Do-Yawan knew it at the first time. And he learned that Qilin Wan, who was only slightly weaker than himself, was easily killed by a human, and this human was also killing monsters everywhere. The East Country can be said to be gone, so the next one is not their turn in the West Country. In the end, Do-Yawan persuaded the elders with this, opened the ancestral land, and began to devour the royal blood. Unfortunately, before Su Yang could come up, the demons were all destroyed by Do-Ya King himself. In fact, as Lingyu Fairy said, even if he devoured a large amount of royal blood, and even added the blood of the demon kings of the Dog Demon Clan, Do-Ya King could not fall into a state of losing control and eventually transforming into a beast. The reason why Do-Ya King really transformed into a beast was the Four-Soul Jade. Do-Ya King naturally would not use the Four-Soul Jade to improve himself. He knew the disadvantages of the Four-Soul Jade very well. But he took a different approach and actually used the Four-Soul Jade to combine the three most powerful swords in the world, Tian Shengya, Song Yunya, and Taiseiga, into one. Well, this was also because Su Yang's terrifying strength made him take risks. Although he succeeded in the end, it was very reluctant. Then when he devoured the royal blood to evolve, he suffered the backlash of the Four-Soul Jade. Because of the characteristics of the Four-Soul Jade, after suffering from its backlash, Do-Ya King completely lost control. In the end, it became what it is now. This transformation is a special state of the demon race, and it can be regarded as a kind of half-demon, but it is half-beast and half-demon. But how to say it? With such a strong aura, Su Yang may be a real demon king-level strongman. After this kill, He should be able to gain a lot of model points, right? Doya King also seemed to have discovered the Cloud Palace and attacked directly. It's just that the way of attack made Su Yang somewhat familiar. At this moment, Doya King opened his huge mouth, and the demon power condensed crazily in his mouth, forming an energy bomb condensed by demon power. Getting bigger and bigger. Isn't this the tailed beast bomb? Seeing the scene, Su Yang showed a trace of speechlessness in his eyes. However, Lingyu Fairy's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly controlled the Cloud Palace to avoid it. But she was stopped by Su Yang. No need. Su Yang waved his hand, and a trace of interest flashed in his eyes. Compared with the tailed beast bomb and the demon energy bomb, which one is stronger? Under the horrified gazes of Lingyu Fairy and Yenong Jianzi, Su Yang bent his finger and a bright light burst out from his fingertips. After the light flashed, a tailed beast bomb appeared instantly. At first, it was only the size of a fingertip, but after a slight tremor, it expanded directly to a terrifying volume with a diameter of more than 3 meters. Feeling the breath of this huge tailed beast bomb, Lingyu Fairy trembled all over. The breath alone made her feel death. At this moment, the demon energy bomb in the mouth of Doya King had been blasted out by it. Su Yang also directly pointed, and the huge tailed beast bomb blasted out instantly. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth shook and the sky trembled. The terrifying power instantly swept the entire ground, and there was no trace of the Dog Demon Clan's clan. Su Yang received a lot of prompts at the first time, which surprised him a little. Can the target killed in this way also obtain simulation points? 540. After a long time, when the aftermath of the explosion subsided, a huge corpse was lying in front of him. The huge beast-like body of Doya Wang had been knocked off by 2/3, but even so, it was still alive. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's heart moved, and he came directly to his body and then performed a sealing technique. This sealing technique did not seal Doya Wang, but directly extracted everything in the opponent's body, including Doya Wang's soul, and finally sealed it into a small sealing ball. Until then, a prompt sounded. Kill the strongest person in this world, simulation points plus 30 million. An additional reward of 100 million simulation points, 1 enhancement. Note, this enhancement ability can only be used on abilities or items in this world. Asterisk. Some unexpected rewards. The simulation points alone are 130 million. And there is 1 enhancement? Although unexpected, with this enhancement, Su Yang was even more surprised. This will allow him to do a lot of things. 7 days later, in the Cloud Palace. Are you really not going with us? Iwanaga Kotoko looked at Su Yang with a complicated expression. Before coming to this world, she had seen Su Yang's powerful strength. But since entering this world, she has a better understanding of Su Yang's strength. There is no strongest, only stronger. Is the Su Yang who is killed strong? Definitely strong. But when killing Doya King, the power Su Yang showed could easily kill him when he was destroying the Monster Alliance. When I think of Su Yang's relaxed look when he killed Doya King, how could Iwanaga Kotoko not know that the other party didn't use his full strength at all? I'm afraid he didn't even show how strong his strength was. Therefore, Iwanaga Kotoko didn't know how strong the man in front of her was. I still have some things to do, you go first, Su Yang said. Then, he looked up at Lingyu Xianji and said, after you go there, someone will pick you up and she will make arrangements at that time. Su Yang was talking about Tokisaki Kurumi. He had already told Kurumi about the situation here through his real clone. Yes, Lingyu Xianji replied respectfully, she was not alone. There are still some dog demons in the Cloud Palace. A small number of them were originally staying in the Cloud Palace, and most of them were lucky enough to survive in other places after the dog demon's tribe was destroyed. Those dog demons were led by Lingyu Xianji. Fortunately, the Cloud Palace is a special space treasure that can shrink its size. Otherwise, Iwanaga Jianzi couldn't take it away. Can you really leave by yourself? Iwanaga Jianzi was still a little hesitant. Do you think I would make such a joke? Su Yang looked at her with a smile. Don't worry, in fact, this is just a special clone of mine, not the real body, and can be taken back at any time. Huh. Iwanaga Kotoko was a little dumbfounded. You told me that you are just a clone? She didn't believe it. But she felt that Su Yang would not deceive her about such a thing. I'm leaving. I'm going to settle accounts with your original body now. Iwanaga Kotoko left angrily. The way she left was very special. She completely released the divine power from the world of Zongman. The powerful and special world power appeared out of thin air and enveloped the main space near Yangshengzi. Then it disappeared in a flash. This was completely taken away by the world. Su Yang looked at the scene, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. But why hasn't it disappeared yet? Iwanaga Kotoko and others have left, but what surprised Su Yang was that this world power did not disappear and stayed directly in place. 9. What's going on? Just when Su Yang was a little confused, he suddenly received a system prompt. The will from the Soman world wants to devour the Inuyasha world. Does the host agree? If you don't agree, the system can include the Inuyasha world as an exclusive simulation world. What's going on? The Soman world wants to devour the Inuyasha world? Wait, the Soman world is a world that devours a lot of worlds. It doesn't seem to be a big deal to devour another Inuyasha world. But the problem is, my system seems to be able to stop the Soman world from doing this, and can even include Inuyasha as an exclusive simulation world in the face of the will of the Soman world. So, my system is stronger than the will of the Soman world? The so-called exclusive simulation world is that after a perfect clearance, after passing the level again with a real simulation, this simulation world is directly fixed. You can simulate without consuming simulation times, and you can simulate as you like. In fact, Su Yang didn't think of simulating the simulated world again after passing it perfectly, because it doesn't make much sense anymore. But letting the Inuyasha world be swallowed by the Soman world is even more useless to him. And at this time, another system prompt that surprised Li Yang appeared. After negotiation, the will of the Zongman world exchanged a blessing for the Inuyasha world. Warm reminder, the host made a lot of money in this transaction. Please agree to it. Good guy. Su Yang was numb when he saw the word negotiation. How did the system negotiate with the will of the world? Especially the content of the warm reminder, which made Su Yang think that his system might not be a profiteer. Agree, system. I agree to this transaction, but the swallowing needs to be after I leave. Su Yang said quickly. The transaction has been established. You get a blessing from the world of Soman. Warm tip. The best way to use this blessing is to simulate it in the real world. Su Yang. Not only did you make me a lot of money, but you also gave me a hint on how to use it? Very good. Then I can't delay it. Looking down at the Four Souls jade in his hand, Su Yang's eyes flashed with expectation. He planned to use the opportunity of strengthening this time on the Four Souls jade. However, before that, he needed to collect some strengthening materials. Well, the thing he had just sealed from Tuga King's body was one of the materials. For the next period of time, Yang started a hunting trip, continuously looking for monsters, killing and sealing all the power and souls in their bodies. As time went by, Su Yang had more and more sealing balls in his hands. But a certain world will began to be dissatisfied. Although it agreed, it seemed that Su Yang had stayed too long, and he began to urge Su Yang. Although it had not yet begun to devour, the will of the Soman world had already appeared in Inuyasha's world. During this period of time, Su Yang faintly noticed it. The will of the world of Soman seems to have a low IQ? It can't be said that way. It should be said that there is no emotion, and it is not even the true will of the soul. This is just a rule or program with the same operating mode. This also made Su Yang feel relieved, for fear that the will of the world of Soman was some special existence, otherwise he would be targeted. That would be troublesome. It's almost done. Looking at the pile of sealing balls in front of him, Su Yang was very satisfied. Su Yang stayed in the world of Inuyasha for more than a month and sealed most of the demon kings into sealing balls. Don't urge me, I'm leaving right now. Su Yang said helplessly when he realized that the will of the world was urging him again. Then, he took out the Four Souls jade directly and used his special way of sealing the tailed beasts to create a special sealing space in the Four Souls jade. Finally, all the sealing balls were sealed in. At the moment the seal entered, Su Yang unsealed all the sealing balls. For a while, the souls of the demon kings began to wreak havoc inside. The four souls jade instantly lost its original balance, but then the vitality of those demon kings began to replenish the power of the witch Chuizi. The balance was slowly pulled back again. But at this moment, the power of the explosion was too violent. Even Su Yang could sense it very clearly. According to the current state, it might explode completely in a few minutes. If Su Yang hadn't had a chance to strengthen, he wouldn't be so crazy. The system gives me the number of strengthening times to strengthen the four souls jade. Strengthening successful. You get the S-level item 4 souls jade. After the system prompt, the 4 souls jade, which was about to explode, calmed down instantly. S-level item? Seeing this level, Su Yang frowned slightly, and he subconsciously felt that the S-level item was not very strong. But after seeing the effect of the 4 souls jade, he immediately understood. The system's S-level item is really not an ordinary S-level. Simply put, having the 4 souls jade can obtain the power of the Demon King. The power here refers to a series of energy such as spiritual power, magic power, demon power, etc. It doesn't seem to have much effect. But the energy increased by the 4 souls jade is permanent in a sense. For example, if Su Yang gives the 4 souls jade to Rias now, her magic power can reach the Demon King level. Then it only needs to be integrated into the body for a period of time, and after Rias's own magic power reaches the Demon King level, the 4 souls jade can be taken out. This is equivalent to directly expanding Rias's magic power limit to the Demon King level, and then Rias can fill up her magic power according to this limit. In short, it would take Rias 2 or 3 years to reach the Demon King level by herself, even if everything went smoothly, or even longer. But as long as the 4 souls jade is integrated now, it may take more than 10 days and a half months to complete this process. This thing is simply a magic weapon made by the Demon King. Su Yang secretly exclaimed. Of course, the 4 soul jade only improves magic power, and strength still needs to be improved by oneself. But even so, this is definitely something that countless people desire. Su Yang tried it, but found that only his chakra was improved a little, and nothing else. 10,000 Worlds Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer, Shinigami. Talents, Perfect Body, Special, Dream Come True, Red, 10 consecutive times, Red, Magical Genius, Red, Inspiration, Red, Reward Boost, Orange, Combat Power Amplification, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulated Target, Orange, Real Clone, Blue. Skills, Sage Art, God Level, Dimensional Space, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Keto, Ninjutsu, God Chakra, LV46. Simulation points, 512.801 million. Number of simulations, 1 once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS level perfect pass. Originally, it was LV46, but now it has been upgraded. LV40 is equivalent to the magic power of the Demon King, and LV46 is 6 times the magic power of the Demon King. However, for Su Yang, the biggest gain this time was not the 4 soul jade. This time, for Su Yang, the biggest gain was simulation points. More than 500 million simulation points. Do I have simulation points free now? Su Yang was obviously thinking, and then made a decision. Don't think about it. The next simulation will directly increase the golden talent to the maximum. 1 million only increases the success rate by 1%? Haha, 50% success rate is only 50 million simulation points. Su Yang said to sprinkle some water. This made him a little impatient. Well, it's time to leave. When Su Yang said this, he vaguely felt that a certain invisible will in the surrounding space became active again. Okay, 5.2. Okay, I'll leave now. Su Yang shook his head speechlessly, and the next moment the real clone was replaced. Buzz. Su Yang's body did not change, but in fact, Su Yang's body at this moment already had a kind of illusion. This is no longer his original body, but his real clone. The next moment, Su Yang released this real clone. Finally, Su Yang's figure disappeared completely. And at the moment when Su Yang completely disappeared, the whole Inuyasha world suddenly made a loud bang. The sky cracked. No, it was the world that cracked. At this moment, countless creatures in the whole world fell into a strange state of stillness. An invisible force appeared, which was the will of the Inuyasha world. The world will really does not have any emotions. Especially the world will of the world like Inuyasha, which is still in that sleeping mode, and it is awakened at this moment after suffering a crisis of destruction. However, even if it is awakened, it did not resist at the first time. On the contrary, this Zongmon world has swallowed up a small half of the Inuyasha world, which makes the will of the Inuyasha world that has just awakened change strangely, and directly actively integrate into the will of the Zongmon world. In this case, the swallowing is completed quickly. The Inuyasha world completely disappeared. No, it did not disappear, but merged into the Zongmon world. At the same time, in the Zongmon world, some monsters appeared silently. These monsters are all from the Inuyasha world. The strange thing is that they are not surprised at all about their appearance in the world of Zongmon, as if they have always been in this world. Their appearances all appear in accordance with the rules of the current world. At the same time, a palace has appeared where the original headquarters of the Monster Alliance was located. It is the Cloud Palace of Lingwei Fairy. Now it belongs to Su Yang. The reason why Lingwei Fairy can be here safely is because she is Su Yang's man. It is natural for his people to occupy the place where Su Yang conquered. Even if someone has some opinions, they will tolerate it. As for Su Yang's disappearance, it was solved by sending a shadow clone. Perhaps many people saw that it was not Su Yang himself, but who wants to try? At this moment, Lingwei Fairy, who was accepting the common sense of this world with a notebook on the throne of the palace, suddenly changed her face. Because a great will appeared in the dark and asked her whether she would keep the memory and information about the world of Inuyasha. Faced with such a situation, Lingwei Fairy was stunned and didn't understand the situation at all. What is this? Before she could figure out the will in the dark, it seemed a little impatient. It directly helped her make a choice, and the memory was retained. At the same time, she was also instilled with the identity of this world, a princess of the dog demon tribe from a hidden place. Oh, now it should be the only king of the dog demon tribe. Not only that, her own strength has also been improved. No, to be precise, it should be evolved. Originally, Lingwei Fairy's strength was only at the Great Demon realm, which was stronger than the average Great Demon, but not at the top Great Demon realm. With the help of the power of the Cloud Palace, she can exert the strength of the Demon King realm. But now she has been promoted to the Demon King realm, and even within a certain range of the Cloud Palace, she can burst out the strength of the Great Demon King realm. However, what really surprised her was that her original world was gone, but integrated into this world. What happened? Lingwei Fairy was confused. Maybe I can ask the master. Neighboring world. As soon as he was replaced, the first thing Su Yang did was to perform a one-click simulation. The world is confirmed. Enter the Demon Slayer world for simulation. This simulation is a one-click simulation, and the result is the result of the previous simulation of the Demon Slayer world. This simulation is over. This simulation is rated SSS. Therefore, the simulation world has passed perfectly, and you get the following rewards. Clearance reward. One of your own skills will be improved accordingly, or the next 26 simulations will generate a golden talent with the specified talent that has appeared. Fixed reward. The next simulation will generate a red talent 100% randomly, and the chance of generating a golden talent plus 10%. I have been in Inuyasha's world for nearly 2 months, but less than 2 days have passed in the world of Soman. Su Yang's simulation times have naturally been refreshed a long time ago, and it is even past 10 o'clock in the evening, and it is less than 2 hours away from refreshing the simulation times at midnight. After one-click simulation, the first thing Su Yang did was to return to his villa. It has been almost 2 months. Young has been brushing simulation points and sealing powerful monsters for such a long time, but he has not started eating. Aren't you? A bedroom. Yes, that's it. Arari looked fanatical, and beside her was teacher Kasumi Shiko. Both of them looked strangely excited. No, I think this angle is the best. Teacher Kasumi Shiko expressed her opinion. Well, indeed, this angle can really reflect the upper limit of H. Is it possible that Arari did not refute Shiyu's words, but nodded in agreement, very much acknowledging the advice from teacher Kasumi Shiko? At this moment, there was a drawing board in front of her, with a few outlines faintly on it. Just from the outline, it was already a super restricted work. One made plans, the other took precise actions. This will be a masterpiece created by teachers Kasumi Shiko and Hakumu Eri. Of course, what is even more different is the model standing opposite them. Hayasaka AI, Omi, Miko, and the very unruly Naya who sneaked in. The four of them were dressed in the same style. Hayasaka AI was a maid in her old profession, Haimeng was a demon this time, and CZ came with a Shinigami sickle style. As for the unreliable Naya, she went directly into the battle in a spiritual outfit. Oh, it is worth mentioning that the costumes of several people are very much for the country to save fabric. Naya even deliberately scattered some of her spiritual outfit, which was just a little more than a bikini. Really just a little. Originally, Miss Shinomiya Kagaya was going to take a look, but such decorations almost sank her. Then, some highly artistic sentences from teacher Hakumu Eri made her unable to bear it. Such words are not for a virgin like me to hear. So, she fled. Teacher Hakumu Eri and teacher Kasumi Shiko have a strong desire to create, and Hayasaka AI is indifferent, and she is no longer surprised. Haimeng is excited, because this situation makes her costs reach its peak, only slightly worse than studying with Su Yang. Jianzi wanted to hit the wall with shame, she wanted to leave. But she was fooled by Naya to stay, and under Arari's request, she ended up like this. If she had known it would turn out like this, she would have ignored Arari's shameless request to get off the seat. As for Naya, he looked like a dirty uncle with a look of enjoyment. It was just that someone shouted, "There is a pervert here." "What are you doing?" Suddenly a voice sounded, waking everyone up from their respective states. Su Yang, why are you here?" Arari was shocked and immediately covered up her masterpiece. "What to cover? I've already seen it." Su Yang was speechless. What else can I do?" "Of course, it's just to satisfy your hobby of being too strong." Is this a sneer from teacher Kasumi Shiko or provocation? Bakudo 4. This rope. Su Yang threw out a rope-like light rope and tied up all the people present. As for a certain elf, he didn't tie it up. But seeing the other party's eager look, Su Yang still let her do what she wanted. Help me, we are going to be H. Looking at a certain elf screaming, Su Yang threw the other party back to the neighboring world without thinking. Lights out. Satisfied. Spit out a breath of turbid air, Yang's face was comfortable. Several women were lying around him, and none of them were still awake. Even Arya, who came back again, and Miku, who was dragged by Arya, were the same. It's a pity that love is gone. Su Yang felt a little regretful, but his attention was soon diverted. After a night of nonsense, it was almost dawn. Then let's start the simulation. Su Yang is quite looking forward to this simulation, because this time he plans to use the simulation points to directly smash out the first golden talent. After hesitating for a while, Su Yang decided to choose to simulate Shinigami. This was also the first choice he made after getting the S-level 4 Souls Jade. Because Su Yang really wants to know whether the 4 Souls Jade can be fused with Hogyoku, Su Yang naturally knows the ability of Hogyoku. Hogyoku can absorb the hearts of things around itself and materialize them, and can protect the host's body from death. When the host's ability reaches the limit or his life is threatened, Hogyoku can make the host evolve to the next level. This is the approximate power of Hogyoku. But this power is not controllable, and in a sense, Hogyoku does not have its own energy. Even if it can help others strengthen and evolve, it seems to need a certain potential. For example, among all Espada, the only one who may enter the second stage of Return to the Blade is Ulquiorra. After the Four Souls Jade is upgraded to an S-level item, it can be improved equally. At the same time, it is improved according to different power systems and races. Whether it is the magic power of demons, the spiritual power of elves, the spiritual power of humans, or the sacred power of angels, they can all be improved. Of course, Su Yang is still unclear whether such a fusion can be successful. We can only give it a try. The world is confirmed, and the Shinigami world is entered for simulation. This simulation will definitely get a red talent, and there is a certain chance of generating a gold talent by consuming simulation points. Can I consume 100,000 simulation points to randomly generate a gold talent? Worm Tip 1. Because the last simulation was a one-click SSS level perfect clearance simulation, you can arbitrarily specify a talent that has appeared in the simulation, and the chance of generating a gold talent is 50%. Every 1 million simulation points consumed can increase the success rate by 1%. Worm Tip 2. If no gold talent is generated in this simulation, a talent with a minimum orange level can be randomly generated. Worm Tip 3. If this simulation does not get an SSS level evaluation, the next simulation will not be able to open the gold talent. After the system prompt sounded, Su Yang did not choose the simulation target to refresh this time, but chose the real clone. The specialness of the real clone is very important to Su Yang. You can place yourself in safety anytime and anywhere, but this time Su Yang discovered the disadvantages of the real clone. The first is that in the Soman world and the Inuyasha world, because of the speed of time and the interval world, it becomes less comfortable. The second is that Su Yang found that if the will of the Soman world or the Inuyasha world is intentionally organized, the replacement of his body and the real clone will be invalid. This is also an accidental discovery. Because of this, Su Yang wants to upgrade this talent. The real clone is only affected by the blue talent, which is also natural. Therefore, this intends to upgrade the real clone to the gold talent. Do you consume 50 million simulation points and choose to use the blue talent real clone as the gold talent? Worm Tips. The probability of generating a gold talent is 100%. Must generate gold without endowment. Yes! Su Yang did not hesitate, just for 50 million simulation points. He has nothing much now, but a lot of simulation points. Simulation starts. Currently available talents: Perfect Body, Special, Dream Come True, Red, 10 consecutive times, Red, Magic Genius, Red, Inspiration, Red, Reward Enhancement, Orange, Combat Power Amplification, Orange, Accumulation, Orange. Simulation target: Orange Real Clone, Blue. This simulation has generated a golden talent. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Spirit Possession, Gold. Simulation target: Red, Outstanding Swordsmanship, White. Spirit Possession, Golden talent, allows you to separate part of your soul and possess the target soul in the form of soul fusion. This involves the power of possession within the scope of the god's domain. Simulation target: Red talent, allows you to set 2 targets each time you simulate, and the simulation of Vice Admiral will be centered on the simulation target. Outstanding Swordsmanship, White talent, allows you to have a talent in swordsmanship that exceeds that of ordinary people. Su Yang? When Su Yang saw the self-generated red talent simulation target, he was numb. What do you mean? System, what are you trying to do? Are you mocking me? I have tried to simulate the target several times, and every time I got the gold one I failed. And every time I failed, I still got the orange talent. It's okay to get the gold one, but you didn't give me the red one? Now it's good, it was generated for me directly. I feel offended. And it's very serious. Su Yang shook his head helplessly. I don't know what to say. It is impossible to choose the red talent, as I spent 50 million simulation points. Me? Spirit Possession? Su Yang's eyes moved slightly. Can it differentiate some souls and merge into other souls? Su Yang had a rough guess about the ability of this golden talent. However, you still have to get it to understand it. Now you can only see a simple text description. Your blue talent real clone has been replaced by the golden talent Spirit Possession. Su Yang made a choice, it must be the golden talent. Wait, I don't know. Next time I choose the red talent simulation target to refresh the golden talent. Will it still be the red talent instead of the orange talent after failure? Suddenly thinking of this, Yang's eyes lit up. It seems that this time it was refreshed, and it was not a loss. You are born. You feel that you are dead, but it seems that your death is very wrong. Because you find that there are souls all around you. Some are like illusory shadows, and some have soul entities. But you already know that you seem to have a complete body. You are a little uncertain. Your state seems to be both a soul and a body. Just when you still have a vague understanding of your state, many memories suddenly appear in your mind, one of which tells you that you have a special perfect body and your soul is both a body. Then, you found that you have a series of special abilities and even a four souls jade. You are very confused about your situation. However, what really concerns you is, what kind of world is this? Just when you are wondering if this is the pure land among the Hokage, or the final destination of death in the heavens and all worlds, you see a few people and immediately understand what world this is. There are a few Shinigami wearing the Shinigami's unique death suits and Zanpakuto. You understand that this is the Shinigami world. Although I don't know what this is, I'll make the best of it. 3 months later, you found 10 places to settle down. You have no intention of joining Serii, at least not now, because you think it is not the right time for you to join Serii. With 3 months, you can easily understand a lot of things with your strength, but this also makes you more cautious. It is still more than 100 years ago in the original story. Aizen Sosuke is building Hogyoku and has not caused any trouble, but it will not be long before he does. You are worried that if you join Godii 13 at this time, you will be involved in the Shinigami Hollow incident that will happen more than 10 years later, that is, the birth of the Masked Corps. Besides, you find that although you have mastered a lot of Kido, they are all the first 80 Kido, and you don't have any Kido after 80 in your memory. Practicing anywhere is not practicing? With this mentality, you stayed in Rukongai and started practicing. Sure enough, it was just as I expected. Su Yang's heart moved, and he saw his behavior in the simulation, and there was no surprise. In fact, this is what he did with his personality. In fact, if it weren't for the simulator, he probably wouldn't even have registered with the Supernatural Administration. At most, he would show up in the world of spells, but he wouldn't have made such a big step. But it's different with the simulator. It can be said that even at his current level, his strength can be improved more or less every 2 days. The simulation goal he set this time is the fusion of Hogyoku and the Four Souls Jade. This requires sufficient strength. And most importantly, there is no trace of Hogyoku now. Urahara Kasuke may not have started yet, Aizen may have started, but it will take some time to create Hogyoku. Su Yang knew very well that his idea was impossible to achieve at this stage. And he wanted to fuse the Four Souls Jade with the perfect Hogyoku. The truly perfect Hogyoku would take 100 years to come, and it was still too early now. For this simulation, Su Yang had made long-term plans. I just don't know if staying in the simulation world for 100 years will improve the evaluation level. Such a thought came to Su Yang's mind, and he felt that maybe it was possible. 6 years later, you have mastered the Kido in your memory. Not only that, you have even further improved the Kido on the original basis. Now you abandon the chanting and release any Kido, and the power will not decrease. And in the case of full chanting, even the number 90 Black Coffin can increase its power by 30%. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Su Yang nodded repeatedly. Why did he abandon other rewards and take away all the Kido last time? It was just for this time to practice. Now it seems to have succeeded. Only the talent he has now can make him improve in every simulation. Then this time, the talent plus the Kido realm, and perhaps the Four Souls collapse after the Four Souls Jade and Hogyoku are fused? 3 rewards. At least it needs to be SS level evaluation. Su Yang thinks this is not difficult. 2 months later, a message spread from Serii to Rukongai. Godii 13, the captain of the 12th Division, has been replaced by a Shinigami named Urahara Kasuke. You know that this is because Hikifune Kiryu has successfully promoted to the 0 Division, and Urahara Kasuke has taken over as the captain of the 12th Division. At the same time, you also guess that Urahara Kasuke has probably started research on Hogyoku, and perhaps Hogyoku will be born soon. However, the Hogyoku that is born now, whether it is made by Urahara Kasuke or Aizen Sosuke, is not the most perfect, or even the complete Hogyoku. Early on, when you knew you had the Four Souls Jade in your body, you had an idea in your mind, that is, to fuse the Four Souls Jade with Hogyoku, which might give you a more powerful Hogyoku. So, you are still waiting secretly, and at the same time you have started to study a powerful ability of yours. Several years ago, you discovered that you can split your soul, but because your soul and body are a perfect body that is integrated into one. Therefore, such a split will not hurt your origin. The split soul can be transformed into a special incarnation, integrated into other souls, and even enhance the potential and talent of the soul. In your dimension, now you have created 3 powerful souls with the help of this other spirit possession ability. These souls were originally about to die, but with the help of the spirit possession ability, you not only let them survive, but also become extremely powerful. Especially with the help of the Four Souls Jade, you have made these 3 powerful souls have very powerful Ryatsu. This kind of Ryatsu completely surpasses the general captain level, but they don't have Zanpakuto to fully exert this huge Ryatsu. You use the characteristics of the spirit possession to refine these 3 powerful souls into special incarnations, specializing in Kido. Sure enough, the Four Soul Jade can even improve the spirit body. Su Yang's eyes flashed. It is worthy of being an S-level item produced by the system. The effect is strong. And the ability of this spirit possession is a bit unexpected. This possession can enhance the talent and potential of the soul? Then it should be possible to change it to humans, right? Not only humans, most elves and demons can do it. RT. Why do I feel that it is directly refined into my own soul incarnation? Su Yang frowned. If it was just like this, it would not be perfect. However, if it is not refined, it should be better. You attach great importance to the spirit possession you have, and you plan to research and develop it. Because you think that this simple refinement of souls as incarnations is probably only the simplest way to use it. 3 years have passed, and you have made considerable progress in your research on spirit possession. You even use the ability of spirit possession to differentiate the 2-tailed beasts, 9 tails and 8 tails, from yourself. Although they were differentiated, the 2 parts of 9 tails and 8 tails that were lost in your body quickly recovered. But this differentiation is not perfect in your opinion, as if something is missing. During these 3 years, you have not given up practicing. You have practiced all the Kido you know. But in fact, your strength has not improved much in 3 years. You now understand that it is difficult to improve your strength in a short period of time. In fact, even if you cultivate Kido to level 90 or above, it only increases your attack methods, and your overall strength is not greatly improved. Seeing this scene, there was no surprise. His current strength is not something that can be improved by leaps and bounds simply by practicing in the simulation for a few years. Kido has indeed only increased his methods. No matter how strong Kido is, no matter how destructive it is, can it be compared with Tailed Beast Bomb? It can only be said that Tailed Beast Bomb is an unreasonable attack. As long as Su Yang is given time, he can condense a Tailed Beast Bomb that can directly blow up the island country under his feet. Is it exaggerated? Not at all. Tailed Beast level chakra is LV30. LV40 belongs to the Demon King level. Su Yang now has 6 times the Demon King level chakra, which is only the energy level. The Tailed Beast Bomb injected with so much chakra is more exaggerated than letting 10 Demon King level strongmen self-destruct. The destructive power is definitely far beyond that of ordinary main god-level strongmen. But if you insist that Su Yang fights against a master god-level strongman, that's really tough. The upper limit of destructive power does not mean the upper limit of combat power. Indeed, as long as Su Yang is prepared with strength, even if Surzex, the demon transcendent, uses a Tailed Beast Bomb, he will be seriously injured if not killed. But do you think Surzex is a fool? Will he just wait there to be beaten? This is the real reason why Su Yang plans to build the Four Souls Hogyoku in this simulation. Because this thing will definitely improve his strength. 8 years later, in the 17th year of your arrival in the Shinigami world, the Shinigami Hollow incident finally broke out. You didn't intervene in advance. Everything is the same as the original. Hirako Shinji and other Shinigami defected from Soul Society and became the Masked Corps. Urahara Kasuke and Tezai Tsukabashi were captured, Shihoin Yoruichi rescued them, and finally the three of them also defected from Soul Society and fled to the world. You know that everything was done by Aizen Sosuke, but this is your first chance. Because Siri-Iti is now unprecedentedly weak, and even a few captains are missing. Sure enough, as you expected, this year Siri-Iti's Central 46 approved Gotei Juzen's request and started recruiting students for the Shinyo Spiritual Arts Academy in advance. And this time the scope of recruitment is very large and the requirements are correspondingly lowered. Even though souls from the Rukongai Great Evil area are included in the recruitment scope. You also took the opportunity to enter the Spiritual Arts Academy, and even the 3 soul incarnations you refined also joined. After joining the Spiritual Arts Academy, your performance was mediocre, but your 3 soul incarnations were brilliant. Because the 3 soul incarnations are attached to the 3 souls by the spirit, even if they are refined by you into incarnations, they still maintain a very secret relationship with your original body. It is impossible for others to see the relationship between you. The most positive thing is your Zanpakuto. If the 3 soul incarnations have made great progress in the practice of Zanpakuto, the Zanpakuto possessed by each soul is different. In a sense, you have 4 Zanpakuto. Huh? For Zanpakuto? Su-yang was stunned. He really didn't expect such a situation. This is a big surprise. Can I bring out 4 Zanpakuto this time? Su-yang thought of this, but felt that it seemed possible. However, in this case, his original body in the simulation should not focus on practicing Zanpakuto. Since the 3 soul incarnations can practice Zanpakuto, his original body does not need to practice. In this way, a big bald head will not know his Zanpakuto. I just wonder if I can give some of the Bankai of the 3 soul incarnations Zanpakuto. Wait, these 3 souls seem to be in a state of extinction. Generally, such souls have no potential, otherwise they would not die. Even if such souls are strengthened by my talent, they may not be able to be Bankai, right? Su-yang frowned when he thought of this. Forget it, I can only see how far I can go. 6 years later, you graduated. After graduation, you joined the 4th Division. This is a choice you made after long consideration, although staying with the first-generation Kenpachi has certain risks. But it is precisely because of the reputation of the first-generation Kenpachi that this will allow you to avoid Aizen Sosuke's eyes. Therefore, you performed mediocre in other aspects, but you have a certain talent in Kaido, which allows you to join the 4th Division smoothly. And your 3 soul incarnations join the 3rd Division, the 5th Division, and the 10th Division respectively. Obviously, you know that your 3 soul incarnations have entered Aizen Sosuke's sight. Although it seems that only one of them has joined the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke actually has the final say in the main division. In fact, Tosen Kaname also took the initiative to invite one of your soul incarnations, but you refused and chose to accept Shiba Ishin's invitation to join the 10th Division. Such a situation is also controllable by you. At least one soul incarnation is not indirectly controlled by Aizen Sosuke. Time passes year after year, and you still play an ordinary member of the 4th Division in a low-key manner. But you are 3 soul incarnations, which is different and exciting. 8 years later, your soul incarnation in the 10th Division performed Shirkai. In fact, at this time, this incarnation had been released 3 years ago. Not only that, after showing Shirkai, your soul incarnation also showed excellent Kido and has become one of the top 10 officers in the 10th Division. Another year later, your soul incarnation in the 5th Division Shirkai, and then became the 7th seat of the 5th Division. Aizen Sosuke held a celebration for you that day, but you had a hunch about what he was going to do. 3 years later, in the 12th year of your joining the Gotei 13, your soul incarnation in the 3rd Division died. It was Tosen Kaname who attacked, but in fact, Aizen Sosuke seemed to have noticed something and checked your soul incarnation. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Because as soon as that soul incarnation died, the soul that you separated with the spirit possession returned to you immediately, and even had a special power. You were surprised to find that the power actually came from your dead incarnation Zanpakuto. When a Shinigami dies, the Zanpakuto will return to the sealed state, and the cultivated Zanpakuto power will disappear. But because of your special ability, the power of Zanpakuto was brought back, and not only that, everything from the soul incarnation was brought back. It seems that all the power you gained from practicing with that soul was brought back, and only the essence of the soul that was about to die was left. At most, it was influenced by your spirit possession and practiced for many years, and improved a lot, but in fact it is a very ordinary soul. Of course, the most important reason is that before you entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, you completely gave up the 3 soul incarnations that were upgraded with the 4 souls jade. Is it like this? Su Yang was a little surprised. In fact, it seems that this is actually a weakness of the spirit possession. It is like Su Yang now splits his soul and integrates it into Hoshino AI with the spirit possession, and then uses the characteristics of the 4 souls jade, which allows Hoshino AI to kick up to the Demon King level in a very short time. At least in terms of spiritual power, it is the Demon King level. If you practice some Kido, ninjutsu, etc. casually, your strength can surpass that of ordinary upper-level demons. But if Su Yang takes back the part of Hoshino AI's soul that was integrated into the spirit possession, he can take away all the abilities that Hoshino AI has gained and turn her into the original ordinary person again. At most, the physical strength has been improved because of the nourishment of spiritual power. In this case, can it be used to control your subordinates? Su Yang touched his chin and pondered. But in the end, he gave up thinking. Let's wait and see after he brings it out. You know Aizen Sosuke's behavior very well, and you are also sure that Aizen Sosuke didn't research anything in the end. This also makes him feel that he thinks too much, but you are not completely relieved just like this. After hesitating, you injected everything that died in this soul incarnation into the soul incarnation of the 10th division, so that the other party's potential has been improved. If it is said that before, the chance of this soul incarnation awakening Bankai was only 10%, then now it is at least 30%. This gave you a plan in your mind, but you didn't implement it because this plan needs a good time. More than 20 years later, you came to Shinigami in the 60th year. Okay. This year, you finally found a suitable opportunity. In a rescue operation of the 5th Division, your soul incarnation in the 5th Division sacrificed to save teammates. This immediately attracted Aizen Sosuke's idea. He seemed to have noticed something, even the 10th time he used the mirror flower water to take away your soul incarnation. You didn't care about this at all, because he didn't think Aizen Sosuke could find anything. The fact is just as you thought. Aizen Sosuke didn't study anything from this corpse, but you further felt the horror of Aizen Sosuke. Because it was just this corpse, he was repeatedly studied for 7 or 8 years. Even if it was just an idea in his mind, or even an illusion, Aizen Sosuke would not let it go casually. This kind of caution and exaggeration makes you hairy. You finally understand that Aizen Sosuke is far more terrible than you thought. Nima. Isn't this a thought of the whole world is harming me? It's obviously an unrelated person, and it's obviously not a problem. But Aizen Sosuke just stared at his soul incarnation. Su Yang felt a little puzzled. It shouldn't be this Aizen Sosuke's sixth sense? Perhaps as long as I notice something wrong, I will be targeted by Aizen Sosuke, and will he conduct a series of investigations? Su Yang could only think so. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he was right to put his body in the 4th squad in the simulation. Facts have proved that it is safest to be in the identity of Sister Hua. Well, as long as I am not exposed, I will not be killed by Sister Hua. But this time is finally over, right? I only have 1 soul incarnation left, and you Aizen Sosuke will not still be watching me, right? And it's already this time. There are only more than 50 years left before the plot begins. Su Yang silently calculated that it should be 57 years. It is less than 40 years before Ichigo is born. Another 10 years passed, and everything was calm. You completely believed that Aizen Sosuke's attention to your soul incarnation made you feel at ease. Until this time, you injected everything that the second soul incarnation brought back when it died into the last soul incarnation. After 10 years of fusion and training, the possibility of this soul incarnation cultivating Bankai has now exceeded 70%. Now that everything injected into the second soul has become a destined thing to cultivate Bankai. But it takes time. You are not in a hurry. Although your main body is still staying in the 4th division in a low-key manner, you have actually separated a lot of shadow clone in the dimension space and are constantly practicing every day. Over the years, your ninjutsu has reached the pinnacle, and your Kido has also greatly improved. Both ninjutsu and Kido allow you to easily kill most captain-level Shinigami in seconds, and even Espada is no different from an ordinary captain in his eyes. However, in fact, you just made your original strength more powerful, and your own strength did not increase much. Of course, your chakra or your Ryatsu has increased a lot. In fact, you feel that you have confidence in the opponent Aizen Sosuke, but the confidence is not very big. The main reason is that the perfect Hogyoku has not appeared yet, and you can only wait slowly. Instant kill of captain-level Shinigami? Su Yang has no sense of accomplishment at all. Because let alone himself in the simulation, even now he can't do it. The strength of the captain-level Shinigami may be good, but at most it is the Demon King level. As long as this gap is a bit large. General Captain level, 1000-year blood battle captain level, these are two concepts. The latter can kill the former in seconds. In Su Yang's Shinigami's high-end power system is Ordinary Captain, Ordinary Espada, Elite Espada, 1000-year blood battle captain, 2-stage return to the small black, then Aizen and Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni. There are also 0 division and Yawatch behind. As for Ichigoku, he is a cheap player and is not included in the ranking. But when you ask who is the strongest during the 1000-year blood war, Su Yang will definitely choose Hogyoku Aizen. Aizen at this time is almost the same as Ichigoku Mizuki. Su Yang knows that if he brings out all his strength in this simulation, it means that he has completely mastered his own power. Maybe his strength is not much improved, but his combat power is definitely strong. One day more than 10 years later, you learned from the spirit incarnation who has become the 3rd seed of the 10th division that Matsumoto Ranjaku brought 227 imps to the Spiritual Arts Academy. You know that the other party is Hitsugaya Toshiro, of a rare genius. Soon, Hitsugaya Toshiro graduated because he has mastered Shirkai and the Spiritual Arts Academy has no effect on him. Because Shiba is too enthusiastic, in fact, it is because of Matsumoto Ranjaku that Hitsugaya Toshiro joined the 10th division. However, what you didn't expect was that the 2 captains and vice-captains handed the people back to your soul incarnation and made your soul incarnation become the teaching teacher of Hitsugaya Toshiro. The reason is simple. Your soul incarnation Bankai has been discovered by Shiba Ishin. You were forced to take the position, but this actually allows you to hide yourself more. For many years, Aizen Sosuke has not paid any attention to your soul incarnation, but you still carefully hide it. Even until this time, your original body has no Shirkai. This is actually the level of normal Shinigami. Those who can Shirkai are the top 10 or even top 5 officers. Although you have not practiced Zanpakuto, you have reached a level of training in Kido that is unimaginable for ordinary Shinigami. After abandoning the number of Kido under chanting, the power has been improved, at least 50% of the original. And in this case, if you chant it completely, the power can be tripled. This is the breakthrough of your years of Kido training. It finally appeared. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's eyes flashed with joy. He knew that after years of training, Kido would definitely improve. The original power increased by 50%, and the full chant increased the power by 3 times? Tisk, Aizen's Kido is no match for me. Su Yang touched his chin. At this point, Aizen Sosuke is actually not much of a threat to him. Unless the other party has evolved by integrating into Hogyoku. As for Kyoka Suijutsu, this is indeed a bug ability, and I don't know if I've been affected in the simulation. More than a decade has passed, and one day a Shinigami death occurred. Learning that Shiba Ishin went to the real world alone, you know that there are only 2 years left before the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo is born. Soon after, Shiba Ishin disappeared. After confirming that Shiba Ishin is completely missing, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni appointed you as the acting captain as the captain-in-chief. 2 years later, you officially became the captain of the 10th Division. This year, a shadow clone you secretly sent witnessed the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo. You didn't find Aizen, but you noticed a certain CGFB gaze watching the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo. You can be sure that it didn't belong to Aizen Sosuke or anyone around him. Even the other parties seemed to be aware of the existence of your shadow clone and erased your shadow with some power you couldn't understand. Clone. The weird thing is that the main body didn't notice anything wrong and just thought that shadow clone dispersed on its own. What is this? Isn't this the Soul King? Su Yang had a guess in his mind. It's not Aizen Sosuke, and it can't be Yawatch. Then there is only one left. The Soul King of the human stick? Although it's just a guess, Su Yang thinks it's very likely. Damn, what do these worlds mean? Hokage has a 1,000-year-old shadow, and Shinigami is directly 110,000 years old shadow. What are they all trying to do? Headache. Su Yang is worried that he will be targeted next. Fortunately, the next thing is the same as the original. 18 years later, you who silently observed did not intervene in anything. Everything developed in the same way as the original. On this day, Rukia Kuchiki's loss of Shinigami power was exposed. You know that Hogyoku is about to merge perfectly. If you are not sure that you will give the two Hogyoku is perfectly integrated, you have already taken action. Soon after, Rukia Kuchiki is brought to Soul Society, and Central 46 sentences him to death. Soon after, the protagonist team invades Soul Society, and everything develops just like the original story. You watch silently, but your soul clone takes action. Finally, under your attention, Aizen Sosuke and the other two leave Soul Society with the help of Minos Grande's negation. For months later, the Battle of Karakura Town breaks out. You finally waited for this moment, and while your soul incarnation was fighting with a group of captains in Arrancar and Kurosaki Ichigo was fighting Aizen Sosuke, you found 10 opportunities. You took action. You took action with all your strength and used Bakudo 79, 9-star binding to seal Aizen Sosuke's movements. Even though you could only seal Aizen Sosuke for a few seconds, it was enough for you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you snatched Hogyoku from Aizen Sosuke. Knowing that Hogyoku would return to Aizen Sosuke on its own initiative, you directly used the sealing technique you had prepared long ago. You sealed Hogyoku in your body and even forcibly sealed it with the Four Souls Jade. The next step was to merge. But an accident happened. Your unexpected person attacked you, and it was Urahara Kasuke. Your sudden attack shocked everyone. Even Aizen Sosuke was slightly surprised, but Urahara Kasuke seemed to know that you would attack, and did a lot of things in advance. A series of sealing Kido were performed by Urahara Kasuke, and you subconsciously exchanged with the soul incarnation, but you were shocked to find that your soul incarnation had disappeared at some point, leaving only the power you cultivated to return. At the last moment when Urahara Kasuke sealed you with the 96 Kyo Fire Rack seal, you saw a bald Yamato Shang appear. Zero Squad. Soul King. At this moment, you seemed to understand something. After being sealed, you were taken to the Soul King Palace by Ichibai Hayasube and eventually suppressed by him somewhere in the Soul King Palace. But what Ichibai Hayasube didn't know is that after suppressing you, an invisible force swept over and killed you. You are dead. At the age of 115. Soul Age. Very good. Sure enough, the Soul King is also a super old man. Seeing this, Su Yang was numb. But thinking about it carefully, it was not surprising for the two. After all, the Soul King was attacked by the 5 noble ancestors of Soul Society, and he had noticed it in advance. But the Soul King did not resist, but was still captured by himself and even dismembered. Saying that the other party was not planning something, Su Yang didn't believe it at all. Watching anime and manga is one thing, but the real world is another. The most obvious example is Arari, the golden-haired loser. Sundara is indeed Sundara, but Su Yang just AI'd and turned into a docile little sheep. Whatever you want. It seems that just like the Hokage world, it is not so easy to get a perfect SSS level clearance. Su Yang shook his head slightly, but then he didn't care. It's okay to die in the simulation, as long as the reward can be obtained. As for the reward this time, he is quite looking forward to it. At least it is an SS level reward, right? But the result is obviously beyond Su Yang's expectations. This simulation evaluation is SSS. Because the host has obtained SSS level evaluation in 3 simulated worlds, the extra reward for each simulation is increased by 1. SSS level evaluation. Not only SSS level evaluation, but even after getting SSS level evaluation in 3 worlds, there is such a reward. Each simulation will add an extra reward. This means that every simulation, even if Su Yang gets an A level or even lower level evaluation, he can bring out a reward for free. So it turns out that even if you get an SSS level evaluation in the simulation world, you can still get such a reward? Su Yang was a little surprised. Me. Su Yang's eyes fell on this time's reward. You can choose one of the following reward options as a reward for this simulation. Get an SSS level evaluation, and you can choose any 3 as extra rewards. Get an extra reward for each simulation. Choice 1. Innate Spirit Possession, Gold, requires 50 million simulation points. Choice 2. God Chakra, LV49, requires 3 million simulation points. Choice 3. The combat experience of this simulation requires 5 million simulation points. Choice 4. The Kido and Ninjutsu realms of this simulation require 22 million simulation points. Choice 5. The Zanpakutos simulated this time will cost 10 to 50 million simulation points. Choice 6. The 4 Souls Hogyoku simulated this time, not fully fused, will cost 30 million simulation points. Fixed reward. The next simulation will 100% randomly generate a red talent, and the chance of generating a gold talent will be plus 10%. Although I got the SSS level evaluation, I didn't pass the level. Su Yang touched his chin. He had a vague guess in his mind when he got an SSS level reward in the Hokage simulation world before. That is, an SSS level evaluation does not mean that you have passed the game. Similarly, even if you have passed the game, you may not get an SSS level evaluation. He tried it once in the Demon Slayer simulation world before and passed the game with an SS level evaluation. However, this time he got 6 rewards, which should be the standard configuration of the SSS level. Previously, Hokage only got 5 rewards for an SSS level. This time, you can bring out 4 rewards for free, and 1 more will cost simulation points. Very good, there is no need to choose more. Chakra was directly abandoned by Su Yang, and it was not needed at all. And even if chakra was to be brought out, it would be brought out only after practicing and improving enough chakra. Even if there was no extra reward this time, Su Yang might give up Zanpakuto and choose combat experience. Combat experience alone requires 5 million simulation points, which is enough to show that the battles he experienced in the 117 years of simulation were very rich. Although it was basically brought by the 3 soul incarnations, it was enough. You consume 5 million simulation points to bring out the combat experience of this simulation. You gain a lot of combat experience. After a prompt, Su Yang immediately felt a lot of combat experience. But that's not all, because a lot of combat experience is the combat conducted with the corresponding strength in the simulation. Now the rewards have not been collected yet, so naturally there is a little meaning. For example, Su Yang now has the combat experience of Zanpakuto, but he cannot completely integrate the experience without Zanpakuto. This time, the Zanpakuto rewards are also divided into grades. In simple terms, it is 10 million for 1 and 40 million for 4. The highest 50 million is the Zanpakuto that integrates 4 Zanpakutos, and Su Yang naturally chooses the highest grade. Besides, if you want to bring it out for free, you must choose the highest one. Su Yang directly chooses to bring out all the talents, Zanpakuto, Kido, and Ninjutsu training realm 10 times. Several system prompts sounded, and while Su Yang gained a lot of Ninjutsu and Kido training experience and realm, he also had a Zanpakuto in his hand. It is better to say that it is a sealed state than a Zanpakuto. Su Yang is still very satisfied with the sealed state in his hand. When he gained combat experience before, He knew that because the main body did not practice Zanpakuto in the simulation, the Zanpakuto in his hand could not withstand his power. Now there is no need to worry about this. And what makes Su Yang most satisfied is that the Zanpakuto in his hand can be developed completely according to his wishes. For example, if Su Yang develops Zanpakuto with Sharingan, then both Shurikai and Bankai will be based on his Sharingan. Or it may be an increase in the power of Sharingan, or it may be auxiliary. In short, it can be done according to Su Yang's wishes. Even as long as the development route is determined, Shurikai and the correct answer are even simpler for Su Yang. This is one of the special features of the perfect body. It has already reached perfection, and as the embodiment of the extended power, Zanpakuto is naturally in perfection. This should be the most perfect Zanpakuto, right? Su Yang looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand with joy. As for what specific power to choose to develop, it would take some time to think about it. No hurry. Finally, Su Yang's eyes fell on the Four Souls Hogyoku. It really merged, but it was probably just the forced fusion state when it was sealed at the beginning, so the price was relatively low, only 30 million simulation points. Su Yang was sure that if this thing was really perfectly fused, it would probably take at least 100 million simulation points to bring it out. I hope that the reward will increase by 30% of this talent improvement, so that this Four Souls Hogyoku can be merged in part. Su Yang did not expect to complete the fusion, at least it would be in the state of fusion when the seal was unsealed. You consume the reward for this simulation and bring out the Four Souls Hogyoku, not fully integrated, for this simulation. Your orange talent reward boost ability is triggered, and the Four Souls Hogyoku, not fully integrated, you rewarded this time is boosted by 30%. You get the Four Souls Hogyoku preliminary fusion. After the system prompt sounded, Su Yang had an extra item in his hand. For Souls Hogyoku. Sure enough, it was the name, and the corners of his mouth slightly twitched. At the same time, he also learned the ability of the Four Souls Hogyoku. Very special, how to say it. The ability has been improved. For example, the original Four Souls Jade could only improve the magic power and spiritual power to the level of the Demon King. But now the Four Souls Hogyoku is all-round. Let's put it this way. Su Yang is now pressing this thing on Kasumagakaka Uchiha, and then in an instant she can be directly upgraded from an ordinary person to the level of a lower-level demon. It is an all-round improvement, a real improvement, not just a simple magic power improvement. Of course, the premise is that Su Yang, the master, cooperates. As long as Su Yang directly copies the Four Souls Hogyoku and engraves it in his own ninjutsu or kido, then Kasumagakaka Shiyu will reach the realm of lower-level demons in an instant. You can perform the corresponding ninjutsu or kido. And this is only a moment. After a long time, it is also possible to reach the realm of intermediate demons and upper-level demons. At the same time, it is not necessary to place the Four Souls Hogyoku in Kasumagakaka Shiyu's body. As long as it is placed for a few minutes at the beginning, the Four Souls Hogyoku can return to Su Yang's hands and still have an effect on Kasumagakaka Shiyu. It's just that now it seems that the initial fusion can only be upgraded to the level of upper demons at most. Compared with the previous upgrade to the magic power of the Demon King, it seems to be much worse. But one is just to improve the magic power and the other is an all-round improvement. The gap is obvious. B. It's just that the initial fusion has no effect on me. Su Yang's eyes flickered slightly. This thing has no improvement effect on him. But Su Yang could also feel that this Four Souls Hogyoku would be of great benefit to him, but it was only in the initial fusion state and had not been completely fused. That is to say, the real ability of the Four Souls Hogyoku could not be realized. If Su Yang had not guessed, the Four Souls Hogyoku might not be able to create a true Demon King level strongman, not just to improve the magic power. Not only that, Su Yang had already discovered that the Four Souls Hogyoku, which was only initially fused, also had a certain effect on him. Then he could copy the perception and experience of others' cultivation. For example, Su Yang was not familiar with the magic attacks of demons at all. But with the help of the Four Souls Hogyoku in his hand, He only needed to copy the other party's magic knowledge and experience from Rias. No, it should be said that he would directly copy the other party's magic realm. This is the strongest power of the initial fusion of the four souls Hogyoku. Copy the skill realm of others and directly let yourself have it. If it were Kasumiga Kaka Uchiha or even Kurumi, they might have to slowly adapt to completely master this copied realm. But as the master of the four souls Hogyoku, Yang can directly control it as long as he copies it. If the initial fusion can do this, then what about further? Even perfect fusion. Su Yang's heart was moved. I wish I could enter the simulation right now and use it to complete this step. But it's only 6 or 7 in the morning, and there are still more than 10 hours before the number of simulations is refreshed. Wait, it's not impossible to complete one step. Suddenly, Su Yang thought of something, and his eyes turned, as if he saw someone in a room through the wall. Didn't you sleep? Su Yang smiled lightly, moved his body, and disappeared directly from the spot. In the room on the other side, Shinomiya Kagaya finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. This man is too scary, and Hayasaka and the others are too much. Even though she was the only one hiding in the bed at the moment, Shinomiya Kagaya's personality still couldn't easily say some words. One night. A whole night, and with so many people, how could the noise be small? She didn't sleep all night. Too wet. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, causing Kagaya Shinomiya to stiffen all over, until the familiar breath spread, which made her body relax a little. But this little relaxation was out of control, and she softened directly. You, what are you doing here? Without looking back, Kagaya Shinomiya also knew who the man who held her in his arms was. What do you think? Looking at Kagaya Shinomiya with a pink face, Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly. No way, you are not satisfied yet? So many people, so long. Yoruchi Shinomiya's face was unbelievable, thinking that Su Yang was exaggerating in this aspect. She also got used to being held by Su Yang like this. Although because of her own special bloodline of the Shimizu clan, she was not really taken down by Su Yang. But she herself had long been eaten up by the other party with this as an excuse, and the only thing left was the last bit. What's wrong with that? Isn't there still hands and mouth? It's just crazy. At first, Kagaya Shinomiya couldn't accept it, but when she saw Hayasaka AI doing that, she started to get curious. Even when she saw Haimeng doing that, she seemed to think it was nothing. Although she had only seen Hayasaka AI and Haimeng, she knew in her heart that others must have been treated the same way by Su Yang. This made her accept it. So, she subconsciously felt that Su Yang wanted her to do that again. But this time was different. Su Yang came over and whispered softly. Are you sure? Yoruchi Shinomiya turned around with a surprised face and faced the man directly. Of course. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, he turned over and pressed the girl down, removing everything from her. Although it was not the first time, at this moment, Kagaya Shinomiya couldn't help it. So, my little Kagaya, what's your answer? What answer can I have? I've already prepared it. Kagaya Shinomiya muttered softly. Su Yang was not surprised by the girl's answer. After all, Shinomiya Kagaya had already become his shape. That's right. Su Yang was planning to use Shinomiya Kagaya's blood power to stimulate Shirkan Hogyoku to complete the fusion. Maybe it could even improve Shirkan Hogyoku a little? Although the probability is very small, it's always right to try. After all, for Su Yang, no matter how special the blood power of Shinomiya Kagaya is, it is impossible for him to improve his strength overnight. If it was before, it would still be possible. Now his strength is too strong. Then let me see how much this so-called special blood of the Shimizu clan can improve me. Su Yang's heart moved and he started directly. After the girl screamed in pain, Su Yang felt a layer of special power bursting out from her body and enveloped him. Then, something unexpected happened to Su Yang. Because the host is currently exposed to special divine power, the real simulation can be turned on. Warm tips. This real simulation will communicate with the will of this world, and the world's blessing can be brought into play to its strongest effect. Looking at this sudden system prompt, Su Yang was numb. At this time, you want me to conduct a real simulation? Enough, system. Don't you look at the situation? Su Yang ignored it and planned to continue later. 10 minutes later, the system sent another system prompt. This time it was a bit urgent. Su Yang ignored it. It was not until more than an hour later that Su Yang hugged the girl, but did not withdraw and chose to start the real simulation. The world confirmed that this is the real simulation of this world. Due to the special status of the host, you can choose to simulate from the following 3 modes. Mode 1. Simulate directly with the experience of this world, with a certain chance of getting rewards. Mode 2. You can simulate a certain thing or object, tracing the source and pursuing the future. Mode 3. You can simulate a certain ability of your own. No rewards, but you can improve the ability. Note 1. All 3 modes will consume a certain amount of simulation points. The more simulation points consumed, the better the simulation results. Note 2. When the simulation reaches a certain level, you can contact the world's will and get certain special rewards. Warm tips. Due to the current status of the host, it is recommended to choose Mode 3 for simulation. This is the real simulation? Su Yang raised his eyebrows and felt that this simulation was very interesting. And the system actually took the initiative to give me the choice to perform the real simulation of Mode 3? No, it should be an enhanced simulation. Su Yang said that he was very obedient, and he was originally planning to strengthen the 4 souls Hogyoku. I have chosen the mode. The mode has been determined, and the strengthening simulation will begin. Please select the strengthening level of this simulation from the following. Low-level strengthening. Consume 1 million to 10 million simulation points to strengthen one of your own abilities or items. Medium-level strengthening. Consume 10 million to 100 million simulation points to strengthen 2 of your own abilities or items. High-level strengthening. Consume 100 million simulation points to strengthen one of your own abilities or items. During the process, the system will give a perfect solution for the host to choose to strengthen. Perfect strengthening. Consume 100 million simulation points, 1 world blessing, 1 divine power, 10 simulation times, and develop the most perfect strengthening plan for the current state of the host. Note 1. The perfect strengthening mode can only be turned on when the host itself has at least 1 divine power, or higher dimensional energy such as demonic power and sacred power. Note 2. If the host chooses perfect strengthening, the simulation times will not be refreshed in the next 10 days. Seeing this, Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly. Without any hesitation, Su Yang looked directly at the final perfect enhancement. This still needs to be selected? System, start the perfect enhancement for me directly. Choose OK. This simulation will be in the perfect enhancement state, and the simulation begins. You have a stronger desire for your own power. Please choose from the following as the main body to improve you. Choice 1. Golden Talent Spirit Possession. Choice 2. Miracle Thing, God's Chess Piece Repaired. Choice 3. For Souls Hogyoku. Wait, this is... Su Yang's eyes flashed. This time he finally knew what the incomplete chess piece was. Miracle Thing, God's Chess Piece? Looking at the static system interface, Su Yang roughly understood the situation of this simulation. In short, it is an active simulation, which requires him to make step-by-step choices and then unfold the simulation. So, this time the enhancement is to fuse these 3. Su Yang's heart moved, and he felt that this time the system made the most perfect enhancement based on his current state, which was based on these 3. So, what do you want to focus on? If you focus on the spirit possession, then the final enhancement is a talent. If you focus on the chess piece of God, then what he can get is a special miracle item. If you focus on the 4 souls Hogyoku, then he can have an SS level or even SS9 level prop, right? After thinking for a moment, Su Yang made a decision. Whether it is a miracle item or the 4 souls Hogyoku, they are all props. Even if they recognize the master, they are still external objects. On the contrary, talent is the power that truly belongs to him. I choose 1 golden talent spirit possession. Su Yang said lightly, improving himself is the best. Choose to confirm. You use the golden talent spirit possession as the main body of the enhancement. Your golden talent spirit possession begins to improve, and you can choose from the following to make corresponding improvements. Choice 1. Consume 10 million simulation points. Invest the 4 souls Hogyoku into the golden talent spirit possession to strengthen it. Choice 2. Consume 30 million simulation points. Invest the miracle item God chess piece into the golden talent spirit possession to strengthen it. Choice 3. Consume 100 million simulation points. Invest the 4 souls Hogyoku and the miracle item God chess piece into the golden talent spirit possession to evolve it. 0-0. Su-yang. This shit needs to consume simulation points? Su-yang thinks that this damn system must have seen that there are too many simulation points and deliberately made this series of things to make him consume simulation points. At the beginning, he spent 100 million. Now he has to spend another 100 million and Kusakako's 200 million simulation points are gone. But facing such a situation, Su-yang can only accept it. Since it has already started, let's go. Isn't it just simulation points? Choose 3. Choose OK. You will invest the 4 souls Hogyoku and the miracle thing, God's chess piece, to strengthen the golden talent spirit possession. Strengthening is completed, your golden talent spirit possession begins to evolve. Consume 1 divine power, your golden talent spirit possession evolves into God's possession. Consume 1 world blessing, your talent God's possession is recognized by the will of this world. Consume 10 simulations to simulate the evolution of God's possession. Your talent God's possession is improved in the first simulation. The second simulation of your talent, God's possession, was improved. The third simulation of your talent, God's possession, evolved to a higher level of talent, but was interrupted by the system because such evolution was not the most perfect. What the hell? Evolution was interrupted? Su-yang was stunned. He was surprised that spirit possession evolved into God's possession. Then, he understood that this time the world blessing was used to get the world's will to recognize it. Why does it feel a little strange? My talent still needs the world's will to recognize it? That's fine. Why was it interrupted when it evolved to a higher level? Su-yang didn't understand, and the next system operation made him speechless. The fourth simulation of your talent, God's possession, evolved to a higher level of talent, but was interrupted by the system because such evolution was not the most perfect. The fifth simulation of your talent, God's possession, evolved to a higher level of talent, but was interrupted by the system because such evolution was not the most perfect. The sixth simulation of your talent, God's possession, evolving to a higher level of talent, but was interrupted by the system because such evolution is not the most perfect. Very good. Starting from the third time, each God's possession can evolve to a talent above gold, but it was interrupted. Su-yang became more and more confused. Until the 9th time, Su-yang finally understood. The 9th simulation of your talent, God's possession, evolving to a higher level of talent, and at the same time receiving the blessing of the world's will, evolving world-class talent, God's possession. Are you waiting to get the wool? Or the wool of the world's will? Okay. I was wrong. The system is really the best. And this wave is directly a world-class talent. Although it is not clear, the name of this level is a transcendent and noble one, absolutely awesome. The 10th simulation of your world-class God's possession is upgraded and has reached the strongest state. Enhancement completed. This simulation is over. You have obtained the world-class talent of God's possession. After this prompt, Su-yang immediately felt that he had changed. The world-class talent of God's possession has been blessed on him, and then Su-yang felt the existence of a great will in the dark. This is the will of this world. 9. The will of the world of Zhongman. Almost instantly, Su-yang determined the identity of the other party. And just as he guessed at the beginning, although this huge world will is very terrifying, it does not have self-awareness. Its existence is only for the operation of the entire world. But at this moment, Su-yang felt that there seemed to be some other weak world wills within the scope of this huge will. Those wills seemed to be other worlds. What is that? Su-yang was surprised. He was very clear that he felt other worlds. And it was incredible that the will of the world of Zhongman seemed to be spreading, trying to attract those weak world wills. This is actually actively devouring other worlds. It's just that the speed of this devouring is not very fast. Such a situation is completely beyond Su Yang's expectations, and he did not expect it. The only thing that Su Yang can be sure of is that this Zhongmon world should not be a Zhongmon world, but a single world. But I don't know when it began to devour other worlds and became a Zhongmon world. As for the reason, it is not clear. Suddenly, at this moment, the will of the world in the dark seemed to have noticed Su Yang and descended directly. No malice. This is what Su Yang can be sure of, as if he has triggered something now, causing the will of the world to react normally. But just before it completely came into contact with Su Yang, the will of the world paused slightly as if it was blocked. Then there was a communication. Although it felt outrageous, Su Yang felt that the will of the world was communicating. As for what it was communicating with, this must be the dog system. Although both are invisible, Su Yang always feels that the dog system is an existence holding a lollipop and a little goldfish, while the will of the world is. I should think too much, right? Just as Su Yang was thinking this, a prompt came as soon as 503 appeared. The will of the world in this world has discovered that you have divinity and has given you a priesthood. Do you accept it? Priesthood? Su Yang was a little surprised. But he refused without even thinking about it. This world of Zhongmon is very special, and it seems that a priesthood was born because of the specialness of the world. As for what a priesthood is, Su Yang has already learned from Iwanaga Kotoko. In fact, it is to get the recognition of the world's will and fulfill some self-blame. For example, the monster princess. This is a priesthood. But this pitfall priesthood, do you think I miss me? My respected master spent hundreds of years and finally found me, the sucker, and couldn't wait to resign and let me work hard. This is a tearful complaint from a monster princess. Let's put it this way. Having a priesthood is a real chosen worker. Not to mention that there are not many benefits of a priesthood, there are a lot of things to worry about. Even if there are benefits, Su Yang won't do it. Why don't you make your own decisions? Is it worth working? Even if you work for the world's will, it won't work. Is there something wrong with my brain to find a master for myself? Su Yang decisively refused. Obviously, when Su Yang chose to refuse, the world's will paused slightly. It seemed that it couldn't understand why Su Yang refused. Su Yang didn't care and thought it would end like this. But the communication was not over yet. Su Yang looked strange. Why did he feel that his system was not serious? After a moment, another prompt came. The world will of this world has discovered that you have divinity and has granted you a godhood. Do you want to accept it? Good guy. From the priesthood to the godhood? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. At the same time, it seemed that in order to make him agree, the world will instilled information about the godhood into him. Obviously, the godhood is not comparable to the priesthood. In short, the priesthood is just a worker chosen by heaven, and the godhood is the CEO. And as long as you don't commit any crime, you are a CEO who can do whatever you want. At the same time, this godhood is different. It is not comparable to the so-called gods in the world of Devil High School. This is the godhood that gets the world's population. In a way, it can allow Su Yang to have extremely strong power in one go. But the system told him that I want a godhood that cannot be taken away. If not, forget it. Su Yang said directly. The godhood can be taken away. Although it is a free CEO, it is still constrained by the world will. Su Yang would rather not have it. And with the simulator, it is only a matter of time before he becomes stronger. Even without a godly position, he can still have super strength. This time the communication took a bit long. After several minutes, the system sounded a reminder. After negotiation, the world will of this world gave the Lord of the God system a godly position without godhood. Warm reminder, this God position has no godhood, but is recognized by the world will, and can condense the godhood by itself, and can freely develop the God system. Strong reminder, please agree to this, host. This God position can use the God's possession ability beyond the specification. Strong reminder is fine. There are 3 exclamation marks at the end. System, you can. Since you have suggested this, I can only choose to accept it. In fact, at this time, Su Yang also knew the special nature of the position of the Lord of the God system. Although the godhood needs to be condensed by oneself, It is precisely because of this that the godhood is not given by the world will. In this way, the world will cannot take it back. And this is recognized by himself. As long as Su Yang condenses the godhood, it belongs to the rules of this world. However, the world will as a world program cannot be withdrawn, which violates the definition of its existence. The world will exists to maintain this world and make it develop perfectly. After recognizing Su Yang's position as the Lord of the God System, it means that Su Yang's becoming the Lord of the God System is beneficial to the perfection of this world. If there is no benefit, there will be no such transaction. This is actually equivalent to starting from this moment. The Lord of the God System in this world is part of the world, or an indispensable part. You get the original God position of this world, Lord of the God System. Original God position? Su Yang smiled slightly, and he suddenly thought that even if the world will wanted to deprive him of his God position, he might need to fix the system first. After this prompt, Su Yang found that his innate God possession finally found a change. God's possession, a world-class talent that allows you to split your soul and attach it to the target soul by means of soul fusion, the power of possession that steps into the realm of God. Note, under the blessing of the original God position, the soul can be split without side effects, allowing the split soul to perfectly merge with the target and awakening its own God power at the same time. Compared to the original, this God's possession now has an additional blessing of the original God position. The fact that there is no side effect alone makes Su Yang feel deeply moved. Although God's possession is powerful, it requires Su Yang to split his own soul. Even though Su Yang is now the only one whose soul and body are fused, he can use the perfect body to recover when splitting his soul. It is not so easy for others to recover their souls after they have been differentiated. But even if Su Yang differentiates a soul incarnation that can be possessed by God, it still needs to separate a lot of parts of the soul. Well, it is about the extent of cutting off an arm at a time. With the recovery ability of the perfect body, it is not so easy to recover in less than 10 days or half a month. But after having the original God position, this side effect, well, the world helped him to smooth it out. Or let the world bear it. And before, it was just a fusion method to possess other people's souls, not a perfect fusion. Even if it was fused, this would probably make Su Yang have an extra special incarnation in the end. The consciousness of the person will be assimilated by his will. Now there is no such disadvantage. In addition, the possession of God is upgraded by the real clone after all, and it still has the ability to replace. But such replacement is a bit unrealistic. For example, in the previous situation, Su Yang differentiated a soul incarnation and merged it into the soul of Kaguya Shinomiya. If it is replaced, it is to directly replace it with this part of the soul incarnation. Let the soul incarnation be pulled out of Kaguya Shinomiya's soul in an instant and replace it with Su Yang himself. This defect must be obvious. But now there is the blessing of the God. It is not weak to say that it will appear next to Kaguya Shinomiya in an instant. Let's try it. Su Yang thought it was better to try the situation of the possession of God in person, and the candidate was already selected. Soon, Su Yang was relieved of Kaguya, and after getting dressed, he went directly into the neighboring world. At the same time, a certain sleeping elf was also pulled into the neighboring world by him. Suddenly appearing in the neighboring world, Quang-san in the neighboring world naturally noticed it at the first time. But when she came to Su Yang, she fell silent when she saw the all-white elf under Su Yang's feet. "Are you here to show off your brilliant achievements to me?" Quang-san looked up at Su Yang coldly. "Of course not. I just got some special abilities and need area to try them out," Su Yang said hurriedly. "Experimental subject?" Quang-san looked enlightened, and at the same time, her eyes fell on Arya with more sympathy. Soon, Arya was awakened. How did you get back to the neighboring world?" "Su Yang, are you going to have a shot in the neighboring world?" "Su Yang." Quang-san. A few minutes later, Arya, who barely put on some clothes, kept muttering. "Little Quang was too cruel. Couldn't he be a little gentler? What do you mean by giving me the power of God?" It's obvious that you want me to be an experimental subject." After Su Yang's general explanation, I understood why I was here. Although Su Young said it in a high-sounding way, but, a white mouse is a white mouse. What's there to hide? Come on. Anyway, this is my fate. No one cares about me. Arya looked resigned. Okay, I just think your whispering chapter order is a little special, and it can quickly analyze the situation of this ability. Do you have to do this? Su Young looked helpless. If it really doesn't work, I'll let Meijio come over. Don't. Arya jumped up instantly, looking at Su Yang with a flattering face. My whispering chapter order tells me that this time I will get a huge benefit. And there is no problem. Of course I want to become the first family of you, the Lord of God. Good guy. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. The whispering chapter order is so powerful. Can this ability be searched? Well, it's actually the close relationship between the two of us. Arya circled OK with his left hand and extended his index finger with his right hand to make a move that made Kwang Sen look very disgusted and contemptuous. But she didn't care, but said to Su Yang, I have no will towards you, and you don't have too much defense against me, so I can only detect a little bit. So that's it. Su Yang understood. However, this is still not safe, and he must completely transform into his own people. Su Yang's heart moved, and he used the ability of God's possession and a soul incarnation that only he saw appeared out of thin air. Then, under Su Yang's operation, he entered Arya's body and directly merged into her soul. This fusion can be said to have completely controlled Arya's life and death. Arya didn't even have such a thought, let alone any behavior to hurt Su Yang. Of course, it is still no problem to organize Hai Meng and other women to counterattack Su Yang and other feats. It's in, I feel it, so full. Ouch! Faced with Arya's extremely abnormal screams, Kwang Sanin couldn't help it and directly punched her head to make her quiet. Okay, talk about the changes. Su Yang asked, because he found that Arya didn't seem to have changed. I haven't awakened the power of God, but what's the reason for you? The Supreme Lord God. Arya muttered, and then continued, because you haven't condensed the Godhead yet. I see. Su Yang understood, so only if I have the Godhead can Arya awaken the fifth God? You haven't changed at all? Kwang San didn't believe it. Su Yang just said that he was going to create a God system or something, which sounded outrageous. But she felt that the God's possession would be somewhat different. At least as an elf, she felt the difference from Arya at this moment. Of course there is still some, first of all. Arya smiled and then suddenly stopped talking. But the next moment, she exploded and her breath burst out. 9. Feeling the breath on Arya, Kwang San's pupils shrank. Demon King level? At this moment, she felt the breath bursting out from Arya, and it really reached the Demon King level. Although they can reach the level of Demon King after practicing the Spirit Sage art in the Spirit Suit mode. But in fact, this is the increase brought by the Spirit Sage art. Once the Spirit Sage art is dissipated, they are still in the original realm and have not been improved. It is just that practicing the Spirit Sage art allows them to enter the Spirit Suit mode in a normal way, which makes them feel that they have truly reached the Demon King level. But at this moment, Kwang Sen clearly felt that what Arya exuded was the real Demon King level. Not only that, at this moment, when his own aura reached its peak, Arya directly entered the Spirit Suit mode. This aura surged again, directly increasing several times. But at this moment, Kwang San's eyes were attracted by the whispering chapter in Arya's hand, because Arya's angel changed again. The aura is different. At the same time, it became heavier, and the most important thing is that it exudes a 3.0 aura that is not inferior to the neighboring world, but better than the neighboring world. That is, the aura of the law? Kwang San asked tentatively. That's right. Arya nodded. Now the angels have obtained, well, it should be considered the blessing of the God's position. Although this God's position is not very complete, it still allows me to explore many things that I could not explore before. As she said that, Arya began to flip through the announcement. Oh, it turns out that there are really other people who have obtained the God's position in this world. First, Arya began to flip through the information she wanted to know most. From Su Yang, she learned about the existence of the God's position. This is not the demons, angels, or other gods in the underworld and heaven. The real God. The real God. Can you see the information of other real gods? Su Yang was very surprised and came over at the first time. I can only check 3 gods' positions, but I can't find the specific information and who owns the god's position. Arya shook her head slightly and became a little unhappy. At this moment, Su Yang also saw the information of the 3 gods' positions in the announcement, but he didn't know who the owner was or what specific abilities he had. This is not bad, and after all, it is a real god. How could I let you check it? Su Yang thought it was no big deal. But the next moment, Arya's voice became obscene. Wow, I can finally check it out. Xiao Kuang is wearing white today. I didn't expect Xiao Kuang to be so innocent. Su Yang's face trembled and he took a few steps back. I thought you, Arya, were finally serious. It was my fault for having hope in you. Then, Su Yang became a little gloating because Kwang San had already driven past. What did you just say? No, it's over. Arya looked regretful. An hour later, Su Yang was speechless as he watched Arya tinkering with the new chat system. The only one who can use the whispering regulations as a chat tool is you, Arya. Tit. Swish. With a thought in his mind, a whispering regulations also appeared beside Su Yang. This is the ability of the Lord of the God system. He can use the abilities of his own clan. However, because he has not yet condensed his godhood, the functions of the whispering regulations in front of him are not as comprehensive as those in Arya's hands, and it cannot be maintained for a long time. However, for Su Yang, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is Arya himself. Let's put it this way. Arya is now an incarnation of Su Yang. Because of the characteristics of the possession of God, Arya has obtained Su Yang's power, especially after the blessing of the original God position, Su Yang can truly possess. With the help of Su Yang's soul incarnation integrated into his body, Arya can burst out the power of Su Yang. Of course, the duration of maintenance depends on Arya's own spiritual power. Whether it is ninjutsu or Kido, even Naya can open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the power, it is naturally not as strong as Su Yang, but it can also improve Naya's strength to a whole new level. But this is not the point. The point is that Naya's existence is also good for Su Yang. That is, Naya's current training speed has increased by an unknown amount compared to the original speed, and while she is practicing, she is also improving Su Yang's strength. Essentially, Naya is practicing with the help of Su Yang's soul incarnation, and Su Yang can naturally get feedback. The most important thing is that because of the special origin of the Lord of the God system, Su Yang used the God's possession to transform Naya into his own family, so that, even if he does not actively practice, he can still get the daily increase. It can be said that Su Yang is getting stronger all the time now. Although it is not very obvious. But isn't there only Naya now? You really don't want it? Su Yang smiled and asked Kwang San, who was looking at Nibin not far away. Don't even think about it. Kwang San gnashed her teeth, but her eyes flashed with a hint of desire. The reason was simple. After discovering that Arya was promoted to the Demon King realm by Su Yang and the God's possession, and also had powerful ninjutsu Kido attack methods, how could Kwang San not be moved? Although she did not think her angel was weak, she had to admit that she did not have many attack methods. If she could obtain Su Yang's ability through the God's possession, it would be a great improvement for her. But the problem was that this hateful person in front of her insisted that only by becoming his woman could she carry out such a God's possession. Arya took the opportunity to retaliate and shouted that the fact was that Su Yang had not yet condensed the Godhead and was just a fake true God. What a fake true God, but seeing that the other party helped him so much, Su Yang did not care. But who is Kwang San? Why didn't she see that these two people were fooling her? And you were all planning to act. This expression explained everything directly. Kwang San turned her face away and left. Su Yang shrugged and didn't care. Sooner or later, she would obey anyway. As for now, Su Yang returned directly to the villa, and then began to release the god's dependents to the women who were still awake. Before there was the original god position, it would take several months to make all the women in front of him possess the god. Su Yang suddenly felt that it was very good that the system could trade with the will of the world. Soon, After everyone had possessed the god, Su Yang just thought about it and brought everyone into the neighboring world. It is worth mentioning that Su Yang differentiated a soul incarnation and integrated it into the neighboring world in the form of God's dependence. Of course, this does not make the neighboring world his family, and even a soul incarnation does not make much difference to the entire neighboring world. But this allows Su Yang to control the situation of the neighboring world at any time, and he can also enter the neighboring world with it and no longer needs to rely on the dimensional space to anger the neighboring world. The most important thing is that the women who became his family with the god's dependence can also enter the neighboring world at any time. Huh? What is this place? It's so strange. How did we end up here? Oh, clothes. Where are my clothes? Oh no, my clothes are gone too. Soon the scene became chaotic. Okay. Su Yang admitted that he did it on purpose, but in the end, he had to go back to get his clothes after being denounced by the girls. Leaving area to explain to the girls, Su Yang went out once and brought Hoshino AI in. Then it was Kato Megumi. Then the remaining two women are the ones. Su Yang touched his chin and pondered for a moment, then left the outside world directly. Su Yang took out his mobile phone and sent 2 messages. 12 o'clock noon. In front of a high-end restaurant. A certain Jianzi looked at the name of the restaurant and then looked at the information on the mobile phone in his hand, as if confirming something. Don't look at it, Yui, it must be here. The sudden voice startled Jianzi, and she looked back and was relieved. Yumiko, it's you scared me. But after saying that, Jianzi suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why are you here? Jianzi found a blind spot. Do you think that scumbag only made an appointment with you? Miura Yumiko shook her mobile phone, and Jianzi saw it clearly. It was a message exactly the same as hers. Seeing this, Jianzi was silent, but Yumiko went in directly. Don't just stand there, see what this damn man wants to do. One moment he is a scumbag, and the next he is a damn man. Su Yangjun is so pitiful. However, Yumiko seems to be right. After a while, the two came to a private room and saw someone directly when they entered. You are here. Seeing the two women appear, Su Yang smiled and said, Sit down, what do you want to eat? No, I came here to see what tricks you play. Yumiko looked at Su Yang with some annoyance, and her heart was very angry. Originally thought that Su Yang was interested in her when he flirted with her. Well, this seems to be correct. But the problem is that this guy flirted with too many people, and they were all interested in them. Some of them have even. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Yumiko wanted to bite the other person. Instead, Jianzi was a little confused, but after a moment, her eyes were firm. No matter what, she must get an answer today. Su Yang looked worried. This scene was child's play. Ahem, how can I put it? Su Yang paused and said, Hayasaka AI has already told you about the so-called supernatural realm, right? Supernatural realm? Yumiko frowned. What a mess. Youngjun, are you talking about superpowers? Jianzi suddenly became smart for a while. No wonder Hui-chan is so easy to disappear. It turns out that she has superpowers. Disappeared? Come on, she is clearly there, but you just ignored her. Forget it, let's be more direct. Su Yang's heart moved, and he spread his hands. Instantly, a fireball appeared in his left hand, and a thunderball appeared in his right hand. At this moment, both Yui and Yumiko widened their eyes instantly, and Yugahama Yui couldn't help but exclaimed. Superpower. It's not really a superpower, it's actually a ninjutsu. Have you seen Hokage? Seeing the two women nodding subconsciously, Su Yang smiled and said, if you practice ninjutsu to a certain level, you can actually achieve this step. That being said, not everyone can do it. Su Yang knew very well that the reason why he used ninjutsu as a superpower was that he had already practiced to the pinnacle of ninjutsu. In the 115 years simulated in the Shinigami world, at least 100 years were spent practicing ninjutsu and Kido. With the help of this talent accumulated over time, Su Yang has made several qualitative breakthroughs in succession. Senju Hashirama also clapped his hands and shouted. But for Su Yang, even true several thousand hands is just a thought and can be performed. Why clap your hands? It's so embarrassing. After a while, The two women finally accepted Su Yang's identity and fell silent. But soon Yumiko broke the silence with a sneer. You don't think you are a superpower in the extraordinary realm and can enjoy a bunch of beauties, right? Why not? Su Yang's words made Yumiko drown. You are a super scumbag, do you really want to do this? As if he understood what Yumiko meant, Su Yang smiled gently. Yumiko, you may not know that if I want, the wealthy families in your eyes will arrange the most beautiful women to be sent to me as soon as possible. I'm not showing off, I'm just stating that some things in the extraordinary realm are incomprehensible to ordinary people. You guy. Yumiko was furious. Then what did you tell me? Am I not just an ordinary person? She stood up and wanted to walk away. But Su Yang's next sentence prevented her from doing so. It's okay, I can make you extraordinary. What do you mean by that? Yumiko stopped and stared at Su Yang. Does it mean that we can also become superpowers? Yui asked in a low voice. Yes. Su Yang nodded. It was destined from the moment I contacted you. After all, you are somewhat special. Although it's a bit far-fetched, according to Aria's speculation, they have some special powers, and after being transformed into Su Yang's family, they can allow Su Yang to gain invisible benefits. It is even very helpful for condensing the godhead. Aria's words are naturally unreliable, but the story is very reliable. Su Yang understood that this should refer to the identities of these heroines and important characters. In essence, they are the protagonists of each world. Although the world was swallowed by the world of comprehensive comics, the identity of the protagonist has not changed, but it is not very outstanding in this world of comprehensive comics. But it is still a very unique existence. That, Su Yangjun, did you contact us because we are special? Tuanzi raised her little hand and asked, with a trace of inexplicable loss in her eyes. Of course not. Su Yang refused directly. Didn't he see that my Tuanzi was sad? Su Yang changed his words. My Tuanzi is so cute. Even if she is not special, I must get her. Cute or something, how can it be? Tuanzi was hit by a critical hit, and her blood crystal was almost emptied. It will be taken down soon. But Yumiko still has enough blood and intends to resist. To put it bluntly, you're attracted by our looks. If we are not so beautiful, would you care about me? Facing Yumiko's attack, Su Yang directly counterattacked. Yumiko, if Zaimokuza Yashiki flirts with you, will you respond? Huh? What are you talking about? Who do you think I am? How could I be flirted with by that fat guy? Yumiko was furious, but at the end, she couldn't say anything. Su Yang's face showed an expression of everyone is obsessed with looks. The eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother, which made Yumiko angry. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly said, with my help, you can become a superpower, stay young forever, and even keep your skin in the most perfect state forever. Yumiko was stunned, and her eyes lit up. Sure enough, youth forever and beauty forever are fatal attractions to any woman. Be carrot. Tuanzi hesitated. Please give me more advice in the future, Su Yang-kun. Seeing Tuanzi's statement, Yumiko looked incredible. Youth forever. Yumiko. Tuanzi smiled, making Yumiko silent. In that case, I will reluctantly agree to you, but I only promise you to become a superpower, and we'll talk about other things later. Yumiko snorted coldly. Such a look made Su Yang think of Eri. Similar hair color, even the Tsundere attributes are similar. Well, it seems that Yumiko and Eri will get along well. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Su Yang's mind, but... Later? What do you mean by later? Su Yang grabbed one with one hand and returned to his room with a flying thunder god technique. Wait, what do you want to do? Yumiko was shocked, and Tuanzi was also dumbfounded. Of course, it is to carry out the final ceremony. Your Majesty, only in this way can you become a superpower. No, wait, I'll think about it. It's 6:93 late. Su Yang showed his true face. Cut the Gordian knot directly, and there's nothing to talk about. Aren't you? After a long time, Su Yang hugged one with one hand. Tuanzi came over and chuckled softly. Su Yangjun, in fact, Jiang told me a long time ago that one day you would give me such a choice, and then let me agree. It seemed that he was finally not hiding any secrets. After saying this, Tuanzi, who was relieved, fell asleep completely. Su Yang. I thought so. Why are you so quiet today and have so few questions? I feel like it's Hui-chan, the little spy. No, she herself has not experienced it, so how can she give advice to others? Su Yang found a fish that slipped through the net. Very good. There is a target tonight. The headquarters of the Monster Alliance, the current location of the Cloud Palace. Lingui Fairy, don't think about it. Just join our Uranus group. A giant wolf is confronting Lingui Fairy. You are so powerful, why do you condescend to be under a mere human? The giant wolf kept persuading. I don't want to tell you. What level? A guy who is not even as good as the unbeasted Duya King actually said that he has the power to deal with his master. Is this demon wolf brainless? Go away. I will not join any demon king group. Lingui Fairy said coldly. If she didn't want to cause trouble for her master, she would have killed this stupid wolf long ago. Although the opponent is stronger than the average demon king, she is now in the range of the Cloud Palace. With the strength of a great demon king, it is not impossible to kill the demon king level demon wolf in front of her. Are you worried about Su Yang? The demon wolf seemed to feel that he had seen through Lingui Fairy. Don't worry, although Su Yang is powerful, our demon king group has absolute power. Get out. Lingui Fairy finally lost her patience and slapped her directly. Bang! The strong wind from the slap instantly turned into a huge palm print, which directly blasted the heavenly wolf out. Bang! In the end, the demon wolf fell to the ground and blasted a big pit. But it quickly jumped out and said angrily, Lingui Fairy, you are too much. You are against our demon king group. Bang! Another palm print came, and the terrifying breath made the demon wolf instantly the whole body trembled, and it felt the crisis of death. Not good. Retreat. The demon wolf didn't think much and retreated violently to escape. While running, it looked back, and when it saw that the palm print did not fall completely, but trembled slightly and collapsed and dissipated, it panicked even more. Such control of power, being able to control its own attacks freely, this is definitely the experience of a great demon king. After understanding this, it ran faster, fearing that Lingui Fairy would catch up. Lingui Fairy didn't catch up. After all, it was a demon king that was difficult to kill, and just sneered. Demon king group? Huh. Demon king group? What kind of organization is this? Su Yang was stunned for a moment after hearing Lingui Fairy's report. I have never heard of it. 3 days. Su Yang spent 3 days to use the god's possession to ultimate. Ahem. He just tried his best to find women and used this ability to transform them into his followers. Even Yang Nai was transformed by Su Yang. When Yang Nai heard that he would have the strength of the Demon King level in a short time, a realm that he had never even heard of, he was completely dumbfounded. Originally, the Yukino-Shida family wanted to rely on Su Yang's reputation to make the family go further. But Yang Nai felt that he could make the family go several steps forward without Su Yang. Ignoring Yang Nai's ambitions, Su Yang finally remembered Lingui Fairy and came over. At the same time, because Arya and the others became followers, they evolved and had perfect elf bodies. Even if they follow the step, they can completely become elf gods. But Arya, this scum elf, said that the matter of becoming a god should be done by him, the Lord God. Because as long as he, the Lord God, condenses the godhood and becomes the true lord of the god system, then her family will be promoted to subordinate gods. So, she is done. Su Yang no longer has any hope for her. Because the elves have evolved into perfect elf bodies, Su Yang plans to try it on Lingui Fairy to see what kind of evolution it can become. Perfect monster body? But what Su Yang didn't expect was that after Lingui Fairy evolved, she actually shed her demon body and evolved into a body that was a bit like an elf. Or should it be a demon spirit body? But Lingui Fairy's shed demon body did not disappear, but turned into a Dharma-like existence. Well, it's a bit like Susanoo. Summoned, it can fight on its own, and the body can burst out with more powerful power when integrated into the demon body. Then, Su Yang found that he had lifted the distinguished heavenly gods for Lingui Fairy. But it was replaced by a more strict relationship between the Lord God and the family. After Lingui Fairy had evolved, She remembered this so-called Demon King group and reported it to Su Yang. But Su Yang had no idea where this stupid thing came from. Want Lingua Fairy to join? What the hell? Forget it. You go to Lia's to report later, and then ask her. Su Yang ordered directly. If it were before, Su Yang would intervene. But although Lingua Fairy's current strength is still a little far from the Demon King level, she is definitely the peak combat power of the Great Demon King when she bursts out. Even with the power of the god's possession, ordinary Demon Kings may not be able to withstand her attack. Yes, Lingua Fairy nodded respectfully. She now has enough confidence. But when she looked up again, she met her master's direct gaze. Lingua Fairy's face paused slightly. She naturally understood what this meant. But she didn't dislike it. It was her duty and expectation to contribute to the Lord God. As for resistance? How is that possible? Not to mention her now, even her before would not have any resistance. The law of the jungle is the truth of the demon race. The reason why Lingua Fairy looked down on Duya King was because in her eyes, as long as she was given some time, it would be easy to surpass Duya King. It can be said that since Su Yang showed his powerful strength, or more precisely, the moment he killed the beast Duya King, she had already fallen in love with Su Yang. The demon race has deep-rooted support and desire for the strong. The next step is naturally a big battle. At the same time, in a quiet cake shop, Shinomiya Kagaya was quietly drinking black tea and savoring cakes. Hayasaka AI stood behind her. Oh, and there was also Hai Ming. It's just that Hai Ming suddenly got excited today and planned to play a maid for a day. Su Yang naturally strongly supported it so that it would be a different experience when cozying. This made Hayasaka AI very disgusted because she didn't want to be a maid. What's more, her current identity is the family of God. However, seeing the lady in front of her sipping black tea elegantly, Hayasaka AI felt desperate. She is destined to be a maid. Neither the man nor the woman can get rid of it. And it seems to be forever? As for the reason why Hayasaka AI is so desperate, it's actually simple. Let's put it this way. Because of the special state, she is also a person who contributes a divine power, which leads to the fact that Shinomiya Kagaya has deeply merged with Su Yang's soul to some extent when Su Yang obtains the position of God. Although it was only a moment, it was already Shinomiya Kagaya. Now Shinomiya Kagaya is a genuine Demon King-level strongman. Although this rookie can't exert much combat power, he is completely an alternative Otsutsuki Kagaya. The name is the same. Oh, that's no problem. This is Kagaya's tradition. But it is undeniable that Shinomiya Kagaya has also become one of the strongest combat forces under Su Yang. As for why there is a one, this is because the same is true for Hoshino AI, who is treated specially by Su Yang. But Hoshino AI is forced, which has caused Su Yang to be unable to perform soul differentiation for a period of time, but he prepared a lot of soul incarnations in advance and placed them somewhere in the neighboring world to sleep. Transforming Lingua Fairy is to use those sleeping soul incarnations. Whether it is a clan or a subordinate god, there are undoubtedly levels. Obviously, Shinomiya Kagaya has become in existence at the same level as Hoshino AI by chance. In a sense, other clans cannot disobey the orders of the two women. But this usually has no effect. Hoshino AI doesn't know how to give orders to others, and the same goes for Shinomiya Kagaya. Oh, except for Hayaki AI. Therefore, the current situation has arisen. Not long after, a voice suddenly appeared. Shinomiya-san, I'm here. A blonde girl came over, but seeing the situation in front of her, she hesitated whether to sit down. Please sit down, Yuki-san. Kagaya Shinomiya smiled slightly, very kind. Yes, the person who came was Hina Yuki. Speaking of which, this period of time was simply a torture for Hina Yuki. She was forced by her family to transfer to a school to get close to Su Yang, but she only met Su Yang once on the day of transfer, and the other party did not come to school afterwards. But when she thought of the other party's identity, Hina Yuki could understand it easily. But understanding is one thing, and failing to complete the task given by the family is another. And at this time, she received an invitation from the eldest lady Kagaya Shinomiya, saying that she would talk about things related to Su Yang. Then she came. Thank you. Hina Yuki sat down. AI Hayasaka served tea immediately, and Haimeng served Hina a cake in a proper manner. But in AI Hayasaka's eyes, there were 17 or 18 problems with that action. Forget it, I didn't really expect her to be like me. Facing Haimeng, who was playing with tickets, AI Hayasaka chose to turn a blind eye. Thank you. Hina smiled slightly, and then her eyes fell on Kaguya Shinomiya. Shinomiya-san, the reason you asked me to come here is... Oh, this. Kaguya Shinomiya thought for a moment, and directly overturned the series of words he had prepared before, and came up with a direct ball. The mission your family gave you is to get close to Yongjun, and to become Yongjun's woman, right? Huh? Ming Hina was stunned by Kaguya Shinomiya's direct ball. Wait, should I be so direct? Yongjun? So, this Shinomiya Kaguya has succeeded? Oh no, it seems that she moved into Suyong Villa by trading, right? At this moment, several thoughts suddenly popped up in Ming Hina's mind, and she also recalled the information about Shinomiya Kaguya and began to analyze it. Is this the eldest lady? Why do you have to think so much about such a simple problem? Haimeng whispered to Hayasaka AI. Although she is a parallel import, Haimeng is now very powerful and has some special sensing abilities. For example, although she did not notice Ming Hina's inner thoughts at this moment, she felt that Ming Hina's emotions fluctuated abnormally, and it was obvious that she was thinking about many problems. Hayasaka AI ignored Haimeng's whispered complaints, and you are so small, but you are so close. Do you really think that others can't hear it? Looking at Ming Hina, whose face was already a little strange, Hayasaka AI knew that the other party had heard it. After all, Haimeng did not use her ability to cover it up, but ordinary people could get it. It's just that they didn't expose it. Suddenly, Hayasaka AI, who was about to say something, frowned slightly and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Then, as if she remembered something, she glanced at Haimeng beside her and finally pulled it slightly. It's okay for the eldest lady, but she can't be relied on at all. Didn't Haimeng study her own power for a long time this day? How come you don't notice anything now? Alas, it turns out that you can only rely on me. Hayasaka AI sighed helplessly in her heart, but a trace of cold light flashed in her eyes. That Shinomiya classmate, I don't quite understand what you mean. Ming Hina looked embarrassed. Everyone is the same. See through, but don't say it. Aren't you embarrassed to say it like this? But Shinomiya Kaguya looked disapproving. I know you understand, so be direct. According to what Naya said, the more of our family members, the better. 17. I read Naya's confession chapter, and you are one of the candidates who meet the requirements. In fact, to some extent, your importance to Yongjun is top-notch. Both Hayasaka AI and Omi knew what Shinomiya Kaguya meant by this. Although they did not know that they were the heroines, they were detected by the confession chapter to have a special identity. In Naya's words, they are the lucky ones favored by this world. After all, we were all taken down by Su Yang. To be favored by him, isn't this the world's favor? This is what Arya said, and Su Yang officially recognized it. In response, Kwang-san was sarcastic and exposed someone's lustful nature. What kind of favor? Isn't it just because we are beautiful? After all, someone wants to build a super large harem. But even Kwang-san had to admit that Arya was indeed unreliable. But her natural whispering chapter order is in contrast to her master. The more unreliable Arya is, the more reliable the whispering chapter order is, and can even turn the reliability coefficient on this basis. So, for some women who are suitable for becoming a family member that Arya has searched for with the whispering chapter order, they agree very much. Look, Ming Hina in front of them is one of them, and compared to others, this one seems to have taken the initiative to deliver herself to the door. Then naturally, she will be taken down as soon as possible. Shinomiya Kaguya volunteered to take on this task. But Ming Hina is very good to Shinomiya Kaguya's words were totally incomprehensible. Just as she was about to say something else, Hayasaka AI suddenly said, Okay, let's stop chatting here. Let's deal with some small troubles first. The three girls looked at Hayasaka AI together. What does that mean? Hayasaka AI had a headache, but Haiming finally noticed something. Hey, why did someone set up a barrier? Barrier? Ming Hina's face was stunned, and then she found that the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. It was as if the four of them were taken to another place at once, and this place was like hell. Bloody, depressing. All horror elements. Ming Hina panicked immediately, and her body trembled slightly. But at this moment, a conversation appeared that made her a little incomprehensible for a while. Wow, this costume is good. It can be included in my Demon Cost series. Hayasaka, can you set up such a barrier? This is not the effect of the barrier itself. The other party just covered the barrier with an illusion. I see, illusion? Didn't I ask Sister to study it? Do I need to remind you that the man is immune to illusions? It doesn't matter. Yang Jun has never been able to resist such illusions or abilities. The last sentence was said by Shinomiya Kagaya, and Hayasaka AI was silent. This seems to be the truth. After all, the man likes this. What's the situation? How can you be so calm? And what is this? Hee, I caught you. A strange laugh made Ming Ri jump up in fright. Who? Buzz. As if something was activated, a faint light appeared on Ming Hina's body. Hayasaka AI was a little surprised, but shook her head randomly. This protection can only block some level 2 cursed spirits at most, although the level of lower-level demons is equivalent to that of level 2 cursed spirits. But in fact, any lower-level demon can easily kill a bunch of level 2 cursed spirits. You think you can resist me with this little bit of protection? With a cold snort, a flash of black light directly shattered the light on Ming Hina's body. At the moment when the black light fell on Ming Hina, Hayasaka AI took action. Just a slight shake of her hands, an invisible force dissolved the black light, and Ming Hina did not suffer any harm. But Ming Hina was frightened and her face turned pale because a hideous and scary thing appeared. Seeing this thing appear, Shinomiya Kagaya's eyes flashed a complicated look, and Hayasaka AI's eyes were full of contempt that could not be removed. As for Haiming, wow, is this healed a demon? Why does it feel so weak? Haiming tilted her little head, looking puzzled. In her impression, demons are very scary, very powerful, and completely invincible. It's just, how come she feels that this thing in front of her can be killed by a slap? Well, it seems that this person doesn't have an accurate understanding of his position. But that's right. After all, it only takes 2 or 3 days for an ordinary girl to become a big boss. How can she adapt? Besides, her research on her own power is completely about how to make costs more convenient and perfect. 014211526 Felu 1213433101. But this angered the lower-level demon. You deserve to die. The lower-level demon roared, exuding his powerful magic. Very good. Originally, I just wanted to capture Kagaya and kill you, but now I have changed my mind. Before killing you, I will torture you severely. Hayasaka AI couldn't bear it anymore. Where is your confidence? Bakudo 4. This rope. With a light shout, Hayasaka AI threw out a rope-like light rope, which directly entangled the lower-level demon and made it fall to the ground and unable to move. Although Hayasaka AI did not abandon the ability to fully exert the power of Kido without giving up chanting, she has not yet upgraded herself to ultimate. But the lower-level demon in front of her is just a lower-level demon. However, this situation made the lower-level demon completely dumbfounded. How do you have superpowers? What kind of spell is this? Let me go. You are a curious demon. Haiming came up and looked at it carefully. Not only is it ugly, but it also has beautiful thoughts and a bad brain, but it is also a demon after all. Haiming's eyes flashed with strong curiosity and interest, and he turned to Hayasaka AI and said, Hey, Hayasaka, can you give it to me? I want to study it carefully. This is the first demon I've ever met. Haiming's eyes sparkled with interest. This is not good. AI Hayasaka shook her head slightly, looked at Kagaya Shinomiya, who was still drinking black tea, and whispered, After all, he is the eldest sister's elder brother. Huh? Eldest brother? Haiming was completely stunned. Eldest brother? Haiming looked incredulous. Kagaya-chan is obviously a human, but this is a demon. It's just reincarnated. Kagaya Shinomiya finally put down the black tea. His eyes fell on Huangguang Shinomiya and said, "After attacking father, are you going to attack me again? Let me guess, is the demon behind you interested in me? So, the price of reincarnating you as a demon is me, or should I say the power of my bloodline? She is worthy of being a young lady." AI Hayasaka sighed in her heart, really thinking that anyone could let her serve her. Let her serve Haimeng and see. You can't play with her to death. When Kagaya Shinomiya was in a rational state, she didn't dare to touch her disgust. Who are you? Shigong Huangguang looked incredulous. He didn't believe that the person in front of him was his useless sister. Me? Shigong Kagaya smiled coldly. Am I not the sister you think you can deal with at any time? Impossible. How can you be Kagaya? You are fake. You must be fake. Forget it. Seeing Shigong Huangguang like this, Shigong Kagaya shook her head slightly. Not long ago, she learned that Su Yang was powerful. In fact, she was thinking of using Su Yang's power to find an opportunity to teach Shigong Huangguang a profound lesson. Although her father let him go, she didn't want to let it go. Even her little notebook listed a lot of tortures. But at this moment, it all disappeared. There is no need to bother with such a small person. This is Shigong Kagaya's real thoughts at this moment are not that her mentality has changed. She has always been like this. It's just that her identity has changed. Originally, as the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family, would she care about some small people? Of course not. Now she is even more powerful power. Thinking that she is powerful, she is actually a super-watered chicken. Of course, she can still kill a large number of low-level demons with a wave of her hand. Therefore, she no longer cares about the jumping clown like Shinomiya Huangguang. Because the other party is not worthy. I'll give you a chance. Let the demon behind you come over. Shinomiya Kagaya said lightly. Haha, you are so good, Kagaya. Who do you think you are? Do you think that you have some unknown power you can go against my great master? You are too self-righteous. Even though he was imprisoned, Shigong Huangguang still obeyed the master he mentioned. Then let me see it. Shigong Kagaya was unmoved and didn't need to worry at all. Because if there was any danger, she could directly use Su Yang's power. Unlike Hayasaka AI and the others, she could completely activate the part of her soul that belonged to Su Yang and let Su Yang himself control it. Even if you bring a demon king, you have to get down. Hayasaka. Shigong Kagaya said with ease, and Hayasaka AI immediately put away Kido. As soon as his body regained freedom, Shigong Huangguang's first thing was not to summon the demon master behind him, but to rush directly towards Shigong Kagaya. Bang! Hayasaka AI, who had been on guard for a long time, went up directly and knocked Shigong Huangguang down with one punch. This punch was somewhat personal and almost crippled Shigong Huangguang. Last chance. Shigong Kagaya said quietly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. This made Shigong Huangguang shudder. He clearly felt that if he didn't do as he was told, his sister would really kill him. Then he dared to hesitate and directly communicated with the demon master behind him, while preparing the teleportation array. Who am I? Where am I? What do I want to do? 3 self-doubt questions. Ninghina was completely confused and didn't understand the situation at all. Doesn't the eldest daughter of the Shigong family have a bloodline similar to an enhancer? Why does it feel wrong? What's wrong with this maid? Why is she so strong? She knows about the amulet given by her family. Because several cursed spirits attacked her before, the light emitted by the amulet turned directly into ashes. But such an amulet was easily broken by a demon. The point is that such a demon was caught by Hayasaka AI with a wave of her hand and knocked down with a punch. Why does it feel a little unreal? Suddenly, at this time, a voice came from the teleportation array arranged by Shigong Huangguang. Hehe, worthy of the slave I have chosen. The efficiency of experience is good. With this voice, before seeing the person, Ninghina felt an indescribable terrifying breath emanating from the teleportation array. It seems that an extremely terrifying existence is about to be teleported. What's wrong with you? You look so scared. With a soft cry, A small white hand was placed on Minghina's shoulder, and the extremely terrifying aura disappeared completely at this moment. It was as if it was directly dispelled by some more terrifying power. Minghina finally understood that this classmate named Kitagawa Kaimeng seemed to be no ordinary person. Although a little confused. At the same time, a man in a suit, a black hat, and aristocratic clothes walked out of the teleportation array. But at the moment he stepped out of the teleportation array, the man who was originally smiling had a slightly stiff face. Something is wrong. He subconsciously wanted to retreat back to the teleportation array, but at this moment, Shinomiya Kagaya burst out her ultimate move. Boom! An invisible breath exploded, and the terrifying magic power raged and vented in the entire barrier, as if it was going to burst the entire barrier. In fact, it was almost there. Alas, I knew it. Hayasaka AI sighed in her heart and reinforced the entire barrier at the first time. Fortunately, she has been studying her own strength, ninjutsu and Kido day and night for the past 3 days, and has also humbly asked Kurumi for advice many times. Otherwise, she would not have been able to keep this breath that surpassed the level of ordinary Demon King steady. Damn it. Demon King level strongman? Damn Shigong Huangguang, what the hell did you do? That demon's face turned green. The villain Akoli Damikla pays homage to his majesty. He knelt decisively. Such a situation made Shigong Kagaya's eyes light up instantly. This move is indeed invincible. Unexpectedly, seeing her like this, Hayasaka AI secretly rolled her eyes several times. As for Shigong Kagaya's so-called trick, she can only say that it is hard to describe. The trick comes from Aria's original creation. In simple terms, it is to directly burst out your own breath instantly and vent it to your heart's content. This will definitely make the enemy kneel down and call you. That's right. But Hayasaka AI said that if the opponent was also a Demon King level strongman, this would be a direct provocation. He was courting death. This scene shocked Shigong Huangguang. Master, why are you? Shut up, you damn slave. Akoli Damikla was extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have reincarnated this idiot into a demon. This was a waste of his demon chess piece. Moreover, for Shigong Huangguang, this idiot, to encounter such a strong man, he was simply desperate. Akoli Damikla? Kagaya Shinomiya frowned. I remember that none of the 72 pillars have this surname, right? This made Akoli Damikla shudder, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, I am not a pure-blooded demon, but my ancestor is from Andugias, a pure-blooded demon and a human. Miss, Andugias is a pure-blooded demon family that has been cut off. There is no such family in the underworld now, but there are still a small number of mixed-blood demons with their blood. At this time, Hayasaka AI spoke. There is no way to deal with a master like Su Yang, and she has not seriously understood many things. As a maid, she can only learn more. I see. Shinomiya Kagaya nodded. In this way, it should not bring trouble to Rias. Huh? Are you going to kill it? It's a pity, after all, it's a demon. Haimeng showed a different idea. Can I study it before killing it? Okay. Seeing her like this, I really won't be willing if I don't study it. Akoli Damikla's face changed again and again. Where the hell was I teleported to? How come these 3 women are more like demons than me? Let the master deal with it. Finally, Hayasaka AI took a few steps forward and came to Akoli Damikla. Don't resist, so you still have a chance to survive. If you resist, it's okay, I also want to practice. As she spoke, Hayasaka AI also leaked a trace of her CGDB breath. Oh my god, another Demon King level aura? Akoli Damikla was so numb that he even thought he was dreaming. He hadn't seen a Demon King in the underworld for more than 10 years, and today he met 2 equally powerful beings? Me. Master? Haha, are you kidding me? How could a Demon King level being have a master? What did I do in my previous life to deserve such a punishment? Resist? Don't be ridiculous. Akoli Damikla didn't move and would never resist. Because just like what the man in front of him said, there was still a glimmer of hope if he didn't resist, and he didn't want to kill himself and strangle this glimmer of hope. After waiting for a while, seeing that the demon didn't resist, Hayasaka AI's eyes flashed with disappointment. After all, it was a high-level demon, so spineless. But she didn't say anything nonsense and directly used a sealing technique to seal the 4 palaces of yellow light into a sealing ball. Until then, Shinomiya Kagaya put away her breath and looked at Minghina with a smile. So, Yuki-san, what's your answer? Answer? What should I answer? Minghina felt that the world had gone crazy. It was too outrageous. She still hadn't accepted that Shinomiya Kagaya was actually a super strong person. Her maid Hayasaka AI seemed to be super powerful too. So, what do you want me to answer? Devil. Su Yang, who had just returned, looked strange when he heard Hayasaka AI's report. Didn't you go to find Minghina? How come you caught a demon and came back? The thing is like this. Hayasaka AI explained and reported the matter to Su Yang. Good guy. That senior demon must have done something wrong in his previous life, and he is paying it back in this life. How unlucky. Go to find Shinomiya Huangguang to reincarnate as a demon servant? No, the other party is targeting Kagaya. Well, it's your own fault. This is the superior demon sealed by the sealing technique, and there is also the 4 palaces of yellow light. Hayasaka AI took out the sealing ball. The moment Su Yang took the sealing ball, he immediately sensed it clearly, and even a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Because in his perception, there were 10 demon chess pieces on the superior demon. Did Kagaya say how to deal with the 4 palaces of yellow light? Su Yang asked. The eldest lady said that everything is up to you. Hayasaka AI said respectfully, and then said hesitantly, forgive me for overstepping my bounds. I think it's better to deal with the 4 palaces of yellow light. Oh, why? Su Yang became interested. He could feel that Hayasaka AI didn't seem to have any private feelings when she said this. Because he attacked the eldest lady, this is an offense to you. For such people, you can't tolerate their existence. Hayasaka AI's tone was cold, but there was a hint of fanaticism in the depths of her eyes. Good guy. Is this to maintain the authority of her own god? If Su Yang hadn't been sure that becoming his family would not change her thinking and personality, he would have suspected that Hayasaka AI was affected by the possession of God. Now it seems not. Okay, I'll take care of it. Su Yang flipped his hand, put away the sealing ball, and then asked with a smile, so what is your mission this time? Mission? Naturally, it is to take down Hina Yuki. But after Hayasaka AI was silent for a moment, Kaido, it seems that she tried too hard, causing the other party to be a little scared and even doubt her life. Can I not doubt my life? Su Yang complained in his heart. According to the information provided by Area, although the Yuki family seems to be very low-key and not famous in the supernatural field, it has a solid foundation and even has an onmyoji in the family. But the problem is that the upper limit of the Yuki family is at most the upper level of demons. And this is just the level. Basically, whether it is an onmyoji or a sorcerer, it is a sure loss when facing a demon of the same level. Minghina only knows this level at most, and then you directly kill 2 demon kings. Oh, it should be 3 demon king level strongmen. How can people accept it all at once? Forget it, you can't run away anyway. Su Yang was relieved, and at this time, Area suddenly contacted him and asked him to enter the neighboring world quickly. Seeing Hayasaka AI frown slightly, Yang understood that this was to call everyone. It seems that the scum elf has made something again and can't wait to show off. Su Yang shrugged and took Hayasaka AI directly into the neighboring world. Su Yang, you're finally here. Come and see my latest invention. The first time he saw Su Yang, Area shouted. At this moment, Su Yang noticed that many people had gathered here. Except for some people who were in class, AI, and Miku, everyone else was here. Even Yang Nai was notified by Area. Look, after this update, my whispering chapter can finally become a chat room. Before Su Yang could ask, Area held up his whispering chapter and said, Su Yang. Area, don't do this. Really? You will make your angel cry. I'm afraid that the whispering chapter must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes to meet such a superb master like you. Soon, after understanding it, Yang really confirmed that you are really a supergroup. Is this the thing you worked hard to develop for 3 days? Looking at the whispering chapter that has completely become a chat room, Su Yang wanted to comfort it. After Aria's efforts, she split out a piece of the Whispering chapter in the spirit suit mode, and then integrated it into each of the clans together with the soul incarnation of Su Yang's god. He really created a chat room. It can appear in the mind, or it can be presented as a screen in front of the eyes. Now there is only one last step, that is, the authorization of him as the Lord of God. Without his permission, how can the Whispering chapter be integrated? Looking at the eager eyes, Su Yang compromised. The chat room is now established. Naya, ha ha ha, it worked. Yukino Shida Haruno, I really did it. Eri, what is this? Why did it suddenly appear in my mind? Shinran Hui, who gave me my name. Time Spirit. Oh, who else could it be? Time Spirit. Warm reminder, there is only one man in this chat room. Hi Ming, one man? Isn't that Su Yangjun? Shinran Hui, how did you change it? I can't change my name. Naya, someone doesn't want you to be unable to change it in this life. Su Yang. Looking at the lively chat room, Su Yang was a little confused. Just chatting, is it necessary? In fact, it is really necessary. Even when Su Yang was busy late at night, there were still people chatting in the chat room. Especially Eri and Yumiko really hit it off. Su Yang went over one by one, and after all were settled, it was finally quiet. Then he went to sleep peacefully. What do you mean you don't need to sleep? Sleeping is a kind of enjoyment, and Su Yang doesn't want to deprive himself of this right to enjoy. Well, after all, lying in the land of gentleness every day, who the hell is willing to cancel it? When Su Yang woke up, he found that there was no one around him. It was past noon, and there was still a ghost. However, Su Yang found that the chat room was lively. Because of Hui Yorichi's request for help, a discussion of strategies was triggered. Kagaya, how do we get Hina Yuki to join us? I sent her a message, but she didn't reply. Hayasaka AI, Miss, have you ever thought that it's because you're too impatient? Scum Fairy, no hurry, just take her down and let more people in the chat room. AI, can you tell me who this Scum Fairy is? Time Fairy, guess. Yukino Shida Haruno, is there any need to guess? It must be that unreliable fairy Naya. Scum Fairy, what do you mean by unreliable? I'm super good. AI, oh, it's Naya-chan. Sorry I didn't recognize her. Kasumi Shiko, what's there to apologize for? She's even happier that you didn't recognize her, thinking she's not that scumbag. Scum Fairy. Kasumi Shiko, you're still lucky compared to a certain teacher who is no longer speaking in the chat room. Shino, is it Sister Eri? Kasumi Shiko, little Shino is wrong. You should call me Teacher Hakumu Eri here. Hakumu Eri. Ah, damn black-bellied woman. Just wait, I will draw you in the notebook now. Kasumi Shiko, oh, that's it? Shinran Hui, I said. Didn't Kagaya ask? Why is there no one to give an idea? Kagaya, yes, hurry up and give an idea. Xia Jingling, oh, what ideas do you need? If I were you, I would just tie her up, wash her, and send her to Su Yang. Time Jingling, that's a good idea. Kasumi Shiko, yeah, it's a good idea. Hakumu Eri, can I watch and refer to it? Kagaya. Shinran Hui, _#. This is so dirty that it's unbearable to watch. It's completely letting go of myself. Su Yang shook his head slightly. He ignored it, and his eyes fell on the seal ball in his hand. A superior demon, a reincarnated inferior demon, and 10 demon chess pieces. Let's put it this way. Su Yang plans to make some changes to transform or strengthen this demon chess piece. Don't say he can't do it. He can really do it now. In a sense, Su Yang has now been integrated into Hogyoku and has the ability to strengthen others. The most important thing is that Su Yang discovered how to use the professions on his personal attribute interface. After possessing the original god position, with the strengthening power of Hogyoku, Su Yang now finds that he can give others the 3 professions of ninja, demon slayer, and shinigami. Well, it is actually strengthened by Hogyoku. This is not the ability of the system, but Su Yang's own development. After all, there are so many families as examples. Su Yang naturally has such an attempt. Then let's use the strengthening power of Hogyoku first. Su Yang's heart moved, and the power in his body was used instantly, rushing directly to the sealing ball in his hand. Hogyoku is gone. But it didn't disappear, it merged into himself. Therefore, Su Yang now used the strengthening power of Hogyoku to strengthen the sealing ball in his hand, or to transform it. There was a faint scream from the sealing ball, mixed with crying and begging for mercy. It was Shigong Huangguang and the superior demon. Su Yang didn't care. Just as Hayasaka AI said, when they were planning to hit his woman, the ending was doomed. Soon, the scream stopped. There was only the blood of a pure demon and 11 demon chess pieces left. Shigong Huangguang had completely turned into ashes. Su Yang planned to purify the blood of this pure demon, but mixed blood. The function of the miracle object, the chess piece of God, is to upgrade the blood of a certain life form. Although it will not improve the strength, it will be easy to improve the strength after the blood is upgraded to pure blood, and the potential is also stronger. This is just a preliminary plan. Su Yang plans to create a special reincarnation item directly with the sealing ball in his hand after purification. It can transform humans or other life forms into pure-blooded demons. Wait, if I can create such a reincarnated item, then why should I reincarnate into a demon? Can't I reincarnate into a Shinigami? Su Yang suddenly thought of this, and then once this idea appeared, it was out of control. Hogyoku's ability is that whatever you think in your heart can be realized in this direction. Su Yang plans to give it a try. In an instant, Su Yang felt the energy in his body decrease instantly. It is worth mentioning that Su Yang's current chakra is no longer chakra, and even the name presented on the system is God's power. It is not the real God's power. After all, he has not yet condensed the Godhead, and he is far from the real God. In fact, this God's power is actually not much different from the previous God chakra. At most, it can be freely converted into spiritual power, chakra, magic power, etc. At least Su Yang thinks so. But in fact, he doesn't know that even if it is not the real God's power, it is also the power of the real God. Maybe there is no difference in power, but the true power of God's power is to make dreams come true in a certain sense. Of course, Su Yang does not have that ability now. But now he is transforming the seal ball in front of him with the power of Hogyoku and God's chess piece, plus the identity of the heir to the original throne of this world. It's just that this situation is more difficult than Su Yang thought. He obviously felt that he was right, and he could even make this special reincarnation thing. But it was still a little short. Su Yang could only think that God's power was not enough, and he could only continue to inject God's power madly. At the same time, Arya, who was chatting in the chat room, suddenly felt something. Swish! The original proclamation of the chat room interface in front of her was turned over by her, and the final page made her face change slightly. My Lord God, what earth-shaking things are you doing again? Just taking a look at the content on the proclamation, Arya turned her head to look at the blessing in the distance, with a look of horror and helplessness. As expected of my man, he did something without saying anything. And it was a big deal. You actually want to create a new power system in this world? Do you really think that you have already secured your godhood and the throne? Arya was a little crazy. She had actually realized that the ninjutsu and kido they possessed were not from this world. Although they could use them, it seemed to be due to some special power. The main reason was that they had become Su Yang's followers, and Yang was also the candidate for the true god of this world. The most important thing was that they had the throne, and the throne was written with his name, Su Yang, as the candidate for the true god. This was recognized by the world. Therefore, they could use these abilities unscrupulously. But only for them. And what Su Yang knew now was to let others have such a history zone. In a way, this was forcing the world to recognize it. If you already have the throne, and you create it with the power of the true God, the world will definitely recognize it. After all, it can be classified as a power system within the God system. But the problem is that there isn't one. Alas, as expected, I am destined to be a hard worker. Arya sighed. That sentence is right. Only at critical moments will this Arya be reliable. Now is the critical moment. If she could find out earlier, she could still make Su Yang stop. Now it is not a matter of whether to stop or not. Arya guessed correctly. At this moment Su Yang has already noticed something is wrong. Because the seal ball in his hand has been transformed into a special crystal ball, and then this thing is madly absorbing his divine power and vitality. Su Yang doesn't care about the absorption of vitality. Because he can feel that his lifespan is very long, I am afraid it is tens of thousands of years. This G absorption speed is too fast. According to this absorption method, even if I have hundreds of thousands of lifespans, it may be drained. After understanding this, Su Yang wanted to stop. But it seems that I can't stop. Chat room. Scraps, sisters, something bad has happened. Please save a little bit of your power for emergency use and inject the rest into the chat room. Kasumi Shiko, what happened? Jianzi, what happened? Time Spirit, is that man doing something again? I feel that there is something wrong with his direction, and his aura is a bit chaotic. Scraps, it's him. He has caused a fatal incident without saying anything. There is no time to explain now. Inject power. Hayazaki Eri, how to inject it? Hayasaka AI, you can inject it in the way of performing Kido or ninjutsu. AI, no, you relax, I'll do it. After Hoshino AI said this, the girls immediately felt that the energy in their bodies was being injected into the deep of their bodies crazily. No, it was the whispering chapter deep in the soul. Lady Hoshino AI has such ability? At the same time, Hayasaka AI, who was surprised, took a look at a certain lady beside her, but saw that she was panicked and completely confused. Well, it can be confirmed. Give up. With a sigh in her heart, Hayasaka AI shifted her attention to the chat room again. But this time, she unexpectedly found that the chat room was black. Neighboring world. Hyuzo and Shixino have come to Area, and they both have most of their power in their bodies, which is what Area asked. In case of accidents. There are now 15 people in Su Yang's converted family, and each of them has at least the realm of the Demon King in terms of magic or spiritual power, which is basically in the range of LV41 to LV42. And the spiritual power of the 4 spirits of Guangzhou area has exceeded LV45. Hoshino AI and Shirgong Kagaya are a little higher, very close to Su Yang, probably between LV48 and LV49. Su Yang's current divine power is LV50. The power of more than a dozen people gathered on the whispering announcement, causing it to explode with a very terrifying fluctuation. If the whispering announcement exploded at this moment, even the main god-level strongman would be afraid of its power. Such a huge power is far beyond Area's control range. Fortunately, she can still hold the pen. Swish! The whispering announcement automatically flipped through the pages for a while, and then stopped on one of the pages. Area took the spirit pen and wrote a line of words on it with difficulty. With the recognition of the neighboring world, Young opened up a new calendar crystal system. Area naturally knew what Su Young was doing, but she couldn't write carefully. She even planned to write down the recognition of the world, not the recognition of the neighboring world. The neighboring world is just a part of this world. Let alone this world, even writing about the neighboring world made Area overdrawn. Crash! After writing the words, Area seemed to have lost all his strength, and even his spiritual outfit could no longer be maintained, and he fainted. But the Order of the Whisper appeared out of thin air, and then turned into countless stars and scattered to the entire neighboring world. A vague and undefined voice sounded, as if it recognized this matter. The neighboring world recognized it. Buzz. At the same time, Su Yang, whose vitality had dropped by more than half, finally felt that the small ball in his hand stopped drawing, and suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. The next moment, a golden light appeared in front of Su Yang, as if it was Hogyoku. At the same time, Su Yang got some information from the neighboring world. The neighboring world recognized that he had created the power system of the Shinigami series, and Shinigami would be born in the neighboring garden. Su Yang was stunned. What he cared about more was another matter. As the Lord of God, he naturally noticed the situation of the women, which made him smile bitterly. I was careless this time. With a thought in his mind, Su Yang's vitality was consumed again, and the reduced vitality was instantly transformed into divine power, which was replenished for all the clansmen. Then Su Yang flashed to Kwang San and the others. You finally showed up. Area is in a bad situation now. Kwon-sin breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Su-young. Don't worry, she just consumed some energy. I will let her recover. Su-yang smiled slightly and picked up Airbing. Go tell the others not to worry. After saying this, Su-yang flashed away with Area. Recover? How to recover? Area consumed her essence. Kwon-san was not optimistic, but she still went to inform others. Su-yang had brought Area back to the room and began to replenish her essence. How to replenish? Well, by replenishing magic. This process was not short. The 10 women didn't have any thoughts. Until around 7 or 8 in the evening, the chat room suddenly recovered. Shizuino, the chat room has been restored. Does this mean that Sister Nia has recovered? AI, recovered? That's good. I was scared to death when I saw how serious Kwon-sin said it. Hokage, wow, is she finally recovered? I was so nervous and worried all day. Jianzi, no, let's not talk about that, Sister Kwon-san. Sister Nia has consumed her essence. Is it difficult to recover? Nico, it is indeed difficult to restore the essence of our spirits, but in Su Yongjuan's situation, we can replenish it, but... Kasumi Shiko, but it comes at a great cost, right? Shizzy, I know. It should be that big brother pays with his life. Yumiko, wait, life? What does this mean? Time spirit. Yes, even Su Yang can only replenish it with his life. Saint Hui, this shouldn't be a big deal, right? Su Yongkuan said he has a long lifespan. Time spirit. We elves originally have no lifespan limit because of the neighboring realm. The situation of the second suborigin is not that the lifespan of hundreds or thousands of years is enough. Hakieri, no way? So scary. Yukino Shida Haruno, wait, doesn't this mean that Su Yang's lifespan will be greatly reduced? Miko, who doesn't want to see, so Yang won't live long? Jianzi, is it fake? How is this possible? Kasumi Shiko. AI, then what should we do? Shinomiya Kagaya, I say, are you guys too worried? Hakieri. AI, Kagaya-chan, do you have a solution? Shinomiya Kagaya, solution? No, how many years do you think it will take for Yongkuan to condense the godhood? With the godhood, do you still have to worry about lifespan? 9. A word awakens the dreamer. Neighboring world. I slept so comfortably. Arya stretched her body, but then she felt a pain all over her body. I take back what I said. You are torturing me too much, aren't you? Arya looked at Su Yang with resentment. Su Yang didn't speak it the first time, but hugged her tightly and whispered in Arya's ear, "Thank you." Arya's whole body stiffened, and then she muttered in Su Yang's arms, "Why are you so sentimental?" Su Yang was stunned. Because he found that Arya was shy. Are you kidding me? This is the same Benjo Arya. When I talked about AV with him at night, the unrestrainedness made Su Yang retreat. Ordinary people can't bear it at all. FFFLI. After all, she is a woman. Suddenly, I feel like you seem to be thinking about something bad. Arya raised her head suddenly, as if she was about to summon the accusation. Ahem, let's not talk about this. I want to ask what you did. Su Yang asked hurriedly. He actually knew it. But now we need to change the subject. It's nothing, just let the neighboring world recognize your great move. Arya said and complained again, "My lord god, next time you do such a big move, can you tell me in advance? This will at least give me some preparation. If I didn't have so many sisters, I wouldn't be able to handle it this time." Well, I didn't expect this to happen. I just planned to try it. Su Yang was also speechless. He really just planned to try it. Who knew it would be so big? It seems that this world has merged a lot of worlds, resulting in very terrifying rules, and it is difficult to create a new power system here. This is not a founding sect, but a new track has been forcibly opened up under the complete system of a world. Even if it weren't for the help of the neighboring world this time, the consequences would be very serious. There is definitely no danger to life. But this time it will definitely cause his perfect body to suffer trauma, and it may even be difficult to recover. Arya actually knows that this should be an accident. After all, Li Yang will not be so Tangwu. That's what I said, but next time something similar happens, you'd better tell me. At least I'll let the Whispering Chapter do some divination. Can the Whispering Chapter do divination now? Su Yang was a little surprised. Isn't this similar to predicting the future? As if he saw what Su Yang was thinking, Arya rolled his eyes at him and said, "The whispering chapter can indeed predict to some extent. No, it should be said that it can observe the future. But once it involves a certain powerful force, such observation will fail, and too." Arya seemed to have thought of something, and his tone became very complaining. This world is too abnormal. The future that is clearly observed will change all the time. For example, the Kagaya-chan I observed for the first time did not have the blood of the Shimizu clan. Even her mother was an ordinary person. What's more outrageous is that her father is not her biological father. But it changed the second time. Shirgong Yenin became Kagaya-chan's biological father. Then the third time her mother inexplicably became a member of the Shimizu clan and had special blood power. And the Yukino-Shida family is also an ordinary political family and has nothing to do with the supernatural realm, but in fact it is not the case at all. Wow, don't be too outrageous. I even suspect that these are all deliberately targeted by the world's will, just to restrict my order of declaration and prevent me from observing the future. Aya complained repeatedly, but did not notice that Su Yang's face changed several times before he recovered. This should be the work of the world of Zongman, which constantly devours one world after another and finally forms a unique situation. Under such circumstances, Arya can observe the future of ghosts. I am afraid that the whole world is fine today, and a scion explodes and destroys the world tomorrow. Well, it shouldn't be like this. The world's will of this world will not be so exaggerated and will devour the world at will. Well, if it can't be done, it can't be done. Anyway, we don't rely on this. Su Yang comforted. You're right. Arya nodded, then thought of something and looked up at Su Yang. You've gained a lot this time, right? I almost lost my life. Don't tell me there's no benefit. Of course, look. Su Yang took out the bead, and Arya immediately got the information. At the same time, he also knew what was new in the neighboring world. TSK, we made a fortune. The neighboring world can finally give birth to a second race besides us elves. Arya was referring to Shinigami. I didn't expect you to create a race with Kito's power system. It's simply exaggerated. Faced with Arya's admiration, Su Yang felt embarrassed. He was just copying. In fact, if it weren't for Hogyoku, a special item belonging to the Shinigami world, this time might not be successful. Even if a new race can be born in the neighboring world, it is most likely a branch of the elves. Instead of a special life form built by absorbing spirit particles with soul as the main body. This time, it is indeed a big profit. Oh no, those people in the chat room are starting to have wild thoughts, I have to explain. Aya suddenly screamed strangely, and then entered the chat room. Su Yang also subconsciously took a look, and when he saw Shinomiya Kagaya's speech, his eyebrows raised. As expected of Shinomiya Kagaya, he was very rational when he calmed down. Even if he didn't reveal a lot of information, she could still analyze a lot. It was really wrong to say that she was a beautiful vase. Chat room. Shoulder elf. Haha, this elf is resurrected with full blood again. Haraki Eri, Sister Aria, are you okay? Scraps elf, of course, and it's a 100% perfect state. Kasumi Shiko, so, that man was sucked dry by you? Hi Mang, no way? Sister Aria shouldn't be that strong, right? Hayasaka AI. Yumiko. Yukino Shida Haruno, this speech is really bold. Scraps elf, okay, what a mess. First of all, let me explain, that is there is nothing wrong with Kagaya-chan's analysis. Scum Fairy, secondly, our Lord God did give up a lot of vitality in order to let me recover, and lost 99% of his lifespan. Scum Fairy, what should I do? Su Yang can only live for more than 3,000 years. Dumpling? Saint Hui, more than 3,000 years? I see, it's okay. Yumiko, really, I thought something terrible had happened, but it turned out to be like this? Yukino Shida Haruno, more than 3,000 years is enough for him to become a super old monster. AI, hee, isn't it okay? That's great. Haraki Eri, so, Su Yang's lifespan was super exaggerated? Kasumi Shiko, don't worry, it will be even more exaggerated in the future. Haraki Eri, So Su Yang's lifespan was super exaggerated? Kasumi Shiko, don't worry, it will be even more exaggerated in the future. Mooingly, in the future? Xia Shitzi. Heh, you don't think that the man Xia Ji Chioshiyu, can't condense the godhood in 3,000 years, right? Wanna see? I always feel that this chat room is very wrong. Hayasaka AI, I think so too, because this chat room should be called Suyang Harem Concentration Camp. Yukino Shida Haruno, you hit the nail on the head, terrible. Shoulder elf. Haha, even if it's like this, it doesn't matter. Shinomiya Kagaya, no, I think we are still short in numbers. AI Hayasaka. Yumiko, my lady, do you want to see what you are talking about? Aribomu, Kagaya-chan, are you a masochist? Kagaya Shinomiya, I mean, in this emergency, do you think we should have more people? Will Tuya still be in danger? And will Young Jun need to spend a lot of life? Sage Hui, I can't refute it. Time spirit, that's true. If the number of people doubles, I think Naya will definitely be fine this time. Kagaya Shinomiya, so, let's get back to the previous topic, how to take down Minghina? Su Yang. How much do you like Minghina? You keep trying to take her down. Su Yang didn't know what to say. Forget it, I won't look anymore. This place is not for me at all. Su Yang looked down at the Shinigami Jade in his hand, which he had just named. In fact, in the current neighboring world, as long as a certain amount of souls are absorbed, Shinigami can be born by themselves, and they are born with Zanpakuto. But the Shinigami Jade can directly transform other species into Shinigami, and they also have Zanpakuto. In contrast, the natural Shinigami are not strong in the early stage, and can only rely on themselves to improve, and even their potential is not as good as that of natural Shinigami. However, the transformed Shinigami also has a power similar to that of a demon chess piece, which can consume a certain amount of soul power to allow other races to reincarnate into Shinigami. Soul power is the power of the soul, which does not necessarily consume one's own soul, and can be replaced by ghosts and cursed spirits. There is another reason why Su Yang is in a hurry to create Shinigami. That is, when he created the Shinigami power system in the neighboring world, he received a special prompt from the system, saying that he had completed the hidden conditions and made the power of the simulated world appear in the real world. Then he was given 2 rewards to choose from. The first one was to improve his own Shinigami series power by 1 level. But Su Yang refused. Admittedly, such an improvement would definitely improve his strength a lot. But compared with the reward that Shinigami can eliminate ghosts and cursed spirits, and special spirits can allow him to obtain simulation points, the first reward is still not enough. In other words, the Shinigami created by Su Yang's Shinigami Jade, and even other Shinigami reincarnated by the Shinigami, can become props for Su Yang to obtain simulation points. If it is just a simulation of one world after another, Yang is not short of simulation points. But if it is a real simulation, it will be different. This time, the real simulation consumed more than 200 million simulation points, but not every time there is a world like Inuyasha for him to obtain simulation points. And for the candidates who will use the Shinigami Jade, Su Yang does have people who meet the requirements. Pink Singjio Headquarters. Su Yang showed up this time and found that the entire Ponching sect had changed a lot. Who are you? Faced with the sudden appearance, Mimiko and Nanako's faces changed drastically. Originally, the two were still discussing where to go shopping, but they didn't expect a stranger to suddenly appear. Where is Xia Yujie? Su Yang asked, but neither Mimiko nor Nanako intended to answer. They even planned to attack Su Yang at the first time. Mimiko, Nanako, don't wait to be rude to the adults. At this time, Xia Yujie, who knew about Su Yang's appearance at the first time, ran over in a hurry. Seeing Mimiko and Nanako's behavior, his face changed drastically, and he scolded them in a hurry, and bowed to Su Yang to apologize. Please forgive me, adults, they don't know you. Xia Yujie's appearance made Mimiko and Nanako's faces pale slightly. Of course, they had been warned by Xia Yujie a long time ago that they should not offend an adult easily. Seeing Xia Yujie in such a state, the two of them knew that it was the person in front of them. I'm sorry, sir. The two women knelt down in fear. Okay, I'm not a murderer. There's no need to do this. Su Yang was speechless, but he didn't care. Instead, he said to Xia Yujia, "Find a quiet place." "Yes, please follow me, sir." Xia Yujia led the way respectfully. After a long time, Mimiko and Nanako breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Then, the two whispered, "Is this the sir?" "It must be. That aura is so strong." "Strong? You were going to attack him just now." "You're the same. But by the way, this sir is so handsome." "Yes, super handsome." A quiet room. "Sir, I'm sorry that I haven't prepared many cursed spirits during this period. I just barely gathered 2,000 level 3 cursed spirits." 2,000 level 3 cursed spirits? That's 2 million simulation points. That's fine. Although Xia Yojia looked very sorry, this number was simply exaggerated in Su Yang's eyes. It's only been a few days, and so many have been gathered. Sure enough, it's right to choose this guy. I won't need those cursed spirits in the future. Su Yang shook his head slightly, and Xia Yojia's face changed drastically. But the next sentence made him stunned. "Xia Yojia, I'm giving you an unimaginable opportunity now, so do you want to die?" Xia Yojia's mind was full of question marks. What does it mean? Unimaginable opportunity, but let me die? But this thought only hovered for a while. Xia Yojia bowed and said, "Everything is up to you, sir." "Oh? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Su Yang's tone was unexpected, and he was so decisive without explanation. "Your Excellency is joking. With your strength, if you really want to kill me, why bother?" Xia Yojia said with certainty, "And since your Excellency said it is an opportunity, it must be a great opportunity for me." "Hehe, you are quite smart." Su Yang laughed, "But your guess is right, this is indeed a great opportunity for you. It means that I don't have many people under me, so I chose you." "Thank you for your help, sir." Xia Yojia knelt down directly, and at the same time, 1.2 was glad that he surrendered early. The ancient eastern country had the merit of Yunsonglong, and I am afraid that I am almost the same now. No, it should be better. Well, in that case, then you go to die. Su Yang nodded and said something that made Xia Yojia dumbfounded. Why do you still have to die? No, is this really a death? Xia Yojia had this thought in his mind, but before he could react. The next moment, Su Yang took action. Tsukuyami. Just a slight pull, Xia Yojia's soul was easily extracted by Su Yang, but this time it was not sent into the Tsukuyami space. Xia Yojia's soul was extremely confused, and then he saw his body, and at the same time he understood it in his heart at the first time. I should be in a soul state now. I am afraid that I am really dead. Su Yang didn't care so much, and took it out directly Shinigami Jade, and then pressed it on Geto. In fact, Su Yang also thought about using this thing on his woman, but he soon realized it. His woman was transformed into a family by him, but she was a true family of God. Once he successfully condensed the godhood, each of them would be a subordinate god of the pantheon he created. Which one is not as good as Shinigami? And the people who were transformed into a family by him have everything that Shinigami has, and they also have everything that Shinigami does not have. Turning your woman into a Shinigami is a drop in grade. On the contrary, Geto, a toolman, is very suitable. Honest and obedient. Work hard. Such a person is not easy to find. Just when Su Yang was sighing in his heart, Geto shouted. Geto's soul is extremely illusory, as if it will be scattered by the wind. At this moment, it was transformed by the Shinigami Jade, which was directly and forcibly generated. Shinigami spirit, this is not a pleasant feeling. The pain of the soul is not comparable to the pain of the body.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.